Chapter 1969 Righteous Yi Futian. The Ren Huang of the North arrived in Wangdu in force and challenged the Ren Huangs of Wangdu at the Law Battle Platform inside the Heavenly Battle Palace. Multiple Ren Huang level law battles took place. The Wangdu camp lost more than they won. One could even say that they were overwhelmingly defeated. Many Ren Huangs had also suffered severe injuries. After news of this got out, all of Wangdu was shocked. Factions from all sides were ready to make their move. It was as if a brewing storm was about to arrive. The Ren Huangs who gathered at the Heavenly Battle Palace this time were not only Ren Huangs from their faction. Ren Huangs from all sides were also invited. Apart from some of the top factions in Wangdu, many top factions around Dongshao continent were also there. Their lineup was most definitely very powerful. However, despite that, they were still crushed. One could only imagine just how strong the lineup of the visitors from the north was. They were definitely the elites among the elites. These powerful Ren Huangs from the north were specifically handpicked before they traveled and arrived at Wangdu. That was why their battle strength was so high. It was certain. The great Yan ancient royal family was behind them. There were rumors that they had already arrived and were staying in a pavilion within Wangdu. This caused a considerable commotion very quickly inside Wangdu. Many people were already talking about it. Apart from the law battle itself, one person received a lot of attention and a lot of criticism. That person was obviously Yi Liunyan, the person who gained his fame just one day ago. Yi Liunyan earned his fame after he defeated Grandmaster Zi He in the Alchemy Conference. Many people knew him after that. According to rumors, someone challenged him a day earlier, and with just a glare he injured the person. He was mighty. However, when a strong cultivator from the north issued a challenge during the law battle, Yi Liunyan denied any connections to Wangdu, even the entire Dongshao continent, before leaving, avoiding battle altogether. His actions and style annoyed many people. Even if he were an amazing alchemy grandmaster, his actions were shameless, particularly when the fight involved the conflict of two sides. Everyone was caught up in the overall trend, but he actually drew a line to clearly separate him from Wangdu. How could people not criticize him for that? Who was this genius alchemy grandmaster that the alchemy emperor brought over? It seemed like his conduct was questionable. Moreover, one should not forget that the alchemy emperor and the Wangshan watchtower were connected. According to rumors, the alchemy emperor was once handpicked by the good friend of the Millet emperor, Supreme Deity Donglai, and who was not aware of the relationship between Supreme Deity Donglai and the great Yan ancient royal family. Yi Futian choosing to run away at this time would naturally invite gossip. However, Yi Futian did not mind. After he returned to the inn, he shut himself in his room and cultivated in peace. An absolute beauty suddenly appeared beside the cultivating Yi Futian. "Senior sister," Yi Futian called out after seeing that Goddess Donglai was the one who came. "Why didn't you lend a hand?" asked Goddess Donglai calmly. No one could tell her emotion from her tone. "I did not want to, so I didn't," answered Yi Futian, laughing. "Didn't want to." Goddess Donglai looked at him. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the cold and prideful figure before saying, "I inherited the path of Supreme Deity Donglai. Does senior sister think that a Ren Huang of the same plane from the north is a worthy opponent?" Goddess Donglai's eyes twitched slightly as she continued staring at him. "Since the people from the great Yan ancient royal family have not acted, would I not be devaluing myself by entering the law battle platform? How could I live up to the name of the heir of the supreme deity if that were the case?" answered Yi Futian with a smile. Then he continued, "I'm sure senior sister knows as well. If I were to act before the cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family appeared, the eastern deity island would also lose face." Goddess Donglai looked at him. What Yi Futian said sounded very sensible as the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. His opponent should be someone from the great Yan ancient royal family. since the great Yen ancient royal family had not even made an appearance. What was the reason for him to act? As she thought of that, Goddess Donglai no longer brought it up. Instead, she said, "There are many rumors about you circulating outside. Many practitioners know that you live here. Many are gossiping, and I'm afraid some may try to create commotions to ruin my name. I've just come." "Why would someone do this?" asked Yi Futian. "To prevent you from entering the Wangshin watchtower," answered Goddess Donglai. Yi Futian was stunned briefly. In that instant, he suddenly understood. With his talent and strength in alchemy, if he were to get in touch with the Millet Emperor after entering the Wangshin watchtower, he could threaten the position of the Alchemy Divine Palace directly in the future. If his name were ruined, and if news of him drawing a line to segregate him from Wangdu were to reach the ears of the practitioners of the Wangshin watchtower, it would be natural for them to form an opinion about him and impact his chances of getting into the Wangshin watchtower. Unfortunately, the enemy's efforts were in vain. First of all, Yi Futian had no intention of entering the Wangshin watchtower to cultivate. Secondly, with the relationship between the Millet Emperor and Supreme Deity Donglai, the enemy would probably not prevent anything from happening. Moreover, Yi Futian's strength was there. Even without the relationship with Supreme Deity Donglai, he would still meet the Millet Emperor eventually. "Go and cultivate. I'll find you when you visit the Wangshin watchtower," said Goddess Donglai before leaving. Moments after she left the place, someone else came, albeit in a sneaky manner. He glanced in the direction where Goddess Donglai left. Yi Futian glanced toward this person and asked, "What are you doing, sneaking around?" Lin Qiu smiled, walked over, and returned to his usual demeanor. He was only suspicious before, but now it was proven. However, Goddess Donglai did not seem to do anything even after discovering him. Obviously, she did not really care. He walked over and sat beside Yi Futian. Then he asked in a whisper, "The descendant of the Supreme Deity." While he arrived earlier, he did not dare to eavesdrop. After all, it was quite disrespectful. He only knew that Goddess Donglai had come to see Yi Futian. The powerful deity was most probably the daughter of Supreme Deity Donglai. Yi Futian followed her here, which meant that entering the Wangshin watchtower was probably not an issue. Yi Futian glared at him, but did not respond. However, to Lin Qiu, not responding meant that he was acquiescing. His eyes lit up. The way he looked at Yi Futian was like someone looking at their treasure. "Since you are the disciple of the Supreme Deity's descendant, you probably came from the Eastern Deity Island, right? Do you perhaps have a miraculous and divine elixir or pill that you could lend me on you?" At that moment, Lin Qiu no longer cared about his demeanor. Who was Supreme Deity Donglai, the #1 alchemy grandmaster of the Donghua domain? Since Yi Futian was his successor, he should not lack divine pills or elixirs, right? "Of course I do," answered Yi Futian. Lin Qiu's eyes lit up even more. He was restless. Happiness came too suddenly. "But why should I lend them to you?" Yi Futian looked at him condescendingly while smiling. Could someone lend a pill or an elixir? Was it even possible for it to be returned? You'd devour it right away, no? That was the first time he heard of someone borrowing pills and elixirs. We're all brothers. We should share our blessings. Lin Qiu seemed to have forgotten his decency at that moment. Yi Futian looked at Lin Qiu. When did they become brothers? And to share their blessings? Noticing Yi Futian's expression, Lin Qiu said, "Brother Yi, in the future, this young brother will only follow brother Ye's lead." Yi Futian looked at Lin Qiu. This person was still a mid-level Renhuang. His aura was decent, and he had a strong background. However, he was so shameless. Now that a rather reputable Renhuang had already displayed such shameless behavior, what else could Yi Futian do? He brought out a clay bottle, passed it to Lin Qiu, and said, "There are several divine pills inside, all of which are my treasures. The deities left them for me, but now I am giving them to you. This is sharing my blessings. So, the misfortune in the future, I'll leave it to you. As he finished speaking, he patted Lin Qiu's shoulder. Lin Qiu was so grateful that tears almost rolled out of his eyes. I will give my everything. Lin Qiu's eyes were red. He stretched out his hands to receive the clay bottle. He held the bottle with a lot of strength, but did not take it. He looked at the reluctant Yi Futian and continued, I will not hesitate to lay down my life to go through the depths of hell for you. Yi Futian finally let go. His gaze continued to linger on the clay bottle. Lin Qiu quickly packed it up. How could he afford Yi Futian the chance to feel regret? Brother Yi, I will not interrupt your cultivation anymore. I still have some matters that I need to attend to. If Brother Yi has any orders, please look for me at any time. As he finished speaking, Lin Qiu turned around to leave. He could not have moved any quicker. Yi Futian blinked a few times as he saw Lin Qiu leave. Shameless. He had never seen such a shameless Renhuang. Sigh, what a pity for his treasured pills. He extended his hand. A clay bottle identical to the one earlier appeared in his hands. He opened the clay bottle and took out the pills within it. Then he threw them into his mouth before devouring them in one go. In an instant, strands of powerful aura began to fluctuate around his body. Such valuable pills. Was it easy for him to make them? He only had a few hundred bottles left on him. The following day, Lin Qiu had come to Yi Futian's side again. However, it was not only Lin Qiu. He also brought along two brothers, Han Tai and Ling Yi. They were all descendants of the three lords of the Dragon Submission Villa. The Lin Qiu of that moment had completely changed. His plane level seemed to have improved. His face was bright, and he looked very energetic. The three of them bowed together at the same time when they found Yi Futian. In particular, Lin Qiu looked at Yi Futian with gratitude and said, Thank you, Brother Yi, for giving us such valuable pills. The pills were high-class divine pills that could solidify one's path fundamentals. After taking them, the fundamentals of one's great path would stabilize further, while one's life force would become vigorous and energy levels would also go up. Cultivating for a day would result in a marked improvement of one's plane level. Where would anyone find such amazing divine pills? Yi Futian's generosity was commendable. How could someone not be so grateful when shown such generosity? Yi Futian glanced at them and waved his hands. Then he said, Since we are all brothers now, don't be so formal. Those pills were given to me by the deity so that I could break through my plane level. Since you needed them, I gave them to you. I can cultivate a few more decades for that. It is only a few decades, it's nothing big. The three of them were endlessly thankful. They were completely subdued by Yi Futian's generosity. He was a real brother whose righteousness and generosity had pierced the skies. Chapter 1970, Opinions. Naturally, Lin Qiu and the other two knew that Yi Futian's decades were exaggerated. After all, they knew that he was not the most honest of people. However, they could not deny the value and worth of those pills. The item class of those pills was such that they were difficult to obtain even in the Dragon Submission mountain range. Moreover, they were far from something that a person with Yi Futian's cultivation and plane level could create. As such, they were definitely gifts from the daughter of the Supreme Deity. With Yi Futian giving the pills to them, they were naturally grateful. It was a significant favor. If Brother Yi has any requests in the future, please just let us know, said Ling Yi, who was beside Lin Qiu. The three of them were the sons of the three Villa, lords of the Dragon Submission Villa. They were also temperamental people who were extremely loyal. Otherwise, the three Villa lords would not have been able to stay together for so many years. Yi Futian smiled and said, With your cultivation and plane levels, the pills can last for some time. They are not so easily refined. You should continue cultivating them and maximize the effects of the pills. I have nothing at the moment. All right. Lin Qiu nodded. Since that is the case, Brother Yi, we will take our leave for now. After that, the three of them turned around to return to their cultivation. The main reason they came this time was that they were utterly stunned by the pill's effect and had to come personally to thank Yi Futian specifically. At that moment, it was true that they had not yet fully refined those pills and could continue cultivating and improving themselves. Yi Futian continued to cultivate in silence. Wang Du remained as busy as ever. The cultivators from the north did not continue causing problems. However, they also did not leave. They had settled down inside Wang Du. Many people understood that the cultivators of the north came specifically for the Wangshan watchtower. Naturally, the great Yan ancient royal family was behind them, and the royal family had also arrived some time ago. It was just that they had not made an appearance. On this day, the Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai visited Yi Futian together. Senior brother, is there news? Yi Futian smiled gently and asked the Alchemy Emperor. The Alchemy Emperor liked Yi Futian's address of him. While his position was respected, being the top alchemy grandmaster of the Taiyuan continent, he always revered supreme deity Donglai. Back in the day, he was not considered supreme deity Donglai's real disciple, and it had always been a great regret of his. Yi Futian inherited supreme deity Donglai's will, so it was naturally proper for him to become the heir, for him to be willing to call him senior brother. The Alchemy Emperor was naturally quite happy. Yes, the Alchemy Emperor nodded. News has come from the Wangshan Watchtower. The Wangshan Watchtower will open in 3 days. At that time, everyone who came will have a chance to go. We are the same. By then, you will have to grasp the opportunity to try to meet the Millet Emperor. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. They had already been there for several days. Naturally, he already knew about things surrounding the Wangshan Watchtower. The Wangshan Watchtower stood at the peak of the city of Wangdu. Every year, practitioners from Wangdu and all other continents who came would have a chance to enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate and even meet the Millet Emperor and listen to his words. It was a tradition that had remained unchanged for many years. Every year, at this time, the Millet Emperor would sit within the Wangshan Watchtower and preach. It was a chance for Renhuangs to reach the Millet Emperor. Initially, they had thought that Yi Futian's status as the heir to supreme deity Donglai would be enough for him to meet the Millet Emperor. However, Goddess Donglai did not make that happen. Instead, she wanted to let Yi Futian prove himself first before anything could happen. Apart from that, everyone who came had come for this. Even the great Yan ancient royal family had led a group of powerful cultivators from the north for this. They had remained very quiet over the past few days, so it was highly likely that they were also waiting for this day. There was no way the Wangshan Watchtower was going to be peaceful. Of course, the Wangshan Watchtower had long got wind that the great Yan ancient royal family had arrived. However, they did not need to worry about such things. Get ready. We'll come and notify you again before we depart, said the Alchemy Emperor. Yi Futian nodded. He did not need to prepare anything, to be honest. His main competitions for this journey to the Wangshan Watchtower were the practitioners of the Dongshao continent. They were not really strong enough to put any pressure on him. The only ones who could threaten him were most likely the top factions, such as the almighty great Yan ancient royal family. As such, since the beginning, he had been taking it easy when facing the Alchemy Divine Palace and the Qinhe Palace. The reason was that he did not care much and did not see them as his opponents. As the news of Wangshan Watchtower spread, Wangdu became a lot busier in an instant. Multiple people began talking. How many Renhuang would have the chance to enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate and study the Great Path? How many would have the opportunity to meet the Millet Emperor, to receive the teachings of the Millet Emperor? However, before all this, the Wangshan Watchtower also had a commotion. The commotion concerning the great Yan ancient royal family. They were not friendly and had kept quiet over the past few days. It was highly likely that they were waiting for this day. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For practitioners, it was too short. When the day came, the entire city of Wangdu was effervescence. At dawn, countless people were already moving in the skies. Every cultivator was headed in the same direction. From afar, one could vaguely see a towering ancient palace far away in the direction they were heading. It looked like the reflection of a divine, ancient, imperial city in the clouds in the mortal realm. In the skies of Wangdu, auras filled the sky. Some glided across the sky, others moved on their swords, and some rode on beasts. On this day, in a pavilion inside Wangdu, a figure exited a room. The figure raised his head and looked toward a place far away. Then, in a flash, multiple shadows had entered and landed in several locations nearby. However, no one could be seen anywhere. "Make preparations," said the figure in the room calmly. "Understood." Neat and uniform voices came from his surroundings. Then multiple shadows disappeared one after another. On this day, the entire city of Wangdu seemed to be moving. The city was bustling like never before. According to legends, in the beginning, the Wangshan Watchtower was only a few walls. The Millet Emperor and Supreme Deity Donglai discussed the great path amidst these walls. However, as the years passed, the Wangshan Watchtower had become a holy land, the strongest force across the Dongshao continent. It sat at the center of Wangdu and occupied a large space. Looking in from the outside, it was impossible to see the border. One could only see an endless and empty space. If one tried hard enough, one could maybe vaguely see the walls of the great path that pierced into the sky, as well as several magnificent, towering ancient buildings. And standing at the peak of everything, the ancient palace that floated in the sky, that was the place where the Millet Emperor cultivated, according to legend. It was said that behind the floating empty palace was the old Wangshan Watchtower, which had remained perfectly preserved even now. At that moment, multiple practitioners had arrived outside the Wangshan Watchtower. One could not see the end of the crowd in one look. However, most were here as observers. Normal people were not qualified to enter the Wangshan Watchtower. Otherwise, the Wangshan Watchtower would have a problem with overcrowdedness. Only the top factions from the different continents and the top factions of Wangdu were qualified to recommend some Renhuangs to enter the Wangshan Watchtower to train. The recommendations by the factions were always the strongest and those with the highest potentials. As such, a competition like this would occur every year. At that time, a group arrived. Their robes fluttered in the wind as if they were deities. Countless gazes fell upon the group. Then someone uttered, "The deities from the Goddess Peak have arrived." The Goddess Peak was a top faction of Wangdu. Naturally, they could make recommendations to enter the Wangshan Watchtower and meet the Millet Emperor to receive his teachings. Entering the Wangshan Watchtower did not mean joining the Wangshan Watchtower. It simply meant entering to cultivate, train, and receive teachings. If one were strong enough to interest the Wangshan Watchtower, one could also be selected to join the Wangshan Watchtower. "Good morning, dear deities." Another group of strong cultivators had arrived. They were the cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace. Many practitioners followed them as if a myriad of stars surrounding and supporting the moon. Cultivators from all sides also went up to greet them. They all seemed very formal and polite. After that came the Heavenly Battle Palace, the Qinhe Palace, and many other factions. There were also the factions from the continents surrounding the Dongshao continent. At that time, another group of cultivators came from the sky and landed outside the Wangshan Watchtower. The one in the lead was the Alchemy Emperor. It was Yi Futian's group. In an instant, many people shifted their gaze toward them. Many cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace gently bowed and greeted the Alchemy Emperor. Meeting the Alchemy Emperor, their voices instantly attracted even more gazes. The Alchemy Emperor had arrived. That meant that the white-haired youth beside him was probably Yi Lianyan. meeting the Alchemy Emperor. Many people bowed to the Alchemy Emperor. However, no one knew if they were sincere or not. Some looked toward Yi Futian. Then someone said, "Senior Alchemy Emperor, this person said that he is not a practitioner of Wangdu and has no connection to the Dongsha continent, refusing to take part in a battle. For someone who acts like that, why should you bring him here?" The one who spoke was a cultivator from the Qinhe Palace. After that, he glanced at Yi Futian and said, "Since you've already severed your relationship with the Dongsha continent, why are you still here?" The crowd was now focused on Yi Futian. The incident at the Heavenly Battle Palace last time clearly irked many people. Now, upon seeing that he was trying to enter the Wangshan Watchtower, many were clearly annoyed. Qi Mu from the Alchemy Divine Palace smiled gently as he watched. In the end, he was still affected. He was certain that the people of Wangshan Watchtower would have a bad impression of him due to the incident. The difficulty of Yi Futian entering the Wangshan Watchtower had clearly increased significantly. He could even face early elimination. Yi Futian glanced at the people, but before he could speak, Lin Qiu walked up and swept a glance at them. "When did it become the turn of all of you to take charge of the affairs of Wangshan Watchtower?" "Today, when Ren Huang Yi came to Wangshan Watchtower, did he have to ask all of you first if he could enter? Are you guys already able to represent the attitude of Wangshan Watchtower?" Lin Qiu's words caused the pupils of all the people to contract slightly. He criticized them very harshly. "There is also the matter of the Heavenly Battle Palace. You deceived Ren Huangyi. After he arrived, you spoke provocatively and were disrespectful to him. But now, when necessary, you encourage Ren Huangyi to participate in the war. Who do you think you are? Are you better than Ren Huangyi in alchemy, or are you stronger than him?" Lin Qiu continued, "That day, you were thoroughly defeated. Knowing that your own strength is not good, are you now looking for someone to take the blame?" His voice was light-hearted, not happy or angry. He seemed exceptionally calm. The other party just wanted to refute, but heard Lin Qiu continue, "Cut the crap! Do you know why Ren Huangyi left? In the eyes of Ren Huangyi, you are just a group of nobodies. Ren Huangyi is not interested in alchemy, yet you wanted him to take action, and what was the result? It was the same in the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. The Ren Huangs of the Qinhe Palace provoked him. What happened in the end? So, I see that you're still not repentant now. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson yet." The people looked at Lin Qiu. This series of words blocked their words back. This guy did not seem to be a nosy person, but he had such a glib tongue. Yi Futian did not care to be with them. After listening to Lin Qiu's words, the people around them vaguely felt that they might have misunderstood Yi Futian. The truth was that the other party kept provoking, and he was too lazy to have contact with the other party before leaving. "Lin Qiu, no matter how clever you are, you can't change the fact that he ended his relationship with us and avoided fighting," a strong person from the Qinhe Palace coldly said. "Did he want to get rid of that matter by talking his way out of it? Avoiding and not fighting." Yi Futian raised his head and swept his gaze at the person who spoke. Those indifferent eyes were filled with contempt as he opened his mouth. "Are you also worthy of fighting?" Saying that, he moved his gaze away without looking at the other party again and walked towards the front. "Lin Qiu, since you also know it's a bunch of nothing, why bother with more words and waste your energy?" Lin Qiu knew how strong Yi Futian was, so he helped him brag a bit. Anyway, he would be exposed soon. Then he would see how the other party would react. He did not expect Yi Futian himself to say such arrogant words. This time it would be interesting. These Ren Huangs were probably even more upset now. He was increasingly looking forward to it. Yi Futian told him previously that the arrogant Ren Huang at the Northern Land was an unworthy opponent. The eyes of everyone from all sides were all staring at Yi Futian. This guy was simply arrogant to the extreme. There were many Ren Huangs here. The major top powers of Wangdu and the top figures of all continents were present. He even said wildly that they, who stood at the top of the Dongshao continent, are a bunch of rabble-rousers. Since that's the case, I'm looking forward to your next performance. The strong man from Qin, He Palace, responded indifferently, and all the cultivators from all sides also looked at Yi Futian. Once he entered Wangshin Watchtower, they would be able to know the truth. Having been so arrogant, if he did not have real strength, he would be miserable. This time, Yi Futian offended a lot of people. In one direction, the goddess emperor Yi also took a look at Yi Futian, thinking that Yi Futian was really different. Cultivating in Wangdu, she had also seen all kinds of people and many top cultivators. No one was like Yi Futian. Facing top cultivators from all sides, it was as if he was independent of the world. That feeling was like no one could really get his attention. Whether it was the Heavenly Battle Palace's Yangqian, the Alchemy Divine Palace's successor Qimu, or those powerful Renhuangs from the northern land, he had never regarded them properly. He was extremely arrogant. She was also very much looking forward to what kind of strength this level 4 human emperor actually had to allow him to disregard everyone from Wangdu. Just at that time, at the faraway Wangshin Watchtower, several extremely majestic figures appeared in the firmament. They gazed directly through the void, looking at these people coming. Although they were far apart, it was as if they were close at hand. "Start the formation," said someone above Wangshin Watchtower. In an instant, the world changed from the outside of the Wangshin Watchtower to the inside. That empty place filled with wisps of the aura of the Great Way and became indistinct. In front, one could see the stairs to the Wangshin Watchtower and palaces. They seemed to be close at hand, but the people of Wangdu knew that they only seemed to be close at hand. If they wanted to step onto the stairs and enter the Wangshin Watchtower, it would be difficult to do. At this moment, a great formation appeared in the Wangshin Watchtower, and only those who had broken through this great clan-guarding matrix will be qualified to go up to the Wangshin Watchtower and have the opportunity to listen to the preaching of the Millet Emperor. That had been the rule for many years. Those who seek the Tao can now enter. A voice came from the void in the distance. At once, countless people looked ahead and did not think about things about Yi Futian anymore. The Wangshin Watchtower was open. It was an extremely rare opportunity. He wondered who would be able to grasp it. The various forces stepped forward and stepped into that spell matrix. Yi Futian perceived the spell matrix, which formed a space of its own. It was marvelous, and a master-level person definitely set up this spell matrix. "Go in," the Alchemy Emperor said to Yi Futian, and he nodded. A group of people stepped forward and walked towards the front. The Alchemy Emperor, Goddess Donglai, and several of them watched from the outside. Not only they were like that, but the various factions were also like that too. If they could break through that spell matrix, they would have broken through it many years ago. Many top figures of the older generation had listened to the teachings of the Millet Emperor. This time, the people who came were the younger generations of their respective factions and those most confident of breaking through. Because of the limited number of places, they would only choose the most promising and powerful Renhuangs to enter each year. When Yi Futian stepped out of it, he felt that everything was changing. The matrix of the Great Way seemed to have forged an illusionary realm. This was no longer the world he saw before, but a completely imaginary world. This area was vast and endless, with many buildings and mountain peaks. Gazing into the distance, at the farthest place within his gaze, only vaguely could he see a heaven's gate, like a door leading to the Wangshin Watchtower. His eyes changed abruptly with a touch of demonic color as he tried to see through the illusion. He was able to see that the buildings here and this heaven and earth were made of the power of the Great Way. But he could not look through completely. He could see, but he could not exit and was still stuck in the spell matrix. An invisible might appeared in heaven and earth. It seemed that countless Tao air currents were flowing to and falling on their bodies, making them all bear an invisible oppressive force. "Be careful," someone will attack. It's the cultivators of the Wangshen watchtower. Lin Xiu instructed Yi Futian. In addition to that, we have to be careful of the cultivators of other powers. Yi Futian nodded. He probably already knew something before coming. To enter the Wangshen watchtower, he needed to walk through this clan-guarding matrix. And in this matrix, there would be cultivators of the Wangshen watchtower attacking them. They were in the light, and the other side was in the dark. A group of people spread out in formation, not standing together. On Yi Futian's side, there were Xia Qingyuan, Beigong Shuang, Bai Mu, and Zifeng. Judging from strength, naturally, Zifeng was the strongest. Buzz! At this moment, someone was extremely fast and turned into a bolt of lightning as he tried to break through quickly. However, a giant hand slammed down from the firmament suddenly, seemingly descending from out of nowhere. The giant golden hand covered a portion of the sky and hid the sun. There were many runes on the giant, impenetrable hand that slammed down. The cultivator's retreat was blocked. Bearing the extremely strong will might, his divine wheel of the great path erupted. His body shot directly through the void and crashed toward the sky above head-on. Clang! A loud sound came out as that person who rushed into the forefront of the cultivators was directly blasted into the ground by the palm of the Great Way. His body was dented, and he looked very miserable. The next moment, a golden hand appeared in the void, directly grabbing him and taking him away. Seeing this scene, the various powerful cultivators became cautious. Needless to say, the Wangshen Watchtower cultivators were powerful. Those who could enter the Wangshen Watchtower were probably more talented than a majority of them. Breaking through the formation was no simple matter. As they were trying to break through the matrix outside the Wangshen Watchtower, another vast group of figures appeared. The auras of these people were scary, and many recognized them. They were the Renhuangs of the northern land that descended upon the heavenly battle palace that day. However, they had never seen the few people at the head of the group in the heavenly battle palace before. However, with just one glance, the people knew where these people came from. Chapter 1972. Interspatial Encounter. After the Wangshen Watchtower became the top sacred place in the Dongshao continent, the Millet Emperor started preaching here. For many years, countless mighty figures have entered the Wangshen Watchtower to cultivate. At this time, on top of one of the buildings in the Wangshen Watchtower, there stood many Renhuangs, each appearing in a different position, very scattered. Their eyes were looking at the spell matrix in front of them at this moment, which hid the heaven and earth within the spatial world in the Wangshen Watchtower. They could clearly see everything within the spatial world in the spell matrix, and many Renhuangs were releasing powerful auras of the Great Way, launching attacks toward the spatial world from time to time. This time, I don't know if there are any powerful people who come to the Wangshen Watchtower to seek the way. Renhuang smiled and said. As he spoke, he raised his hand and attacked. A huge pagoda came down directly into the formation and attacked a Renhuang of the same realm as him. This spell matrix was a test of combat power for those who sought the way. They would select people of the same realm to attack. Of course, this was not the law. If they encountered powerful people, people of higher realms would also strike as they wish. But the strongest people of the Wangshen Watchtower would see in their eyes who was strong and who was weak. They could be screened in the law battle. They could even enter the spell matrix to attack. But of course, generally speaking, they would not do so unless they met someone who interested them very much. In the front position at the lower space of the Wangshen Watchtower, an old man with an immortal style was sitting quietly there, with several strong people standing beside him in the left and right direction. He swept his gaze ahead and said, "They're here." The old man looked into the distance. Beyond the spell formation, outside of the Wangshen Watchtower, a group of powerful people appeared there. They knew who those people were. They were the powerful people from the northern land, led by the ancient royal family of the Yan Kingdom. "Don't bother," the old man responded. Yes, the people next to him nodded. They wanted to see what the ancient royal family of the Yen kingdom wanted to do by leading the strong people from the northern land. Now, they just needed to wait and see what happens. No matter what can the ancient royal family of the Yen kingdom do? If the master of the ancient royal family of the Yen kingdom did not come, who could affect the Wangshan watchtower with the millet emperor around? Therefore, even though they knew that the other party had arrived, the Wangshan watchtower did not take any action, but just let nature take its course. If they also wanted to break through the spell matrix, the Wangshan watchtower did not mind. They could make use of the opportunity to see how strong the Renhuangs from the northern land were. Two completely different worlds existed within the spell matrix and outside it. At this moment, Dao attacks broke out continuously behind the spell matrix. Many strong people were attacked from outside the spell matrix, as if they were suddenly bombarded from the sky. All the human emperors who came in were doing their best, not daring to be the least bit careless. Many Renhuangs had fallen to the sudden attacks and were taken away. They were probably thrown out of the spell matrix and lost the right to enter the Wangshan watchtower to seek the Dao. Disregarding whether they could enter the Wangshan watchtower to cultivate, being thrown out like that was a rather humiliating thing for them. Yi Futian seemed to be a bit lucky. Since he stepped in the formation, he had not been attacked so far. Near him, Lin Xiao and Xia Qingyuan had been attacked to varying degrees. He found that the strength of those Dao attacks and the realm of the people inside were matched, meaning that the other party was controlling their attacks and will not attack randomly. Otherwise, if the top people of the Wangshan watchtower attacked, how many people could withstand it? Just after Yi Futian strode forward in a relaxed manner, a powerful will might suddenly locked onto him. In the next moment, an extremely radiant divine blade of light descended from the sky. It pierced through the void directly and left a ray of light in the space. From top to bottom, the blade of light instantly engulfed Yi Futian. Just like before, this attack was a level 4 Renhuang plane strength attack, and its attack strength was one of the stronger ones in the 4th level of the Renhuang plane. Yi Futian looked up and directly eyed the blade of light descending. His pair of deep eyes, as brilliant as stars, were extremely calm. Even if it were a cultivator of the Wangshan watchtower, it would probably be challenging to find an existence of the same realm that could threaten him. Buzz! Yi Futian stood in place without moving. A divine blade of light directly erupted from his body, shooting upward against the trend. His body became extremely sharp, like a divine sword of the Great Way as it split the sky. The blade of light swept through, and the blade of light that shot towards him was torn apart. The Tao was annihilated. The divine sword that shot towards him was directly decimated. The blade of light that remained was the blade of light that was released from Yi Futian's body. He took a step and continued to move forward. It was as if this blade of light did not hinder him in the slightest. However, when he took a step, the firmament suddenly blossomed into a gorgeous swordsmanship haze. Lifting his head to look, he saw countless divine swords coming from beyond the sky, clanging in the firmament. Many divine blades of light glowed down, making the space he was in was turned into a very strong swordsmanship space. Obviously, the Renhuang who struck him outside the spell matrix had intensified his attack, and the sword that shot toward Yi Futian was easily broken. So it must have been a bit humiliating for the person who cultivated in the Wangshan watchtower. This time, the swordsmanship aura was obviously more powerful. Buzz! Blades of light spilled down. Countless divine swords in the void turned into swordsmanship streams of light, dropping down from the firmament. Each sword turned into a ray of light. Many divine swords attacking at the same time seemed to turn into a terrifying sword matrix, like a meteor rain of swords. At this moment, it was as if Yi Futian's world had only blades of light and was buried by this meteor sword veil. The swords were like rain, flooding Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian's white clothes fluttered and his silver hair flew. He still stood there quietly as his body still did not move a bit. A more terrifying wisp of swordsmanship aura blossomed from his body. 10,000 swords sounded together as if infinite sword wills were born around him, creating a powerful resonance. They formed a terrifying sword chi storm that rotated around his body. The rain of swords fell and directly entered the sword chi storm around him and was directly swept into it as if it had directly become a part of this swordsmanship storm, resonating here and turning into his sword. The storm was getting stronger and stronger, and the terrifying storm made the surrounding space filled with suffocating, destructive power. Many people glanced towards the direction where Yi Futian was, and people outside could also see the scene inside the spell matrix. They secretly said that this Yi Futian's strength was really strong. No wonder he was so arrogant. The powerful swordsmen in training in the Wangshan Watchtower unleashed the destructive power of their swordsmanship, but the swordsmanship was directly assimilated and sucked into his sword chi storm as he suppressed his opponent's swordsmanship. This meant that Yi Futian's swordsmanship was not below his opponent's. However, because his opponent was attacking into the spell matrix through the air, it was not possible to say that Yi Futian was necessarily stronger. But even so, the vast majority of those who entered the spell matrix were passive resistors, and there were few renhuangs like Yi Futian who could directly suppress the opponent's Dao attacks. Outside the spell matrix, a swordsmanship renhuang's gaze pierced through the void and looked at Yi Futian inside the spell matrix. When Yi Futian looked up, this look gave him an illusion, as if it was looking at him through the spell matrix. Those indifferent eyes shone with a touch of extremely strong self-confidence, and he never took their attacks seriously. The renhuang had sword wills circling his body. As he stepped out, it seemed like he was going to turn into a sword. "Wait," someone interrupted, said. "You want to enter the spell matrix so soon?" "This person is pretty strong. I will go and fight him," the swordsmanship renhuang said. "Interesting. Someone made you unable to resist and want to enter the spell matrix so quickly." A renhuang smiled and remarked, "Your sword doesn't seem to be very good." The swordsmanship renhuang raised his head and swept his sharp gaze at his companion. He smiled as he replied, "Why don't you try?" "Sure." He gazed at Yi Futian, who was in the spell matrix, a swordsmanship cultivator. The light of the divine wheel of the great path shone on his body. An incomparably lofty war god illusion raised his arm and blasted out directly downward. In a flash, a huge hand went towards the spell formation, and a huge word appeared above this big hand. "Suppress," it read. The moment the word entered the formation, the swordsmanship storm around Yi Futian stopped. The huge word slapped down, covering the sky as all the surrounding Tao was suppressed. It was as if the space he was in and all the power in it was going to be suppressed. This space became heavier than ever. Rumble. The runes slammed down towards Yi Futian's body as wisps of swordsmanship aura were suppressed and decimated. The sword wills around Yi Futian seemed to be suppressed by the aura of the Great Way. He swept his gaze towards the rune, then raised his hand and pointed towards the sky. In an instant, the swordsmanship storm turned into a terrifying cyclone, and 10,000 swords roared together, turning into a single sword, shooting upward against the trend. One sword was born, and 10,000 laws were destroyed. Bang! With a loud sound, the rune was destroyed directly under the sword. The radiant divine sword shot all the way up directly towards the spell matrix overhead and directly pointed at the Wangshan Watchtower's renhuangs outside the spell matrix. However, this spell matrix was irreversible, and his sword could not get out. How arrogant! Outside, the swordsmanship renhuang looked at Yi Futian's eyes and the sword. He smiled, looking at the renhuang who had struck, and said, "How? Your attack. It doesn't seem to be good." That renhuang coldly snorted and looked at Yi Futian inside the spell matrix. This guy was indeed not simple. He was able to break their Dao attack directly, and it seemed that defeating him through the spell matrix would be a little difficult, unless they personally entered the spell matrix. Chapter 1973, Barging In. Yi Futian continued to move forward after breaking through the foreign Dao attacks. His white clothes were fluttering, and he looked dashing and unrestrained. In the surroundings, many people were looking at Yi Futian. This person is powerful. Although he was arrogant and disregarded everyone, he did have the strength to back it up. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so reckless. But even so, his phrase, the rabble, offended many people from the different factions. It probably would not be so easy for him to enter the Wangshan watchtower to cultivate. Only then, several people came towards the direction where Yi Futian was, vaguely forming a closed circle around Yi Futian, causing those watching the battle outside the spell matrix to reveal a flash of puzzlement. It seemed these people were going to make a move on Yi Futian. They needed to break through the spell matrix to enter the Wangshan watchtower. During this period, there were no laws and any means could be used. The Wangshan watchtower did not make any laws. Of course, the Wangshan watchtower Renhuangs outside of the spell matrix was, in fact, secretly controlling all of this. Even if there were no laws, they were able to control the situation inside. For example, they could decide whether or not to attack the Renhuang inside, and they could also decide what level of people would launch the attack and against whom. That would enable them to directly influence the battlefield within the spell matrix. If inside there was a battle between strong people with obvious realm gaps, and people of higher realms moved against Renhuangs of lower realms, Wangshan watchtower cultivators would normally intervene and directly launch an attack against the higher realm Renhuangs, which the people of Wangdu understood. If some of the Renhuangs in the spell matrix broke out to fight with each other, then at that time, the Renhuangs of the Wangshan watchtower over the spell matrix would instead stop striking and would let them fight on their own as long as the difference in realm was not too great. Therefore, those who were walking towards Yi Futian did not have any psychological pressure. According to their speculation, before Yi Futian had showed extraordinary fighting power, so even if several of them were to strike against him at the same time, the people outside would not interfere. As they guessed, the strong people outside the spell formation stopped attacking when they saw someone walking towards Yi Futian, and they were curious about Yi Futian's strength, so they wanted to use this opportunity to take a look. The Renhuangs who were walking towards Yi Futian were all the Renhuangs who were in the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. All of them were forces that had a better relationship with the Alchemy Divine Palace. 2 Renhuangs of the 4th realm and 2 of the 5th realm approached Yi Futian from different directions. The moment their auras of the Great Way erupted, an oppressive to the extreme Great Path domain was formed with Yi Futian's body as the center. They really are nobodies. Yi Futian continued to move forward without paying attention, but Lin Xiao and the rest had already struck. The 3 of them moved directly towards their opponents. Seeing this scene, more Renhuangs were surging to this side. Instead of fighting with the Renhuangs outside the Wangshan watchtower, fighting with people here was the same. Yi Futian also had many strong people around him. All of them were cultivators who followed the alchemy emperor from the Taiyuan continent. Let me see how strong the cultivators of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor are. At this time, a voice came out, and a figure appeared in the void. It was clearly the Alchemy Divine Palace's disciple Zhongfan. He was the demonic figure who was refining pills with Grandmaster Zihi that day. When his aura of the Great Way was released, the flames of the Way enveloped this void. Their power was terrifying, and they made the temperature of the whole space climb sharply. "Zifeng!" Yi Futian shouted. He had no intention to make a move himself. Beside Yi Futian, the long phoenix skirt on Zifeng's body flew. A pair of divine wings suddenly appeared behind her. Terrifying flames of the Way filled her body, and at this moment she was incomparably gorgeous, like a phoenix goddess. In a flash, she caused many cultivators to look at her. What a strong aura! Those Renhuangs were trembling inside, and the next moment they saw the gorgeous phoenix wings flickering and moving. Buzz, the raging divine fire directly engulfed the void, and as Zhongfan stood there, he saw his body wrapped in an illusory, great path domain. An incomparably huge divine bird phoenix appeared in this great path domain, covering the sky and flooding the space. A loud and clear call of the phoenix sounded, stinging his eardrums, and Zhongfan only felt his spiritual soul tremble as the huge divine phoenix's wings swept out. Poof! Zhongfan's power of the Great Way was cut and shattered as blood spurted out. A bloody wound was torn out from his body as he was sent flying. If not for Zifeng not going for the kill, he would probably be unable to resist her attacks and be dead by now. This is a phoenix, and it's so strong. Many people were shocked. Zifeng's body floated in the air. As her wings beat behind her back, that boundless, huge phoenix shadow covered the sky, enveloping the boundless space. Another call of the phoenix sounded, and those renhuangs who came towards Yi Futian all saw a phoenix shadow grabbing towards them. The suffocating power of the Great Way made them feel unable to resist. The sounds of poofing continued. Just as they felt, figures were directly slapped out as they spit blood, and their faces turned pale. Even Lin Xiao and the others froze. Their bodies floated in the air as they stared blankly at Zifeng. Had she finished doing what she wanted to do? Before, Zifeng had been quietly following Yi Futian and had not shown her aura, let alone her strength. No one knew how strong she was. Yet this sudden outburst made everyone freeze. The phoenix goddess who followed behind Yi Futian was so strong. The body of Zifeng was still suspended in the air. She gazed around the crowd, and her pair of gorgeous divine phoenix eyes dazzled with the flames of the way, noble and cold. They were filled with contempt for everyone, as if to confirm the words of Yi Futian before. At that time, if Zifeng attacked, they would not necessarily lose to that Renhuang from the northern land. Did Yi Futian need to avoid him on purpose? Perhaps he indeed had not wanted to participate in the battle. If you want to attack later, find some guys with a higher cultivation level. These guys are not worthy of my attention, Yi Futian remarked while sweeping a glance at the crowd and ignoring the strong people. As to who he was talking about, he would let the other side interpret it for themselves. As long as they were hostile to him, then naturally they were all included. He did not even seem to care about all the mighty figures in the entire Dongshao continent. Yi Futian continued to move forward as he spoke, and the strong people around him also followed him. At this time, even the Wangshin Watchtower renhuangs outside the spell matrix were also shocked. Many renhuangs stared down and spoke, interesting, want to go down for a walk. It was impossible to truly feel how strong Zifeng's combat power was here. Only by entering the spell matrix and colliding head-on could they know. On top of that, how strong Yi Futian was likewise a mystery. Although he had countered the two Renhuang's attacks before, no one knew how much strength he had used. Don't rush. They're going in. Some people looked into the distance. Outside the Wangshin Watchtower, those strong people who came from the northern land were already moving. The person at the head of the group gazed in the direction of the Wangshin Watchtower and said, "We came from the northern land to visit Senior Millet Emperor. Use the ancient road and enter the spell matrix with the Renhuangs of the Dongshao continent to receive the test of the Great Way." After saying that, they did not wait for the permission of the people of the Wangshin Watchtower and directly stepped forward into the spell matrix. The other strong people outside showed a flash of strange color. The cultivators of the northern land forcefully stepped into the spell matrix. Coupled with the previous battle in the Heavenly Battle Palace, they were going to show the cultivators of the Dongshao continent who was boss. The moment the Renhuangs of the northern land stepped into the spell matrix, they immediately and simultaneously unleashed a strong aura of the Great Way, heading forward. They are going The people outside saw many people directly release their divine wheels of the great path. Several figures were stepping in the void and sprinting extremely fast above the spell matrix. They were like heavenly gods. With each step, they shattered the sky and earth, and the spell matrix space violently shook. Among them, the mighty figure from the Northern Land's sovereign family was first to go and battle in the heavenly battle palace that day. Those sprinting in the air were cultivators of the sovereign family, and they all specialized in the same skill. Boom! At that moment, the crowd only saw several people stepping on the void at the same time. They stepped directly towards the Renhuangs in the spell formation. It was as though a boundless, huge stone pillar had flattened the space. Those Renhuangs, who were attacked instantly, unleashed their powers of the Great Way to resist. But under the huge footprints, the Great Way directly collapsed and shattered. Booming violent sounds came out as several Renhuangs were directly trampled under the feet and seriously injured. Sure enough, this was to provoke trouble. This time, the Northern Land sent a group of their top Renhuangs to deal with the Dongshao continent's Renhuangs. These people who arrived were the most powerful cultivators of the Northern Land. In the Matrix, a Renhuang turned around to look at those who killed the Renhuangs inside. Their faces had changed. Was the last law battle of the Heavenly Battle Palace an early rehearsal? This time, they got serious and started a team fight. The elderly man with an immortal aura and Taoist bones swept his gaze inside the spell matrix. A sharp glint also flashed between his eyes. Beside him, someone looked towards him and asked, "Do you want to go in?" Obviously, he was asking if he needed the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower to barge inside and start a war with the other side. They used seeking the way as an excuse to enter the spell matrix. Although they attacked ruthlessly, they held back a little, did not look to kill, and knew their limits. "Since that's the case, let's wait and see," the elderly man remarked. Such a battle could allow them to see whether there was anyone worthy of the teachings of the Millet Emperor among the Renhuangs who entered the spell matrix this time. Yes. Next to him, the person nodded without saying anything more and continued to look at that spell matrix battlefield. Chapter 1974, One Punch. The roar of the Great Path's violent resonance continued to erupt inside the matrix, and Renhuang from the Northern Land rushed into it, initiating the vicious battle. The cultivators of various forces in the Dongshao continent no longer fought against one another, but were united against the outside force. Otherwise, they would all suffer miserably. After the cultivators from the Northern Land had initiated their attack, they discovered that the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, who were watching outside the matrix, no longer interfered. Its significance was not lost. This was essentially handing the battlefield over to them as a kind of assessment. The matrix itself was Wangshan Watchtower's test to them. To enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate, one must pass the matrix. Except that the assessment this time was a little different. Renhuang from the Northern Land had replaced the Renhuang of Wangshan Watchtower, entering the matrix's battlefield to participate in the battle. The cultivators from Qin He Palace did not continue their attack on Yi Futian and his party. They now turned their attention to the Renhuang, who were attacking violently. Many people were already on the move, and each of them had found opponents of a comparable realm and started a law battle within the bounds of the matrix. For a moment, the space inside the matrix seemed about to fall apart, on the brink of a complete riot that could crush the sky and the earth. The cultivators outside the Wangshan Watchtower were observing the dizzying battles that erupted at the same time. They wanted to watch each battle in detail and didn't want to miss anything, but the actions were too fast. For this great battle that exploded at the same time in different battle locations, the only choice was to pick a battlefield to observe with a glance at the other battlefields from time to time. After all, divine consciousness was unable to invade inside the matrix, so they could only watch it with their naked eyes. "These Renhuang from the Northern Land are quite wild," someone remarked. "Well, the cultivators from the ancient royal family of the Yen Kingdom have come here in person." That young man in the lead is surrounded by many cultivators, so he must be a royal member of the ancient royal family from the Yan Kingdom, leading a group of Renhuang to seek the way. If so, they must have selected the strongest among their people. But we are different. Many of our powerful people have already entered Wangshan Watchtower before, or they are currently cultivating at Wangshan Watchtower. This time, only some of these powerful men had entered the Matrix, not a carefully selected elite as the other party. Someone who was more rational saw the key to the battle. They had the opportunity to enter Wangshan Watchtower every year, and many powerful men had entered to cultivate one time or another. This year there were just some excellent characters who attended. However, it was a different story with the other party. Led by the ancient royal family of the Yan Kingdom, they must be commanding a powerful group of Renhuang from all the top forces in Yanyan continent to descend upon the city. From this standpoint, they were at a disadvantage. Under such fierce attacks, I am afraid they will be entirely wiped out. A cultivator frowned. They were from some of the major forces in Wangdu, and many elders from these forces did not enter the Matrix, and they had a bad feeling when they saw the progression on the battlefield. The Renhuang from the northern land had great momentum and were extremely ferocious. In different realms, they had been able to cause considerable destruction. This battle was somewhat similar to the law battle at the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. It was as if the battle on that day was the dress rehearsal of the great battle today. The cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace gathered in one area, but in a scattered formation. After all, their realm varied. Chi Mu, the heir of the Alchemy Divine Palace, stood in the center. He glanced at those imposing Renhuang from the northern land, then turned around to look behind him, where Yi Futian and the others were positioned. Because Yi Futian and his party were traveling the fastest, so that Yi Futian was in the rearmost position when they turned around. In another direction, there were the cultivators from the Heavenly Battle Palace, where Yang Qian, the leader of the Heavenly Battle Palace, was standing there. He had a terrifying aura about him. An extremely tyrannical fighting was surrounding him. He glanced at Yi Futian and the locations of other cultivators, such as Chi Mu of the Alchemy Divine Palace. He said, "You had differences in opinions regarding the affairs that occurred at the Heavenly Battle Palace, but that is all in the past. Now that the cultivators from the northern land have invaded Wangshan Watchtower and see Dongshao continent as nothing with no one to protect it, I'm asking everyone to put aside previous grudges temporarily and face this foe together." Chi Mu and other cultivators from Alchemy Divine Palace looked at Yi Futian and the others, only to hear him say, "I have no opinion." Clearly, he had also felt the might of the other party. Any further internal conflicts would inevitably cause more damages to either party, resulting in their disqualifications. "What does Emperor Yi think?" Yang Qian asked Yi Futian. "Not interested," Yi Futian replied, calm and nonchalant. He glanced at the cultivators of the northern land, who had come from afar. No one could stop him from seeing the Millet Emperor, not even those cultivators who came from the Yanyan continent of the north. He didn't need to partner up with anyone, especially not those people who had meant to do him harm earlier. When the cultivators around him heard his words, their eyes sharpened slightly. They had already made concessions and gave him a way out, but still Yi Futian was so arrogant. Yang Qian frowned, a little displeased, and said, "Emperor Yi, although there were some misunderstandings previously, the important thing now is the situation at hand." The situation at hand. Yi Futian looked at the other. "I remembered I told you before that I am not from Wangdu, nor am I a cultivator of Dongshao continent." Yang Qian had nothing to say when he heard what Yi Futian had to say. Yi Futian was serious. He still saw himself as a separate entity from Dongshao continent, not with the other cultivators. When Lin Qiu heard Yi Futian's words, he couldn't help but smiled and said, "Before, when there were no cultivators from the northern land, you had joined forces to fight against him, drawing a clear boundary. Now that the people from the northern land are here, you wanted to leverage his power? How quickly you change your tune. You think you are so much better than everyone else, some cultivators remarked next to Lin Qiu and Yi Futian. Even at a time like this, they were still acting like this had nothing to do with them. Not far from the sky above, the terrifying aura of the great path permeated, and several Renhuang attacked in this direction. One of them was the cultivator from the Northern Land royal family. He glanced at Yi Futian and recalled that he had seen this man before, on that day when they entered the heavenly battle palace. At the time, this man evaded battle and left soon after. No need to argue. We are all going out. It seems that we should go to the Millet Emperor for advice. The royal cultivator sounded domineering, golden light shining upon his body. An overpowering might spread out as he stepped forward. Heaven and earth boomed, and the void trembled. Besides him, there were many cultivators around who struck from different directions at the same time. Buzz, Chi Mu of the Alchemy Divine Palace, drifted backward without any intention to engage in battle, and the rest of the cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace followed his example. Other cultivators retreated when they saw their action and gave up their positions as well, an act that caught many by surprise. After they backed away, Yi Futian was facing squarely at the other party. In other words, Yi Futian and his people were directly facing these cultivators from the Northern Land. Sensing the aura coming from Yi Futian, the cultivator who belonged to the royal family from the Northern Land swept a glance at him. A touch of dominance flashed in those eyes as he took a step that made the void tremble. It was as if he could step through the void. That day, Yi Futian avoided the battle. Today, where would he go? Chi Mu and the others were looking at Yi Futian as well. This time he could not avoid it, and he must fight no matter what. If he didn't want to join them, then he must face it alone. A contemptuous sneer flashed through the eyes of that Northern Land Renhuang. His figure flickered and landed a little slanted above Yi Futian and the others. The divine glory of the great path exploded from his body, and a mighty pressure slammed down that created an oppressive, suffocating coercion of the great path in this vast space. A boundless and heavy might now enveloped Yi Futian. In the next moment, a towering figure like a god of war appeared. Like a divine wheel of the great path, this war godlike figure overlooked the sky below as one of his feet stomped down from above. A horrific, loud rumbling sound was heard that seemed to shatter heaven and earth. A golden stone pillar appeared, pulverizing the void, flattening one corner of the sky. Shockingly, it was the foot of the other, which, like golden lightning falling from the sky, stepped directly on Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the foot that was stomping down at him. Above his body, a majestic aura of the great path permeated. When his eyes swept toward the sky, a most radiant aurora of the sword seemed to shot out from his eyes, while his entire body filled with immense power. At this moment, it seemed that the world was resonating with his body, and an unparalleled momentum burst from him. Though he stood there casually, he gave an illusion of total invincibility. In the void, that royal cultivator from the Northern Land felt an invisible threat as well. Looking at those eyes filled with extreme confidence, it as if his opponent did not pay any attention to his aggressive attack. When the footprint of the war god landed, the radiant beam of the towering stone pillar attempted to penetrate Yi Futian's body. But at this time Yi Futian raised his arm and threw a punch at that footprint. The sound of elephant trumpeting was heard between heaven and earth. It was the divine elephant that rocked the sky. With this one punch, the great path collapsed and the space shattered. The crowd saw that the beam of light formed by the footprints of the great path readily split in two, and the dazzling light of the great path radiated in all directions. A light beam went up against all odds, and though the stone pillar continued to collapse, the light was still traveling upward until it finally descending on the foot of the god of war. Boom, an astonishing and violent explosion was heard. The foot of the war god exploded and shattered. Then the phantom of the war god started showing cracks and seemed to be exploding as well. The terrible power from that punch was mighty. It blasted directly on the body of the royal cultivator in the void. He made a muffled, groaning sound, and then his body was thrown back as he spat out a trace of blood in the void. Yi Futian stood where he was. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. He lowered his arms as every Renhuang's attention now focused on him. He was frozen and filled with great shock. Could this power be so terrifying? Even the cultivators from Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy, Divine Palace, trembled violently in their hearts. However, Yi Futian surveyed everyone around him and said indifferently, "Does this level worthy to battle with me?" Chapter 1975, Melee. One punch. The Renhuang that has been so arrogant at the Heavenly Battle Palace, who had crushed several opponents of the same level in Dongshao continent, was knocked down by Yi Futian with a single punch, unable to fight back. That day when Yi Futian left, had that really been to avoid fighting? Dared not he to fight? With a single punch that could knock down his opponent, would he deliberately find excuses to avoid fighting? He didn't fight because he didn't want to fight or didn't care to fight. Not only were the people on the battlefield stunned, but many cultivators from Dongshao continent outside the battlefield also had their eyes glued to the same place, staring at the man in white in total shock. He stood there quietly, ignoring these cultivators, finding no need to partner with any of them. "Could it be that what Lin Qiu said is true?" someone whispered. "He doesn't fight because the cultivators of Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace moved against him and used his power in the law battle, so he left in protest. It's also possible that he thinks the others were not worthy of fighting with him at all," said someone else. "If Yi Futian were not so strong, his case would have been weak. But now he had proven his own strength, so whatever he did before was justified, and no one could doubt him." Of course, it was indeed the case. He had no reason to avoid fighting, just his disdain for law battles and his disdain for those from Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace. So, who is this person? Someone looked in the direction where Alchemy Emperor was and saw him standing with his hands behind his back. Goddess Donglai stood behind him quietly, her eyes looking into the matrix as well. No one knew Yi Futian's true strength better than Goddess Donglai, and she wasn't worried in the least. He would undoubtedly prove himself in this matrix with his strength and see the Millet Emperor as he deserved. Now, the cultivators from Yenyun continent were here to attack. Even the cultivators of the ancient imperial family of Yen had arrived. Were they here for the matter regarding Eastern Deity Island? However, now that he had made it to Wangshan Watchtower, she no longer worried about Yi Futian's safety. On the battlefield, Yi Futian independently occupied one side of the void, with many cultivators in the surrounding. Yang Qian, the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, looked at him and found no words. Was this level unworthy to fight with him? Qi Mu and other cultivators from Alchemy Divine Palace also looked at Yi Futian. Obviously, they had underestimated Yi Futian's strength. Not only could Yi Futian battle the royal cultivator from the northern land, but he also ended the battle with just a single punch. Would Yi Futian's victory mean that those at the same level from various forces were also not worthy of engaging him in law battles? Successively, other cultivators were attacking this way. There was contention between various cultivators in this space, specifically the Renhuang from the northern land, the Renhuang from Dongshao continent, and Yi Futian and his people. Yi Futian had separated himself from those who were from Dongshao continent, so they were not together. Boom! The coercion of the Great Path was terrifying as giant footprints trampled the void. Several royal members, who were more powerful, cast a glance at Yi Futian. However, at this moment, the sky above the matrix felt a violent shockwave, which caused many to look up. Powerful figures of Renhuang had appeared in the void. These men were the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. Is Wangshan Watchtower going inside the Matrix to get involved in the battle? Those who saw this new development outside of Wangshan Watchtower were shocked. If so, then there was now one more principality to contend with, and it was Wangshan Watchtower no less. In the past, Wangshan Watchtower's presence was usually reserved for testing some extraordinary Renhuang with extraordinary combat power and would enter the Matrix to escalate the battle. But this time, it was a little different. This time, the cultivators from all sides had gathered in one place. The cultivators of the ancient royal clan of Yen had led a great army of Renhuang here, whose express purpose was to challenge Wangshan Watchtower. The target for top figures brought from the north were also the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. "Everyone, please continue," said a young Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower with a smile. After their arrival, all the Renhuang had positioned themselves in various places and did not intend to engage in battle immediately. They planned to observe those from the north, and at the very least to prevent those in the higher realm from taking advantage of those in the lower realm. If those who were already the Matrix had no way to compete with the Ren Hunag from the northern land, it wouldn't be too late for them to get involved. Since we are here, let's do it together. At this moment, a voice was heard, catching everyone's attention. The speaker was a central figure from Yanyan continent, standing in the middle of a powerful group of Renhuang, like the moon that was surrounded by the stars. He didn't release any aura from his body, nor did he participate in the battle, but no one dared to underestimate his existence. If they were right, this person ought to be the leader of this campaign, a cultivator from the ancient royal family of Yen, from the Yanyan continent. This Renhuang, who appeared to be 30 or so, was a member of the ancient imperial family of the Yen kingdom, Yendongyang. "If you want to come along, we have no objections. Please feel free," said the young man who headed Wangshan Watchtower as he stared at the other. Since the other forces had already come here, how could Wangshan Watchtower show any weakness? After all, this here was their territory. No matter how their opponents wanted to move, they would have to oblige. Those who defeated cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower are qualified to seek instruction from the Millet Emperor, Yendongyang said softly. His voice was very soft, but it was heard clearly by everyone. He glanced around the battlefield and said, "We have come from the northern land, traveled for hundreds of thousands of miles across many continents. Now we have a chance to learn from the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower. How can we miss such a rare opportunity?" Yes, the eyes of the Renhuang from the north were filled with powerful fighting will. They were willing to come this time because they also wanted to feel the strength of the Renhuang in Wangshan Watchtower of Dongshao continent. This kind of opportunity was rare and would be able to prove their own combat effectiveness. As each Renhuang found his opponent, this battlefield became even more violent and crazy. In the entire Matrix space, battles were erupting everywhere, and there were even several battles where Upper Renhuang were fighting. Yang Qian's cultivation was of Upper Renhuang. At this moment, a tyrannical Renhuang appeared in front of him with a terrifying aura. The same was true for Qi Mu from the Alchemy Divine Palace and all the other cultivators. The Renhuang from northern land, who had slaughtered their way here, appeared in front of them with fierce momentum. Great battles erupted in an instant, and there was a terrifying roar of the great path within the Matrix, and the turbulence of the great path raged between heaven and earth. When the battles erupted, Yi Futian did not take action. He was still standing in his own position, watching all this taking place. He did not help anyone, acting as if he was a principality in his own right. Renhuang from various principalities sometimes glanced at him, wondering if he was waiting to jump in as they were destroying each other. At this moment, a middle Renhuang with an awesome aura appeared in front of Yi Futian. This middle Renhuang was also someone with great combative power from the northern land, who looked to be in his 40s. He was authoritative and domineering, with a shocking momentum about him. "I'm here to get a taste of your strength," the middle-aged man declared loudly. When his voice fell, the void vibrated, and the hair on everyone's neck stood up. Yi Futian didn't really care. He glanced at the man casually and saw that two other men appeared on either side of him. They were not Ren Huang from the northern land, but Ren Huang from Dongshao continent. Both men were of the 6th realm, which exceeded Yi Futian's by 2 realms. Clearly, they realized that those in the same realm would never be able to beat Yi Futian, since Yi Futian regarded himself as a lone principality. The rest of the people would let him struck out first. Yi Futian was suspended in the air. His line of sight was directed at the northern Ren Huang in the sky above. There was a brilliant golden brilliance blooming above his body. In an instant, the golden light filled the sky like the light of Buddhism, with the endless sound of Buddha ringing in the air. The Ren Huang from the northern land frowned. He felt a force similar to his own power of the Great Path. As his eyes surveyed the land beneath him, suddenly his expression changed, and he became extremely fierce and wild. A giant beast that was extremely wild appeared above the sky, like a real dragon, but also like a lion with 4 hoofs standing above the firmament, as a roar came out of its bloody basin of a mouth. Countless sound waves of the Great Path swept through the space like endless sharp swords of the sound wave. It tore through the void and shattered spiritual souls. In just an instant, Yi Futian's body seemed to be submerged by invisible sound waves. At the same time, the Ren Huang on both sides also launched an attack of the Great Path on Yi Futian. Cultivators from all 3 sides attacked Yi Futian simultaneously. How unforgiving! Many who were outside fixed their attention on the battlefield where Yi Futian was at. Because of his independent ways, he was now being attacked by both forces. Men from Dongshao continent and the cultivators from the northern land were now fighting against him. But at this moment, the golden divine brilliance on Yi Futian was getting even more radiant, as sounds of Buddha was heard, and a Buddhist aura lingered in the air. "Get away!" With a loud shout accompanied by the roar of the terrifying beast, an infinite and domineering Buddha suddenly appeared above the sky. It was Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. The infinite ancient Buddha released the endless glory of Buddhism, rocking the mountains and rivers. The Buddha's light and rhythm pierced the beast, and then its body was pulverized. Not only that, the spiritual souls of that northern Ren Huang and the other 2 Ren Huang who attacked Yi Futian trembled violently as if they might collapse and pulverize at any time, while the Great Path was also destroyed. A rustling sound was heard, and with the blooming of the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, a giant divine tree appeared above Yi Futian's head. Numerous branches and leaves spread out and captured the other 3 Ren Huang in an instant. The power of the Great Path wanted to smash through, but these leaves were extremely resilient, locking their bodies in place within the void. The branches and vines furled, and 3 figures were being wrapped up and delivered in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at them, and his indifferent eyes made them realize that even if their cultivation was stronger than Yi Futian, they were not his equal after all. Chapter 1976, 7th Realm. Yi Futian looked at the 3 figures that were wrapped in the leaves and branches. His eyes were cold and indifferent. It was as if he had never taken them seriously. The 3 struggled within the grasps of the branches and vines, trying to loosen their holds, but more sounds of rustling were heard as the branches and leaves that kept the 3 prisoners slammed straight down and smashed them directly into the ground. Their bodies seemed to be pierced through as muffled sounds of groaning were heard. It was rather abusive. It was clear by now that the 2 sides were not on the same level. All the Ren Huang who were battling around them were greatly shocked as they watched the situation unfold, especially the cultivators from other forces, such as alchemy, divine palace. They would have never expected Yi Futian to be this powerful. All 3 Ren Huang were from major forces. One was a cultivator from the northern land, and the other 2 were of the 6th realm, but none of them were unable to fight back. They were so easily manipulated by Yi Futian. Clearly, to him, They were not opponents at all. Was this something that could have been achieved by a middle Renhuang of the fourth realm? Divine Wheel, his aura of the Great Path was so overpowering. Was it possible that his Great Path was flawless, and that he possessed the perfect Divine Wheel? At this moment, a divine light twinkled above the sky, and an upper Renhuang of the seventh realm appeared above Yi Futian. It was an upper Renhuang, cultivator from the Qinhe Palace. A few of the people controlled by Yi Futian were his companions. Can he resist cultivator of the seventh realm? Many wondered silently. Even on the outside, most of the people were looking at Yi Futian's area of battle. Yi Futian had been a hot topic before he entered the Matrix. Many people were especially focused on him. Now that Yi Futian had demonstrated such strength in the battle, it was inevitable that he was attracting all the attention, and even more eyes were trained on him. Not just them, but even many of the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower were looking at Yi Futian at this moment. The old man in the lead was sitting there, as he was before. As his eyes focused on Yi Futian inside the Matrix, he asked, "Who knows who this man is?" This man goes by the name of Yi Liunyan. It is said that he came with the Alchemy Emperor. Previously, he had caused some disturbances in the Heavenly Battle Palace. Some suspected that the Alchemy Emperor was his master, but he denies it. However, in my estimation, this man did not come from the tower of the Alchemy Emperor of Taiyuan continent, someone said as he was walking over to where the old man was sitting. Then, where do you think he was from? The old man did not care too much about the outside world's affairs and didn't know of the news regarding Yi Futian, hence his inquiry. Eastern Deity Island, that Renhong replied. A flash passed through the old man's eyes as he looked into the distance. I see. So, it seems that she had sent him to Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. It must be. The Renhuang next to him nodded. Their mutual understanding needed no further clarification. Goddess Donglai did not publicize Yi Futian's identity. She took Yi Futian to see the Millet Emperor immediately. However, as the #1 principality in Dongshao continent, the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower could still make out a thing or two about many events that had happened. Of course, they only guessed that Yi Futian had come from Eastern Deity Island, but didn't know that he was the heir of Supreme Being Donglai. Let's see if the upper Renhuang of 7th Realm could do any better, said the old man, looking at the battlefield. The upper Renhuang of the 7th Realm had already released the coercion of the Great Path and was ready to attack. When that cultivator of 7th Realm unleashed the coercion of the Way, the vast and endless void was filled with a suffocating, oppressive force. Yi Futian looked up in the sky and saw that many additional phantoms now surrounded the opponent. In an instant, there were thousands of them, standing above the sky and surrounding the void. Each phantom was akin to a figure of the war god. How horrific would it be when these thousands of phantoms unleashed the coercion of the Great Path at the same time? It seemed that Yi Futian was in a desperate situation and was about to be buried in that space. But those cultivators watching the battle from the outside were shocked. An upper Renhuang of 7th Realm now took action, but without any interference from Wangshan Watchtower. It was as if they had given their permission in silence to allow Yi Futian to deal with an opponent of the 7th Realm. Renhuang 4th Realm was classified as the 1st realm of Middle Renhuang, and 7th Realm was already Upper Renhuang. There was an entire level separating the two. Could Yi Futian still have a chance in such a battle? As an Upper Renhuang, it is a little unfair to fight against you. If you can withstand one strike from me, I will stop, said the upper Renhuang of 7th Realm in the void, loud and clear. His voice resounded throughout the void. It was as if his many phantoms were speaking simultaneously, which caused countless echoes between heaven and the earth. His voice lingered in the sky, reverberating in everyone's ears for quite a while. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the other. How could he be so hypocritical? One strike. This was probably going to be the most powerful strike ever. Your guys already showed that no lowly tactics are off-limit in battle, so why bother to pretend to be so generous? Yi Futian said sarcastically, "In this law battle of the Matrix, what could victory mean when someone in the 7th realm was fighting against someone in the 4th realm?" The original intention of this trip had already been violated. This was now purely an attack aimed at Yi Futian. If that was the case, there was no need to dress it up. "Of course, I don't care how many times you attack me. In front of me, you are not in a position to say what you just said," Yi Futian remarked sarcastically. As soon as his voice fell, his body levitated into the air, and an astonishing aura of the Great Path was released. A golden divine light glittered upon his body, and a Buddha seemed to have appeared. The sound of Buddha lingered. It was as if there were endless Buddhist characters flying out, resounding everywhere between heaven and earth. Everyone's ears were filled with the rhythm of Buddha, and in their mind, an ancient Buddha seemed to have manifested. "Since you are so shameless as to allow an upper Renhuang to launch the attack, don't blame me for being merciless," Yi Futian said softly, completely stunning everyone as they looked at him in astonishment. "No mercy." Was this an appropriate thing to say to an upper Renhuang of the 7th realm? How arrogant. Not far away, Goddess Emperor Yi of Goddess Peak regarded Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. This was the most conceited Renhuang she had ever seen. His ostentation was not expressed in his attitude, but implicitly through his action and speech. But he did have actual strength to back up his sense of superiority. However, at this moment he was facing a powerful existence of the 7th realm. Could he also crush it with the Great Path? Be careful. This man is a powerful Renhuang at Qinhe Palace. His attacks are extremely fierce. He can will thousands of phantoms attacking at the same time, so its offensive power would multiply manifold. Don't be careless. Yi Futian heard a voice, and it was Goddess Emperor Yi who had transmitted the message to him. Yi Futian glanced at the other person from the corner of his eyes, only to see Emperor Yi appear as she was, quietly watching the battlefield where the two were located. Perhaps this warning was a sign of her goodwill toward him. He did not respond. The coercion of the Great Path from the cultivator of the 7th realm in the void was getting stronger. Thousands of phantoms seemed to resonate with the Great Path. A domineering power of the Great Path emerged from each of the phantoms, suppressing this space. The entire void felt an immeasurable heaviness, as it was shrouded and oppressed by an invisible pressure of the Great Path. Any ordinary Renhuang standing inside this space would suffocate. Yi Futian stood there with his usual expression, but he had felt a trace of pressure nonetheless. The feeling was like a corner of the sky was about to collapse and crush on top of him. Above Yi Futian, a divine tree appeared, expanding at a terrifying speed. In a few short moments, the elusive aura of the ancient tree was everywhere in this vast world, as if a divine tree had been planted here, turning it into a domain of the Great Path. Bang! A muffled sound came out, as thousands of phantoms, stepping at the same time above the firmament, a golden brilliance bloomed upon their bodies. They had the same movement, raising their arms as golden light screens flowed upon those arms. They were tinged with a terrifying breath of shattering the Great Path. Finally, under countless gazes, the other man moved with the many phantoms that moved at the same time in the same fashion. They delivered a blow downward, and in that instant, this corner of the sky seemed on the verge of collapsing. The crowd saw the phantoms of the sky lord running through the void, blasting their attacks at Yi Futian. Simultaneously, a horrific invisible sound wave swept out, causing those phantoms to explode and then pulverized. Many wore a shocked expression on their faces as they beheld this unbelievable scene in awe. The greatest sound was usually inaudible. They could not hear the sound of this sound wave, but they could feel it. In the space shrouded by the ancient tree, an exquisitely cold and dark aura appeared in the domain of the Great Path, which froze those elusive phantoms that had dove downward, turning them into icy frost. Before the attacks had reached Yi Futian, they had already turned to ice. The crowd saw Yi Futian's body slowly levitating, and a terrifying storm of swordsmanship appeared around him. Wherever he passed, those elusive phantoms continued to shatter and explode. Thousands of phantoms dissipated at a breakneck speed, and in a short time, everything had turned into dust. Soon, the Ren Huang of the Seventh Realm appeared in person. He looked at what was happening in front of him in utter horror, as all the external phantoms of obfuscation turned into dust and disappeared in an instant. However, he had no time to be in shock. Before he knew it, a sword with flawless swordsmanship had arrived in front of him. Boom! A wildly violent power of the great path exploded fiercely as his body turned into an indestructible golden form, suppressing the great path with its power. Both of his fists blast through the air to block the sword strike. As the sword fell, a sharp sizzling sound was heard. This sword seemed to have integrated thousands of sword will between heaven and earth, converging them into a single sword. The golden form shattered, and the fists emerged bloodied. The sword continued traveling forward, slashing the arms. It slammed into the body of the great path above. Cracks appeared as a golden divine glory was observed by the crowd. In the next moment, the sword finally stopped, but that Ren Huang of the Seventh Realm was knocked out into the faraway distance, standing motionlessly, with blood spurting from his chest. His body was filled with terrifying, destructive sword will. "Is this your strike?" Yi Futian glanced at him with contempt in his eyes. "Is this the very powerful Seventh Realm?" The upper Ren Huang of the Seventh Realms was still being utterly crushed. Chapter 1977, Decimated, was a seventh tier cultivator very powerful. Even when an upper-level Ren Huang attacked, he still lost to Yi Futian without any suspense. Yi Futian's combat ability was absolutely terrifying. Both inside and outside of the Matrix, many cultivators were speechless. Only now did they understand why Yi Futian was so proud. Recalling the day when Heavenly Battle Palace invited Yi Futian over, they actually wanted to challenge him to a law battle. Maybe in Yi Futian's eyes, all of them were laughing stocks. With Yi Futian's combat ability, their law battles were not worth his time. Looking back now, it was indeed a mockery to Yi Futian. Even many Ren Huangs from the northern land looked over to where Yi Futian stood. This person's ability was very powerful. There was a serious look in their gazes. However, right now, Yi Futian ignored what the crowd was thinking of him. He glanced around at the crowd. With a stomp, his figure shot up into the sky. He stood in the space high above the Matrix, the light of Buddha circling him. In the sky above, a gigantic Buddha appeared. Buddhist voices circled the Buddha and could be heard by everyone present. What was he doing? Many people only saw a Buddha when they looked over. Right then, Yi Futian had become a Buddha. Aside from that, tens of thousands of swords hummed around Yi Futian's figure. Endless sword will float out, enveloping the endless space. It became a powerful sword will of the great path. On this battlefield, many people could clearly sense the power of the sword will. In a corner, Chi Mu raised his head and looked at the currents of swordsmanship flowing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind. If this sword will was aimed at him, how would he block it? The powerful sword will flowed over his head and flooded this part of the sky. It enveloped an even larger region. Not just him, but many cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace were all enveloped within. Many people frowned. There were even many people who stopped fighting and watched Yi Futian. This fellow had released such a powerful aura. What was he planning to do? When they looked towards Yi Futian, his figure was floating up into the sky. Buddhist voices of the great path circled him and the surrounding space. The Buddhist voices seemed to form countless Buddhist runes that shot out in different directions. Since all of you want a law battle so badly, I will grant you your wish, Yi Futian said. As he said this, the Buddha let out an angry shout. Terrifying sound waves of the great path swept out, generating formless way of sonic wave. It swept across the endless space. The vast space within the matrix was completely enveloped by the sound wave attack. Tui. A few cultivators from Qin He Palace nearest to Yi Futian were immediately sent, flying backward. They let out dull groans, and their faces were pale. Their spiritual souls were shaken, and some of them immediately fell over and fainted. Some coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. They seemed malaised, and their figures trembled uncontrollably. Was Yi Futian attacking everyone? The people outside were astonished as they watched the scene. Yi Futian naturally would not attack everyone, only targeting the cultivators from the forces of Wangdu who wanted to attack him before and those who had already attacked him. Before this, he had ignored the other party and went on the defensive. However, the other party was persistent and challenged him again and again. Since they loved law battles so much, Yi Futian would grant their wish. Splattering sounds of cultivators coughing up blood could be heard continuously. Those below the upper-level Renhuang plane could not withstand the power of the sound wave of the Great Path. All of them were severely injured. Even a monstrous Renhuang from Alchemy Divine Palace, like Qi Mu, remained standing on his spot, unable to move as he withstood the attack of the frightening sound wave of the Great Path. His clothes fluttered in the wind. A divine Buddha seemed to appear in his mind, angrily roaring at him. The Vajra demon slaying rhythm was repressing him and forcing him to submit. His entire person was stiff. When he looked at Yi Futian, Qi Mu had a deep sense of fear in his eyes. Only now did he understand that, besides pill-concocting ability even in combat, he was no match for Yi Futian at all. At that moment, currents of swordsmanship flowed in the heavens above. They tore apart the space, attacking once again after the sound wave attack. "Please have mercy," someone shouted. It was a cultivator from Wangdu. He could not take it anymore. Sword will of the Great Path descended instantly and pierced through his figure. They left behind streaks of blood. He let out a dull groan. His body was covered in blood as his figure fell to the ground. The sword will seriously injured him, immediately causing him to lose the ability to fight. The sword will kept flowing, frenziedly rampaging all over the battlefield. Very soon, silhouettes fell from the sky one by one. They were all heavily injured by the sword will. Divine fire of the Great Path surrounded Qi Mu, yet the dazzling currents of swordsmanship immediately penetrated the divine fire. It was as though the sword will could not be extinguished. Qi Mu's body released frightening currents of the Great Path to block the swords, but as a cold sword will descended, he let out a dull groan as his defenses were shattered. Bang! With a loud bang, Qi Mu's figure was sent flying out. Swords descended upon him again. The sound of blood gushing out filled the air. Very soon, this inheritor of Alchemy Divine Palace also could not withstand the attack anymore. He was severely injured, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. His limp body fell to the ground. Only 7th-tier Renhuangs could withstand the power of Yi Futian's dual attack. Sword will filled the sky and rampaged around the space. Countless currents of swordsmanship danced and howled. Buddhist's voice of the Great Path also circled Yi Futian as he stood alone high in the sky like a Buddha. When Empress Yi from Goddess Peak saw his silhouette, she was at a loss for words. Yi Futian was attacking all the cultivators at the same time. These people must have finally angered him. Yi Futian had not attacked before this, not because he did not have the ability to do so. It was not worth his time. However, the other cultivators had provoked him repeatedly, finally angering him. He immediately lashed out towards the cultivators. As she watched the silhouettes fall to the ground non-stop, Empress Yi felt emotional. Before this, The Renhuangs from the Dongshao continent forces were decimated by the forces from the northern land. They had suffered severe losses, yet they still did not forget to deal with Yi Futian. In the end, Yi Futian also attacked them, and they once again faced a bloodbath. The journey to the Wangshan watchtower was originally a joyous occasion for the various forces of the Dongshao continent. However, this time they were completely sidelined. "Incredible!" exclaimed Lin Qiu, who was behind Yi Futian. Yi Futian had hinted before that he was mighty, but Lin Qiu had never imagined that he would be this powerful. He had swept over the battlefield single-handedly. No one could stand against him. These people actually wanted to stop Yi Futian from entering the Wangshan watchtower. With such a pitiful show of force from these cultivators, who could stop Yi Futian from doing so? Yi Futian entering the Wangshan watchtower was set in stone. All the rumors and slander before this now made the members of Alchemy Divine Palace seem despicable. It would have been a waste of Yi Futian's time to join them. The various cultivators observing the battle from the outside were naturally aware of this point. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, Qinhe Palace, and the other forces with them were watching this dazzling scene speechlessly. The monstrous Renhuangs they sent into the battlefield had been sidelined, becoming stepping stones for Yi Futian to enter the Wangshan watchtower. "Who is this person?" an elder from Alchemy Divine Palace asked. He was asking this while looking at Yi Futian's silhouette. He himself did not believe that Alchemy Emperor managed to bring up such a monstrous cultivator. This person definitely had some special identity. "No one," answered the elder. They all knew who this person was, but it could also be said that they knew nothing about him. No one knew Yi Futian's true origins. Maybe only the Alchemy Emperor knew. Many people glanced over at the Alchemy Emperor. The elder of Alchemy Divine Palace asked, "Alchemy Emperor, this person is not a cultivator from your tower of the Alchemy Emperor, right?" "He is not," the Alchemy Emperor replied calmly. "Then where is he from?" asked the other party. The Alchemy Emperor glanced at him. His gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. Was an elder of Alchemy Divine Palace in the position to act so presumptuous towards him? "Are you questioning me?" asked the Alchemy Emperor as a powerful pressure emanated from his body. His long robes actually fluttered even though there was no wind. This made the other party realize their place. "I was merely curious. May Alchemy Emperor clear things up for us," the other party continued saying. However, Alchemy Emperor ignored the other party. He swept an indifferent glance at the other party before shifting his gaze away. He continued looking at the matrix. Even he was not clear as to the extent of Yi Futian's abilities. Only Goddess Donglai, who was standing behind him, knew. Yi Futian's power was beyond his expectations. He decimated the various cultivators single-handedly. "Alchemy Emperor, you still have connections to the Dongshao continent. The person whom you have brought here is acting in such a manner. Don't you think it is inappropriate?" questioned an elder from Qinhe Palace, an ugly expression on his face. They had suffered heavy losses and were almost completely wiped out. "Should I instruct him to stand there and allow the members of Qinhe Palace to beat him up without retaliating?" retorted Alchemy Emperor as he swept a cold look at the other party. He replied, "You have cultivated for so many years and are of a ripe old age. Yet such words can be uttered from that mouth of yours?" The other party had a displeased look on their face, but they could not retort. After all, their members had attacked Yi Futian first, but instead faced a bloodbath now. "If this continues, the Renhuang of the northern land will act even more unscrupulously," commented a cultivator from Heavenly Battle Palace as he looked at the battlefield. If they did not have this conflict before, and Yi Futian was on their side, he would have been a great asset. Such a shame. Now, their Dongshao continent forces were facing a bloodbath, making things even easier for the Renhuangs of the northern land. No matter how powerful Yi Futian was, he was still only one man. Among the cultivators from the northern land, there were also the forces of the royal family of the Yenyun continent. The cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family had personally arrived. Those who have been eliminated would have been useless even if they remained. Now, on the battlefield, there are still cultivators from the Wangshan Watchtower. In addition to Yi Futian, their lineup will not be weaker than that of the Renhuangs from the northern land. They just happened to eliminate the useless folk, the alchemy emperor commented. His monotonous voice contained a hint of mockery. Many cultivators from Qinhe Palace, as well as Alchemy Divine Palace, looked towards Alchemy Emperor. Their expressions were hideous. They were useless folk. Nevertheless, legitimacy belonged to the victor. They could not retort Alchemy Emperor. The various cultivators were quelled by Yi Futian. Chapter 1978. Who could contend? After Yi Futian decimated the cultivators, he instantly became the absolute focus of everyone inside the matrix. He was more eye-catching than even the cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family. Right now, even Yen Dongyang from great Yin ancient royal family was looking over where Yi Futian was. He revealed a look of interest. He never imagined that he would encounter such a figure while making his way through Wangshan Watchtower Matrix. This person should be a middle-level Renhuang with a flawless great path who still maintained a flawless divine will after breaking through to the next plane. Only then could he have such explosive combat ability that could instantly kill a seventh-tier existence, let alone among the cultivators of the Dongshao continent in Wangdu. Even among the cultivators led by Yin Dongyang, and there was no one of the same level as Yi Futian. None of them was a match for him unless Yin Dongyang himself personally went against Yi Futian. As a person who similarly had a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, Yin Dongyang naturally knew how powerful and frightening such a figure's combat ability could be. Yin Dongyang initially believed that he would only encounter such figures after entering into Wangshan Watchtower. He never imagined that he would meet one in the Matrix. He should be the person, said Yin Dongyang as he revealed a meaningful smile. It was as though he had already figured out Yi Futian's identity. It was not just him. The cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower who entered into the Matrix also looked at Yi Futian. A Renhuang said, with a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, "Why did you have to go through all this trouble to enter Wangshan Watchtower? If you had come sooner, you could still enter into the Watchtower. No force would reject a figure of his level. It was the same for the Wangshan Watchtower. Yi Futian might even have the chance to meet the Millet Emperor." Yi Futian looked at the person who had spoken from afar. He smiled and said, "A senior instructed me to do so. Therefore, I can only oblige. Following the standard procedures makes no difference for me. All right, we will not test your combat ability anymore. With your ability, no one among us of the same plane can defeat you," said the Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower. With Yi Futian's flawless great path, his attacks were powerful. He had immediately swept the cultivators away. With such ability, they understood that among the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower inside the Matrix, none of them was a match for Yi Futian. If that was the case, they didn't need to test him. At that moment, a few seventh-tier cultivators walked towards Yi Futian. Their auras were terrifying. They were also cultivators from the Dongshao continent. Yi Futian had eradicated members of their forces before this. "Halt! Haven't all of you had enough?" said a cold and indifferent voice. Yang Qian, the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, glanced at these people as he spoke. Yi Futian began attacking everyone mainly to deal with the cultivators from Qinhe Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace and the cultivators from the forces, who had previously wanted to attack him. Although Yang Qian had plotted against Yi Futian before this, he had not attacked Yi Futian. Upon hearing Yang Qian's chastising, the seventh-tier cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, Qinhe Palace, and the other forces froze. A cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower also added, "Everyone, this is not the real battlefield. All of you have already been disqualified from this test." This matrix was to select the cultivators who would enter Wangshan Watchtower. However, so many high-level cultivators had gone against one person and were still unwilling to cease, even now. Hence, there was no need for them to enter Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate anymore. Of course, upper-level Renhuangs came here to protect their younger generation. Once at their level, they had no chance of entering the Wangshan Watchtower themselves. Those who had the chance had come in the past. Hence, there was almost no one at the 8th tier and 9th tier here. Those belonged to the older generation of the various major forces. Their upper-level Renhuangs naturally understood this when they heard the cultivator say this. This conflict had indeed been foolish. In reality, they originally also stood a chance. Chi Mu, the successor candidate of Alchemy Divine Palace, and the others were actually very powerful. However, they had encountered Yi Futian and had been crushed by him. They did not even get the chance to display their strengths. They could only consider themselves unlucky. After hesitating for a moment, they all returned to their groups, retreating with their injured members. Continuing to remain here was meaningless. They might as well give up straight away. This conflict had served to highlight Yi Futian's splendor. After they retreated, the battlefield within the matrix suddenly fell silent. Yi Futian's explosive display of his abilities caused many fights to come to a halt as they watched his battle. Now, the true confrontation resumed. It was between the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower and the visitors from the northern land. Without these people provoking him, Yi Futian would certainly be accepted by Wangshan Watchtower. Regardless of whether he was a cultivator from the Dongshao continent or Wangdu, it was not important. There was no doubt about his position. He would enter to cultivate in the watchtower, so he would naturally stand on their side. The reason why the Renhuangs from the northern land had come was for Wangshan Watchtower. As the two sides confronted each other, Yi Futian alone stood behind. His figure floated in the sky, facing the Renhuangs from the northern land. His expression remained calm. Below him were Zifeng, Lin Xiao, and the others. Over the vast battlefield, formless pressure of the great path emanated, causing it to be even more suppressive than before. The Renhuangs from the northern land spread themselves out. Each of them had an extremely frightening aura of the great path. Some of them even released their divine wheels of the great path directly. "How do all of you wish to fight?" the cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower said as he swept a glance at the Renhuangs from the northern land. "We have come to Wangshan Watchtower to seek guidance in teachings. We wish to meet with the Millet Emperor. Since we have entered this matrix, the rules should naturally be set forth by Wangshan Watchtower. Please feel free to do as you please," said Yan Dongyang from Great Yan Ancient Royal Family as he stood in midair. His expression was calm, and he spoke casually. It was as though they were not here to challenge Wangshan Watchtower, but instead were guests. "If that is the case, then we will go by the book," someone said. "We will find a person of similar cultivation plane to test your combat ability. If all of you are sufficiently powerful, you may make your way through this matrix. If you pass through the doors ahead, you will enter directly into Wangshan Watchtower." They did not intentionally make things difficult for the other party, as though they treated them the same as any ordinary cultivator who came to take the test. When Yan Dongyang heard the member of the Wangshan Watchtower say this, he revealed a smile. As expected of the top holy land of the Dongshao continent, "You are generous." He then commanded his members, "If that's the case, you'd better be prepared to face the ability of the Renhuangs of the strongest force of the Dongshao continent. Such an opportunity does not come often." The cultivators of the great Yan Ancient Royal Family were already prepared as they glanced over at the other party. Both sides were ready. Regardless of which side emerged victoriously, this would be a rare opportunity to test out their abilities. It was a good chance for them to witness how incredible the cultivators of Wangshin Watchtower were. "Let us begin," the Ren Huang from Wangshin Watchtower said. As he finished speaking, silhouettes stepped out, each seeking their own opponent. The next moment, the expressions of the Renhuangs from the northern land all turned solemn as they took this seriously. They were the elite cultivators from the northern land. Hence, they were able to suppress the Renhuangs of the Dongshao continent. However, now they were facing the strongest group of Renhuangs of the Dongshao continent, the cream of the crop. Who would dare to be careless against such opponents? The sounds of intense collisions of the great path soon followed. The law battles officially began. In an instant, various powerful law battles erupted in different corners of the matrix all at once. It was earth-shattering. These law battles were even fiercer than the previous ones. Before this, the Renhuangs from the northern land possessed an overwhelming advantage. Yet, the Renhuangs from the Wangshin Watchtower were powerful. In many battles, the Renhuangs from the Watchtower were even more ferocious. Right then, where Yen Dongyang was, a few Renhuangs appeared above him. They were all Renhuangs of the Watchtower. These people all had extremely powerful auras. The divine light of the great path shone down and enveloped Yen Dongyang. They clearly wanted to test the abilities of this cultivator from the great Yen ancient royal family. Buzz, a dazzling divine halo radiated outwards. Sword light descended from the sky. There was also the divine halo of the sun. Blinding light flooded the space, but Yen Dongyang stood there, not moving. He swept a glance at the cultivators who were attacking him. A frightening golden halo swept out, seemingly covering the space all around him. He took a step forward and then raised his arm, sending out a punch across towards the sky. Bang! 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 The cultivators in the sky above were sent flying outwards. They coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Even though it was across the space, they felt the space where they stood shatter under the impact of the punch. "You all won't do," said Yen Dongyang indifferently as he glanced at the cultivators who had been knocked back. He then retracted his arm and stood with his hands behind his back. He seemed at ease, as though he was not on a battlefield. The few members of the Wangshin Watchtower looked at Yen Dongyang. With just a punch across the space, they could tell that he had extremely powerful combat ability. Elsewhere, Yi Futian similarly stood quietly as though he was standing alone outside of the battlefield. His figure stood in midair. However, it was clear that the other party would not allow him to be so carefree. A sharp, ear-piercing sound could be heard. In the distance, powerful sound waves swept over. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw that a gigantic bell had appeared in the sky in front of him. It was the divine wheel of the great path of a Renhuang, the soul-calming bell. The soul-calming bell floated forwards to the sky above Yi Futian. It spun in midair and let out an ear-piercing ring. Frightening sound waves swept out, directly drowning Yi Futian's body. The ringing of the bell invaded his mind, causing his spiritual soul to tremble somewhat. In the distance, a Renhuang had his eyes closed tightly as he controlled the soul-calming bell. He wanted to see whose way of sonic wave was stronger, his or Yi Futian's. Yi Futian glanced into the distance, seemingly understanding what the other party was thinking. He clapped his hands together, his expression turning solemn. The sound of Buddha circled him, and light glowed from his figure. His body seemed to become that of a Buddha. Blinding light of Buddha shot out, followed by the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm sweeping out. The two terrifying sound wave powers clashed. It appeared as though a Buddha was slaying a demon. With a loud clang, the soul-calming bell was sent flying outwards. What was even more frightening was that the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm utilized the soul-calming bell to shake the spiritual soul of the Renhuang. This caused him to let out a dull groan as he sat in the distance. He threw up a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as his spiritual soul was violently shaken. Chapter 1979. What Identity? The soul-calming bell flew back, faint cracks appearing on it. Blood flowed from the corner of the Renhuang's mouth. The Renhuang, who was a vast distance away from Yi Futian, glanced into the distance as he retracted his divine wheel of the great path. He sighed inside. It seemed that this person was undefeatable. He could not handle Yi Futian. The Renhuang stepped back, not continuing to battle. Instead, the Renhuang did not say anything and retreated behind Yan Dongyang, the prince of great Yan ancient royal family. There was also a person to Yan Dongyang's left. The person's aura was rich and powerful, at the peak of the middle-level Renhuang plane. A mighty aura of the great path surged from his body. "Your Highness, Renhuang Tung will most likely need to attack," said the person. Renhuang Tung was called Yen Tung. He, too, was a member of the great Yan ancient royal family. He was not from the main family line, but his ability was terrifying and his combat ability was extraordinary. Yan Dongyang did not respond. He swept a glance at Yi Futian from afar. There had not been a truly incredible figure from Wangshan Watchtower until now, at least not one that Yan Dongyang recognized as truly incredible. Could it be that the Watchtower wanted Yi Futian to be his opponent? Yan Dongyang knew the ability of Yen Tung clearly. Yen Tung had a flawless divine wheel of the great path at the lower-level Renhuang plane, but could not maintain it after breaking through to the next plane. However, this did not hinder his powerful combat ability. Together with his 6th-tier cultivation being higher than that of Yi Futian, if Yen Tung were to attack, he indeed had a chance of defeating Yi Futian. Right then, more people came charging over towards Yan Dongyang. This time, Yan Dongyang did not move at all. With a flash from Yen Tung's figure, a pure-blooded dragon appeared in the sky. The gigantic dragon that stretched for miles pierced through the clouds. It let out a dragon cry that shook the sky. Yen Tung grabbed out at the air with his hand. The pure-blooded dragon roared angrily. Its roars caused the souls of those present to tremble. At the same time, an overbearing attack immediately ripped apart the great path as it charged towards the other party, followed by a loud rumble. It sent the attacking cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower flying from the shockwaves. "Song of the Yen Dragon!" exclaimed the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower as they glanced over where the other party was. Song of the Yen Dragon could also attack one's spiritual soul, besides already possessing extremely frightening attack power. Rumor had it that, with this technique, the ancestor of the great Yen ancient royal family had emerged from Swallow Mountain and established his name, becoming a giant figure. Of course, this was only one of the techniques of the great Yen ancient royal family. As a superpower that conquered countless lands in the Yenyun continent, great Yen ancient royal family was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the northern land. He has the aura of the Dragon Emperor. This fellow is also a member of great Yen ancient royal family, commented Lin Xiao as he glanced over at the other party. When Yen Ting attacked, a golden current of qi appeared all around them, becoming the shadow of an enormous, pure-blooded dragon. It enveloped the space, and the aura of the royal family emanated from it, as though it belonged to the royal family of divine dragons. This made Lin Xiao realize that the other party was also a part of the royal family. On the other hand, Yi Futian did not think much about it. He would be facing the cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family sooner or later. This time, Goddess Donglai had sent him here to train in preparation for the future. He had never imagined that he would encounter the great Yen ancient royal family so soon. As for Yen Tung, the cultivator from the great Yen ancient royal family, Yi Futian paid even less attention. A cultivator with a flawed divine wheel of the great path and with cultivation below the upper-level Renhuang plane was no threat to him. He would ignore people with such conditions. Although Yen Tung's attack was domineering and enough to deal with other Renhuangs, it would not be so easy if he was against Zifeng. At the same cultivation plane, Zifeng had a flawless great path. If they were to exchange blows, she was more than capable of handling Yenteng. However, these cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family were indeed very powerful. They cleared their way through the cultivators of Wang Xin watchtower casually. They appeared as invincible as Yi Futian. At this moment, no one else attacked Yi Futian anymore. They must have known that it was almost impossible for those below the upper-level Renhuang plane to defeat Yi Futian. Right then, Yi Futian saw an overbearing figure advancing towards him in the distance. The divine dragon possessed the figure as it charged forwards. Many cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower wanted to hold this person off, but they were all sent flying by this person. Here he comes. Many people around Yi Futian thought to themselves when they witnessed this scene. This person was Yenteng, and he was heading straight towards Yi Futian. From the looks of it, there was going to be an extraordinary battle. Many observers outside of Wangshan Watchtower thought to themselves. They were waiting in anticipation. They did not know what the outcome would be when the domineering Yen Tang exchanged blows with Yi Futian. This law battle was sure to be extremely exciting. Under these gazes filled with anticipation, Yen Tang charged towards Yi Futian. No other Renhuangs were blocking his way. A gigantic divine dragon circled Yen Tang as he stood in midair. This golden dragon spiraled upwards. Its head was high up in the sky. A pair of large dragon eyes looked down on Yi Futian, emanating an overbearing aura. Roar! A dragon cry caused the space to tremble violently. Terrifying sound waves shocked the spiritual souls of those around. Shadows of divine dragons dove downwards and attacked Yi Futian. At the center of these shadows, a gigantic dragon claw appeared. The claw came crashing down from the sky, immediately covering part of the sky. Yi Futian's figure did not stir. Behind him, a brilliant fiery red silhouette immediately dashed up into the clouds, arriving above Yi Futian. Her divine wings spread out and blocked out the sun and the sky. Countless shadows of phoenixes flew out. Her spiritual soul was like a divine fire that was inextinguishable. The sky above was set ablaze by the divine fire of the great path. The flames consumed the sky. The bright call of the phoenix sounded, clashing against the sound of the dragon cry. Countless feathers seemed to shoot out from the divine wings of the phoenix. Each of these feathers was sharper than a sword. They became an indestructible attack of the great path, slashing towards the sharp dragon claw that came crashing down. A divine light appeared in the heavens above. The sharp dragon claw that botched out the sun in the sky was sliced apart and severed. A gigantic shadow of the phoenix appeared behind Zifeng. It spread its wings and instantly shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky above became her domain of the great path. The divine fire of Wudong enveloped this part of the sky, engulfing it in flames. Yen Tang was surrounded by this domain of the great path of the divine fire. The look in his eyes suddenly changed. These flames were it was not just him who sensed the might of this divine fire of the great path. Many people seemed to realize something as they glanced at Zifeng in astonishment. It was the divine fire of Wudong. From afar, Yen Dongyang looked towards Zifeng. The brilliant shadow of the phoenix appeared, and the bright call of the phoenix shook the space. The divine fire of Wudong were the flames of the powerful demonic beast of supreme deity Donglai, Lord Phoenix. If that was the case, Zifeng's identity was apparent. I never imagined that the descendant of Lord Phoenix would appear here, Yen Dongyang commented. Once the other Renhuangs heard him say this. Only then did they realize Zifeng's identity. She was the descendant of Lord Phoenix. Why had the descendant of Lord Phoenix followed Yi Futian to the Wangshan watchtower? Lord Phoenix was the demonic beast companion of supreme deity Donglai. His descendants would naturally cultivate on Eastern Deity Island. This meant that Yi Futian had not come with Alchemy Emperor from the Taiyuan continent. He had come from Eastern Deity Island. Many members of the forces of Wangdu were also stunned. The female Renhuang beside Yi Futian actually had such an astonishing origin. Yang Qian, who was battling to the side, also glanced over at Zifeng. His gaze then swept over towards Yi Futian. At that moment, he finally understood why Alchemy Divine Palace had lost so miserably, be it in terms of alchemy techniques or combatability. It turned out that Yi Futian was a cultivator trained by Eastern Deity Island. Now, they had sent him to train in the Wangshan Watchtower. However, in reality, with the relations between Eastern Deity Island and the Wangshan Watchtower, Yi Futian could enter the Wangshan Watchtower and did not need to go through such a hassle. Eastern Deity Island must have wanted him to do so to allow him to display his talents. It was no wonder that, back during the Alchemy Conference, when the members of Alchemy Divine Palace had bragged about themselves, Yi Futian and the others had opinions about such statements. It turned out that Yi Futian was from the previous, undisputed top alchemy, Holy Land in the Donghua domain. Yi Futian might also be an inheritor of Eastern Deity Island, inheriting their alchemy techniques. Thinking about this made Yang Qian feel somewhat amused. Did it matter whether Yi Futian was from Wangdu? Yi Futian was from Eastern Deity Island. In addition, he had such talent and ability. Did he need the status of being a cultivator from the Dongshao continent? Hence, it would have been a waste of Yi Futian's time for him to join Alchemy Divine Palace. Before this, Yang Qian and the others had been the ones who were arrogant. The sound of violent collisions came from the sky above. A fierce battle had erupted between Zifeng and Yenteng. Although Yenteng's combat ability was powerful, he was facing absolute suppression. He was constantly being pushed back by Zifeng. The elegant phoenix was suppressing the divine dragon. The frightening divine fire of Wudong made Yenteng only think about escaping the battlefield as soon as possible. Another call of the phoenix filled the skies. The crowd saw the pure-blooded dragon being consumed by the divine fire of the phoenix. With a dull groan, Yenteng's figure flew outwards, retreating towards a very far place. His figure, which was protected by the great path, was dyed red. Blood could be faintly seen seeping out from underneath his robes. His entire person appeared extremely pathetic. Fresh blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yenteng, a cultivator from the great Yan ancient royal family, had been defeated. "Flawless divine fire of the great path!" exclaimed many people in astonishment. Zifeng's ability was powerful. Before this battle, many people had not realized this. Outside of the Wangshan Watchtower's matrix, a cultivator from Alchemy Divine Palace looked towards Alchemy Emperor and then Goddess Donglai, who was behind him. He said, "We never imagined that the successor of Supreme Deity Donglai had come. Forgive our rudeness." Clearly, they had figured out Goddess Donglai's identity. These past years, Goddess Donglai had rarely appeared in public. Not many people had seen her before. Hence, no one had recognized her before this. However, the descendant of Lord Phoenix had arrived. Connecting the dots between her and Yi Futian, Goddess Donglai's identity became apparent. She was the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. Goddess Donglai glanced at the other party and did not respond. These people were still pretending to be polite and sincere. "Is Yi Liunian your disciple, Goddess?" the cultivator from Alchemy Divine Palace asked. "No," denied Goddess Donglai immediately. This caused the other party to be stunned. He was not her disciple. They thought that they had already surmised Yi Futian's identity. However, Goddess Donglai had actually denied it so decisively. With her status, she did not need to lie about this. Then, what identity had Yi Futian come to Wangshan Watchtower with? Chapter 1980. Conflict between the Dragon and the Phoenix. Seeing that Goddess Donglai had no thoughts that she wished to make public, no one continued to press her. Although they were the top forces from Wangdu, the status of Goddess Donglai, as the descendant of Supreme Being Donglai, was quite a bit loftier. Even if her fortune had changed after the Supreme Being had fallen, their reputation persisted, and the lords of these forces would have to pay her respect when they were in her presence. What's more, this here was outside of Wangshan Watchtower. The relationship between Supreme Being Donglai and the Millet Emperor was well known to everyone. Once again, everyone's attention was fixed on the white-haired man on the battlefield inside the Matrix. It seemed that Goddess Donglai deliberately brought Yi Futian to cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower. Moreover, Yi Futian would also obtain the inheritance of the Millet Emperor. After all, besides his relationship with Supreme Being Donglai, his own innate strength was quite astounding. So far, he had not had a single defeat, even with an opponent in the seventh realm. Perhaps Yi Futian's ultimate opponent would be the invincible prince from the great Yan ancient royal family, Yan Dongyang. After Yan Tung was defeated on the battlefield, many realized that few could counter the Phoenix Goddess, who was next to Yi Futian. Possessing a perfect divine flame of the great path and extremely domineering offensive power, Yan Tung was the powerful cultivator of the great Yan ancient royal family at the peak of middle-level Renhuang. If he could be crushed, then others wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, Yan Dongyang started walking forward. Some cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower wanted to stop him, but they saw that two powerful Renhuangs were walking along on both sides of him to deter the others. "Leave me." Yan Dongyang waved his hand, and suddenly the men next to him retreated one by one until Yan Dongyang was left by himself. He made his way forward alone. An incomparably majestic momentum of the great path bloomed, and a mighty coercion filled the vast void. Inside the space of the matrix, the pressure could be felt by every cultivator. It was as if everyone was within the domain of his great path. "Back off." An upper-level Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower also waved his hand. Suddenly, those cultivators who were about to step forward retreated and gave up their positions. They knew very well that it would be difficult to defeat Yan Dongyang. It was inappropriate for an upper-level Renhuang to get involved, but victory would be equally unlikely with a cultivator of the seventh realm. This was the direct descendant of the great Yan ancient royal family. This time, they led an army composed of Renhuang from the northern land, which was under his control. No doubt this prestigious role confirmed his status. His combat effectiveness, likewise, was without question. Furthermore, everyone from Wangshan Watchtower realized that this battle had nothing to do with them, but had everything to do with Yi Futian. Zi Feng's identity was now exposed, and everyone had guessed Yi Futian's origin. But what was the relationship between Yan and Eastern Deity Island's ancient royal family? Everyone knew that they were sworn enemies. Since Eastern Deity Island sent Yi Futian to cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower, he and Yan Dongyang were fated to be opponents. Now that they met inside the matrix at Wangshan Watchtower, it was natural that they should have a battle. Both of them were unbeatable and have not lost a single battle so far. Therefore, when they saw Yan Dongyang moving forward, cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower retreated to give Yan Dongyang and Yi Futian the battlefield. This was a battle between the two of them. Yan Dongyang continued forward and soon faced Yi Futian. Although they were still far apart, this little bit of distance was really negligible for cultivators in their realms. "Yi Liunian," Yan Dongyang said to Yi Futian. Clearly, he knew of Yi Futian's existence. Not only did he know him, but also he was quite familiar with him. Yi Futian was not surprised by it. His existence was not some big secret, and it was not surprising that Yan's ancient royal family knew of him. However, he did not consider Yan Dongyang as a sworn enemy. Although he was the descendant of the great Yan ancient royal family, Yi Futian had seen many people at this level in the original realm. Some of them were awesome existences. Even principalities such as the Dark Court were not unfamiliar to him. From experience, he knew that even the prince of the great Yen ancient royal family would not necessarily be better. He didn't know who would be his sworn enemy, but definitely not Yen Dongyang. To cultivate at Eastern Deity Island and become the heir of Supreme Being Donglai were all but part of the experience he sought by coming to the Divine Prefecture. In his view, it was all part of the trial on the journey of cultivation, so there was nothing as serious as seeing the great Yen ancient royal family as the enemy. Therefore, he regarded Yen Dongyang with total calmness, relaxed and without hatred. He was not serious or solemn, but appeared very laid back. On the contrary, Zi Feng appeared more agitated. Her eyes were cold, and the divine flames of the great path were burning in those beautiful eyes. Lord Phoenix had fallen in that battle. Buzz! Wild wind screamed as blazing currents flew in the void. The great path's divine flame was ignited between heaven and earth as Zi Feng flapped her wings and appeared in the sky above Yen Dongyang. She let out a long cry as the howl of the phoenix resounded throughout the sky. She returned to her true form, a massive divine phoenix. Her eyes were filled with fierceness, completely different from who she was in human form. Yen Dongyang glanced at her. Inside Yen Dongyang, an extremely violent aura erupted, and the sound of dragons came out of him and continued to rise until it shook the firmament. A sacred dragon swayed upward to support his body to rise even higher. At this moment, countless giant dragon figures now appeared in the sky. In the middle, Yen Dongyang stood on top of a golden giant dragon, like the lord of the divine dragon. It was something spectacular to behold. The blazing gust of wind roared, and the divine phoenix rushed out toward Yen Dongyang. The boundless and massive phoenix was extremely domineering. The divine flame of the great path burned in the void as her sharp claws tore the great path apart. Roar! The moment Zi Feng made her move, thousands of dragons roared at the same time, and the song of the Yen dragon was unleashed. Above the sky, thousands of dragon phantoms roared angrily at the same time, creating quite a sight. Terrifying sound waves of the great path swept out to collapse the other. Many groaned inside the matrix as their blood was roiling inside their body, and their spiritual souls were violently shaken. Those who were not strong enough in their cultivation spat out blood, their faces pale. They dared not watch that battlefield as the powerful and invisible sound waves continuously washed over them until they had filled this boundless space. If onlookers were suffering in this manner, the kind of sonic attack that Zi Feng was under was simply unimaginable. The great path's divine flames seemed to be extinguished by the sound waves, and the massive body of the phoenix seemed to be blocked by an invisible storm. At this moment, Zi Feng could feel the attack through every single one of her feathers. She raised her head and screamed, and the sound of the phoenix was loud and clear, enough to tear a gap in the song of the dragon. It was not a harmonious chorus of the dragon and the phoenix, but a struggle. The phoenix continued to attack forward, aiming straight for Yen Dongyang. When he saw this, Yi Futian knew that Zi Feng would lose. Although both were comparable in realms, Zi Feng possessed the perfect spiritual soul of the great path. Yen Dongyang also possessed the perfect divine wheel. His sonic attacks could subtly restrain many types of attacks. This invisible great path was very powerful because, even if it was not employed as the main attack, its power was usually more damaging as a secondary method to suppress subsequent attacks. The song of the Yen dragon, where 10,000 dragons roared in unison, was just the first wave of Yen Dongyang's attacks. Sure enough, Yi Futian felt a powerful pressure in the next moment, and the vast void seemed to be shrouded and oppressed by an invisible force, heavy and suppressive. Spatial great path, Yi Futian thought to himself as he sensed this power of the great path. In the next moment, with the attack from Song of the Yen dragon lingering, Yen Dongyang's body swooped down. Above the sky, a most divine dragon roared as it dove down, bringing thousands of divine dragons with him. Every one of these phantom dragons blasted on Zifeng. Although they were hollowed out, they were able to affect Zifeng's momentum. Then Yendongyang arrived. Many people looked up. This confrontation was similar to the previous battle between Zifeng and Yenteng. It was as if Yendongyang deliberately did so, but this attack was even more violent. When the dragon and the phoenix converged, the massive divine dragon and the divine phoenix collided. At that moment, a dull sound came from the space, and many felt a suffocating pressure that made it difficult to breathe. In the next moment, there was another long cry from the dragon and the phoenix that shook the sky and cracked the earth. The great path collapsed, and the light of destruction swept across the heavens. Many Renhuang cultivators were thrown out by the momentum. Once again, muffled groans were heard. Those in the lower Renhuang realm vomited blood, knocked back quite a distance. They did not stop until they were quite far away. This extraordinary storm also hit Yi Futian. His white robe danced in the wind, but his body was planted there firmly. His eyes focused on the battlefield, motionless. With a loud noise, he saw the divine phoenix being shocked into retreat, and many of her divine feathers fell off. Each divine feather contained divine flame, but they floated weakly in the air. Zifeng was shaken from the void to the ground, and a deep pit formed where she had smashed into the ground. The deep pit was instantly filled with streams of flames, burning with extreme heat. Likewise, Yendongyang's body was knocked backward as he returned to a higher altitude. His aura was tossing and tumbling about his person, but it was clear that he fared much better than Zifeng. After he had stabilized his stance, his eyes returned to the area below. He said clearly, as expected, the descendant of Lord Phoenix did not disappoint. The body of his dragon was a little red. It was as if it had been scorched by the divine flame of the great path, but it quickly faded away. Zifeng picked herself up from the ground, and there was blood at the corner of the phoenix's mouth. Her body was still vibrating. Blood was roiling inside of her. Yi Futian waved his hand. Suddenly, a medicine pill flew toward Zifeng. She opened her mouth and swallowed it readily. Her injured body started to recover immediately at an incredible speed. Her eyes were still fixed on Yendongyang, who was above in the air as if she was still clamoring to fight. But she knew very well that she had already lost. Chapter 1981 Wangshen Watchtower. After Yendongyang defeated Zifeng, he looked at the only person that still remained, and that was Yi Futian. The only person who could stop him now would be this cultivator from Eastern Deity Island. Of course, Yendongyang did not think that Yi Futian could really stop him either. After all, Yi Futian's realm was not as high as his. He was Ren Huang 5th realm, while Yi Futian was in the 4th realm. Even in the same realm, he was certain of his own prowess over Yi Futian's, let alone he was one realm higher. Zifeng was already a powerful entity, but in his opinion, Yi Futian's strength at most was only at the same level as Zifeng. Yi Futian, likewise, focused his attention on Yendongyang and saw a smile twinkled at the corner of his eyes. However, in this smile, Yi Futian detected a murderous intent. Yendongyang intended on taking his life. Boom! The void trembled violently as Yi Futian felt a tightness all over his body. Then there was the rousing sound of the dragon screaming, as the terrifying sound waves of the great path shattered the great path, blasting toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian's golden body dazzled as the sound of Buddha lingering in the air. A Buddha appeared, and the manifold shadows of the Buddha collided with the roaring dragon. Almost at the same time, Yendongyang's body transformed into a divine dragon, swooping down. It landed in front of Yi Futian instantaneously. From Yi Futian's view, it was as if a boundless giant dragon had descended from the sky, coming to attack with its infinite and domineering power. The trumpeting of the elephants oscillated between heaven and earth. Yi Futian raised his hands to unleash out his attack. Phantom divine elephants appeared, suppressing the great path, and collided with the other's terrifying force of the great path. Previously the battle was between the dragon and the phoenix. Now it was a battle between the dragon and the elephant. Loud rumbling sounds were heard continuously, shattering the power of the great path that filled this space. An explosive sound came out, and Yi Futian was knocked back into the far distance, feeling as if his blood and breath had been greatly disrupted. The body of his opponent was knocked back into the sky as well. The divine dragon turned around as Yendanyang lowered his head so that he could look down at Yi Futian. No cultivators of the Eastern Deity Island have mastered such domineering power. No wonder they value you so much. When Yi Futian heard Yan Dongyang's words, he understood that the other knew quite a lot. The war on Eastern Deity Island had happened several years ago. What happened, then, was well known in Penglai continent. Although Yenyun continent may not always have kept tabs on the occurrences on Penglai continent, the others might have heard a thing or two by now. Yi Futian sensed that Yan Dongyang was an expert at several kinds of power: sound waves, spatial, suppression. These powers of the Great Path had manifested in his attacks, and they were extremely overpowering. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to repel him. Zi Feng's defeat was well within his expectation. The divine dragon roared high above, sheltering the sky and the sun. Many around them had stopped fighting and turned their attention to the battlefield. But at this moment, the matrix emitted violent vibrations that caused the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower to raise their heads. They saw that the spatial matrix was under constant changes. What's going on? The matrix is disappearing. Many people were confused and amazed at the same time. Those from the outside looked up at the sky above Wangshan Watchtower and saw an old man standing there, waving his hands. After a while, the self-forming spatial matrix of the Great Path disappeared. Yi Futian and the others found themselves standing in an open field, and they appeared doubtful as they looked at the Renhuang above the palace at Wangshan Watchtower. Did the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower close up the matrix? What was the meaning of this? After the matrix disappeared, those who were inside also looked up at the palaces in the distance and the one that rose into the sky. This year, there are no qualifying candidates from Dongshao continent and the surrounding continents. The old man on the staircase in the distance stood up and announced. Suddenly, many from other principalities looked disappointed. Did none of them obtain the qualification to cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower? Yi Lianyan, go up with the phoenix, the old man said to Yi Futian. Everyone was silent. Sure enough, only Yi Futian and Zi Feng qualified. But the rules of this assessment were set by Wangshan Watchtower, as was their right. Naturally, Wangshan Watchtower could do whatever they please without answering anyone. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Elder. At this moment, Yendanyang kept his eyes forward, but said loudly, I have not failed in the matrix, and now I would like to be permitted to see the Millet Emperor. The old man glanced at him and said casually, What brings you here? Yendanyang looked at the old man and said, In the previous battle, the Millet Emperor's promise of refraining from contacting Eastern Deity Island was the reason why the ancient royal family of Yen agreed to leave Eastern Deity Island alone. All these years, Eastern Deity Island was not harmed. A few years ago, Eastern Deity Island began to be active again and raised that turmoil in the Penglai continent. Now its cultivators are here to seek the way from Wangshan Watchtower. Was this in preparation to cultivate under the Millet Emperor's tutelage? If so, the ancient royal family of Yen may have to reconsider our existing bargain with Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian looked surprised when he heard what Yendanyang had to say. He didn't know there were other things that had happened in the past. No wonder goddess Donglai worried that the ancient royal family of Yen would turn against him and Eastern Deity Island. It was the main reason that she sent him here to Wangshan Watchtower. It seemed that after the battle in the old days, both sides had their own agreement to keep Eastern Deity Island. Still, it also placed Eastern Deity Island in an isolated position with minimal contact with the outside world. However, the ancient royal family of Yen had never been to Eastern Deity Island before. After all, no one on the outside knew of his status within Eastern Deity Island, nor did they know that he had inherited from Supreme being Donglai. For the past several years, he had been cultivating in retreat on the island. It should have did not affect a powerful clan like the ancient royal family of Yen. Otherwise, they would have gone to Eastern Deity Island already. From this angle, it was a coincidence that the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yen encountered him and made the proposal when they saw his strength was extraordinary. "What other business do you have with us?" the old man asked again. Obviously, he also thought that for so many cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yen to provoke the heavenly battle palace, then participated in the trial of Wangshan Watchtower, decimating the cultivators from the Dongshao continent, Yi Futian could not have been their first target. After all, no one knew of Yi Futian's identity prior to this, nor did they know that he was here and would participate in the assessment. Yen Dongyang raised his head to look at the old man in the distance. Wangshan Watchtower's attitude had been really unfriendly, but it was not surprising. Their purpose here was to escalate the situation. In addition to the deep-seated grievances between the two sides, they had no reason to be friendly. Furthermore, I'm here with the cultivators from the northern land to exchange with the cultivators from the Dongshao continent. I must be honest, I was rather hopeful. Even for those from Wangshan Watchtower seemed only SOSO in their skills. Until now, I haven't met a true rival. Yen Dongyang continued loudly. The one who cultivated under the Millet Emperor, the one who is known as the #1 genius talent of Wangshan Watchtower. Where is he? Not long ago, because the ancient royal family of Yen had received some bad news, he decided to take a team of people to figure it out. It was true that he did not take the cultivator of Eastern Deity Island seriously before, and the ancient royal family of Yen was even more so. Even now, Yi Futian only made him become more alert, but the one he really cared about was still the one who inquired after the Millet Emperor. Outside of Wangshan Watchtower, everyone looked solemn after they heard Yen Dongyang's words. Immediately, their thoughts turned to one person. The #1 genius of Wangshan Watchtower was undoubtedly the #1 genius in all of Dongshao continent, someone with terrifying talent, a peerless character. "You want to see him?" the old man asked Yen Dongyang. "Yes, I would like to ask for his advice," Yen Dongyang responded. "You are not yet qualified. Tell your older brother to come. Perhaps he could qualify," the old man responded lightly, which displeased Yen Dongyang. However, if the rumors are true, then indeed he would not qualify to be in the presence of the other. The ancient royal family of Yen had received information that he had already proclaimed the Upper Renhuang realm, and not only that, he still possessed the perfect divine wheel. This signified that the man had become a truly flawless Renhuang, and such a person would be a great threat to the ancient royal family of Yen. Until now, no one from Wangshan Watchtower has been able to fight. Why should my brother come in person? Yen Dongyang asked. The old man smiled. He already understood the other's intention. "If it's for this matter, then go back and have your brother come in person," the old man responded nonchalantly, not giving him any opening. Yen Dongyang stared at the other man, still standing in the void, and said coldly, "I came all this way and crossed many continents to get to Wangshan Watchtower. If I can't ask for Millet Emperor's advice, I wish to battle." Obviously, he didn't intend to relent so easily. The old man glanced at him, then looked at Yi Futian and the others. "You guys go up first." Yi Futian nodded as he and Zi Feng stepped forward. At this time, Goddess Donglai and the Alchemy Emperor also walked forward to join Yi Futian as they stepped onto the stairs together. The old man turned around, leading them all the way up toward the depths of Wangshan Watchtower. It didn't take them long before they came to the highest point of Wangshin Watchtower. It was similar to a heavenly palace, surrounded by clouds and mist, as if in a wonderland. Ahead, at the highest point, there was a platform with someone sitting quietly there. This person was dressed all in black, with inky long hair falling freely behind him. The person seemed to be one with the heavens. Before Yi Futian came here, he could not even feel this person's presence. Behind the man in black was the real Wangshin Watchtower standing there. It seemed to embody countless years of history. However, when Yi Futian laid his eyes on Wangshin Watchtower, the ancient tree of the world in his life palace started to move, which was a certain sign to Yi Futian. This Wangshin Watchtower was actually a divine item. Chapter 1982. Deliver the Defeat. Yi Futian knew that many principalities in the original realm owned divine items, especially those at the top of their power. Divine items were used to nurture cultivators to obtain the perfect great path and promote their potential to develop the perfect divine wheel. However, this was the first time he saw a divine item that was on the outside. Wangshin Watchtower itself was a divine item. The Millet Temper was cultivating in front of Wangshin Watchtower and had built the aerial cultivation temple here. The person in black in front of them was clearly the Millet Emperor. Millet Emperor looked to be about 30 years old. On the surface, he didn't appear to be much older than Yi Futian, but in fact he had cultivated for many years. His eyes were unfathomable, just like his realm of cultivation. There was no detectable outward aura released. However, it was as if he was one with the heavenly path in a realm that transcended all others. He, the number one figure in Dongshao continent, was also the most powerful person on the entire boundless region, with Dongshao continent as its center. The old man who was leading them, Goddess Donglai, and the others bowed and saluted. Yi Futian did the same and said, "Greetings to the Millet Emperor." The Millet Emperor nodded slightly, then looked at Goddess Donglai and asked, "Your disciple?" Goddess Donglai shook her head and said, "Uncle, originally he came to the Eastern Deity Island for trials, but by chance he swallowed the elixir and inherited my father's inheritance. He is now regarded as my father's disciple." On the side, the old man who was leading them was a little surprised. He had thought that Yi Futian must have been the heir of Goddess Donglai, but he would have never suspected that Yi Futian had inherited from the supreme being Donglai. The Millet Emperor took a more serious look at Yi Futian, then said, "Since he's your father's heir, why didn't you tell me before? Last time we happened to pass by senior brother Alchemy Emperor's place, and came along to give him the opportunity to try out with everyone else, also to let Uncle see about his cultivation," Goddess Donglai replied. The Millet Emperor nodded. "I didn't expect that an heir was possible after your father had gone for so many years. At least, we have one less thing to worry about." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Futian and said, "Your great path is perfect. You must have had extraordinary experiences before you showed up in Eastern Deity Island. Where are you from?" Yi Futian looked at Goddess Donglai. Of everyone here, only Goddess Donglai knew of his origin. Even Zi Feng didn't quite understand the scope of it. "Please allow me," said Goddess Donglai. However, no one heard her voice anymore. Yi Futian figured that she was communicating with the Millet Emperor through voice transmission. Although Alchemy Emperor and the others were trustworthy, this was a sensitive matter, and it was better that as little as possible was known. The Millet Emperor and her father were close friends, so there was no need to hide anything from him. Since she brought Yi Futian here, it was necessary to be honest with the Millet Emperor regarding Yi Futian's situation. There was a strange look in Millet Emperor's eyes. He was stoic when he heard that Yi Futian was the heir of Supreme Being Donglai. But at this moment there was a slight emotion that passed over his face. Clearly, he had learned from Goddess Donglai that Yi Futian came from the original realm and only came to the divine prefecture after being attacked by various principalities. He was silent for a moment and then said, After your father was gone, our several principalities reached a certain unspoken agreement, and Eastern Deity Island slowly faded out of the sight of Donghua domain. Many years have passed, and though the ancient royal family of Yen was no longer concerned about Eastern Deity Island, his appearance would make the Yen kingdom wary, which may be best for him. It is not difficult for the ancient royal family of Yen to rid themselves of any potential trouble. To avoid Yen Kingdom's attack on Eastern Deity Island, I will not accept you as a disciple. However, since you have passed the assessment, you have the right to stay in Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate for a while, said the Millet Emperor. Yi Futian and the others immediately understood what he meant. Even though he was not accepted as a disciple, they would still allow Yi Futian in Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. As for the length of time in cultivation, the ancient royal family of Yen had no final say. This, clearly, would not giving them any reason for excuses. Go tell them that whatever it is that they wanted to know was just as they had guessed, so they can go back now, the Millet Emperor said to the old man. Yes. The old man nodded, then turned to go about his business on informing Yen Dongyang. But moments later, a voice came from below. Yen Dongyang respectfully came to Wangshan Watchtower today to seek the way, and have not been defeated once in the Matrix. According to the rules, I should be eligible to meet with the Millet Emperor? This voice could be heard from below to this side. Everyone in the entire Wangshan Watchtower could hear this voice. Obviously, the Millet Emperor had heard it also, as he casually glanced into the distance. The old man immediately returned and bowed his head slightly, saying, Yen Dongyang refuses to leave. Because he hasn't been defeated yet, the Millet Emperor murmured to himself. He glanced at Yi Futian and asked, Can you beat him? Yes. Yi Futian nodded and responded directly and resolutely. The old man was stunned again. He was so confident in himself. Like Yi Futian, Yen Dongyang was of the Middle Emperor realm with perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. He was extremely talented, with fierce combat efficacy, but Yi Futian's tone was so certain. He could. He was so confident that he could defeat Yen Dongyang. The Millet Emperor nodded slightly and said, If so, then deliver the defeat that he wanted. Very well. Yi Futian nodded, then turned to leave, his white hair flowing in the wind, and his demeanor revealed his absolute confidence. Millet Emperor stood up, and in one step had come directly to the edge of the hanging island. He stared intently at the place far below, watching Yi Futian heading over there as if he was planning to observe the battle in person. He had learned of Yi Futian's origin from goddess Donglai, and he was also full of curiosity about Yi Futian. How strong would be a genius talent from original realm? At the edge of Wangshan Watchtower, Renhuang, who came from the northern land, were still in place. Yen Dongyang raised his head and kept his eyes on Wangshan Watchtower in the distance. At this time, they saw Yi Futian coming toward them. Millet Emperor, someone exclaimed. Somewhere far away, they could vaguely see a man standing at the edge of the top peak of Wangshan Watchtower, with hands behind his back, looking in this direction. Although it was quite a distance away, most of the people here were Renhunag, so they could clearly see. Was the Millet Emperor asking Yi Futian to come back to fight Yen Dongyang? And was he going to observe this battle in person? Millet Emperor, in the eyes of the many cultivators in the Dongshao continent and even the surrounding continents, was an absolute god of supreme existence. And this was the first time that many of them saw the Millet Emperor standing there to observe a battle. Was it because of the presence of the powerful ancient royal family of Yen? The figure in white floated down from the void and landed in the area above the Renhuang from the northern land. Yi Futian lowered his head to look at Yen Dongyang below, just like Yen Dongyang looked at him before. Their positions now seemed to have reversed. Likewise, Yen Dongyang also raised his head, looking at Yi Futian, who had just returned from Wangshan Watchtower, and said, "Back so soon?" Previously, The old man had said that Yi Futian passed the test and would be qualified to enter Wangshan Watchtower to listen to the Millet Emperor's preaching. This meant that the Millet Emperor would be instructing Yi Futian in cultivation. And now that Yi Futian returned so quickly, was it because of him? Yi Futian nodded and looked at Yan Dongyang. The Millet Emperor does not wish to receive you and has asked that you return to the Yan Kingdom. Wangshan Watchtower is breaking its own rules. I have not been defeated. Why can't I see the Millet Emperor? Yan Dongyang responded. When he was speaking, there was a low chanting of dragon that could be heard from his body, and the void was shaken by it. He headed toward the void, in the direction of Yi Futian. You will be defeated, Yi Futian said as he walked forward. The currents of the great path descended from heaven and fell with all its might. Chapter 1983. A Sword. Inside and outside Wangshan Watchtower, countless people stared ahead. At this moment, there was no more spell matrix. Everyone could clearly perceive the two people's aura of the Great Way and unparalleled God's might. Both had perfect grade divine wheels. In the land above, a giant divine elephant appeared above Yi Futian's body. Countless divine elephant figures appeared in the surrounding heaven and earth, stepping on the sky, flooding the sky, making this area into a divine elephant domain. The people understood that that was Yi Futian's avenue divine wheel of the great path. Countless divine elephants dropped down, suppressing the heavens, earth, and firmament, flattening the great way. No one knew just how violently powerful they were. However, Yan Dongyang was an extraordinary man and the prince of the great Yan ancient royal family. A royal aura enveloped his body, and he was proud and noble. A golden divine dragon appeared as a vision appeared in the sky. A dragon godlike figure hovered in the sky, surrounded by thousands of divine dragons roaring at the same time. The sounds of dragon roars shattered the great way and broke the void, making many divine elephant shadows collapse and shatter. Suddenly, a giant Buddha figure appeared in the firmament. Yi Futian seemed to turn into an ancient Buddha as the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm was unleashed. The two sound waves collided in the void, causing the great way to collapse and shatter. The sacred dragon went upwards against the trend straight to the clouds, roaring at Yi Futian. Yan Dongyang raised his hand to punch. The complete dragon shadow rushed out at the same time, devouring Yi Futian's body and breaking this side of the sky. Yi Futian looked down at the sky below him. His feet stepped on the void as his divine elephant stepped on the sky. Then he also threw a punch as the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, and the divine elephant void-splitting fist exploded at the same time, setting off an unparalleled storm of the great path. Several high-level renhuangs of the Wangshan Watchtower appeared at different coordinates, blocking the battlefield with an invisible Dao airflow, preventing the terrifying attack from affecting Wangshan Watchtower and the cultivators who came to watch the battle. The huge divine elephant and the divine dragon collided in the sky and earth. Countless people looked up to look over there. The firmament made a dull sound like the divine glory of the great way swept out. Yi Futian's body was shaken to the sky, while Yan Dongyang was shaken back down. They were still not able to change the position of the two people. An even more violent aura of the great way burst forth from Yan Dongyang's body. The golden divine glory swept through the sky as he stared at the figure in the void. Yi Futian stomped on the void, deliberately preventing him from going up to suppress him below Wangshan Watchtower. The cultivator who walked out from the eastern deity island and wanted to suppress him came from the great Yan ancient royal family. But Yi Futian's attack was indeed extremely furious and even able to suppress the song of the Yang dragon. If not for his realm being higher than the other party, even the song of the Yang dragon would have been restrained. Yan Dongyang stared at Yi Futian's figure, suspended in the void. His body suddenly released the extremely noble royal aura. This wisp of royal airflow swept through the heavens. At this moment, the gorgeous golden divine light shot out like blades of divine light from the sun at Yi Futian. Yi Futian frowned as the divine light descended in an instant. When it reached him, it seemed like a golden divine dragon shadow appeared. He raised his hand and waved it. Then the divine elephant blasted out and collided with the dragon shadow. After that, countless divine lights shot out, and each divine light contained a violent attack power. It was stronger and faster than the previous attack. The people looking at the battlefield were shaking inside. There seemed to be millions of attacks coming down in a flash, and Yi Futian's divine elephant seemed to be difficult to resist. Not only that, when countless divine lights bloomed, enveloping this side of the sky, the glow covered Yi Futian's body in it. Heaven and earth were surrounded by his great divine light as if it turned into a separate, great path domain. The light screen made of these divine lights intertwined, and a boundless and huge divine dragon shadow appeared. Yan Dongyang's body and the divine dragon shadow merged into one. Yi Futian's body was covered by the Great Path Domain and was brought by Yan Dongyang into his Great Path Domain, which formed its own space and turned into a dragon domain. It seemed that Yan Dongyang was still better. After all, he was at a higher cultivation realm. Yan Dongyang swept his head towards Yi Futian. His expression was cold, indifferent, and extremely domineering. As he stepped into the void, the sound of dragon roars shook the sky. Then he raised his fist and blasted out across the sky. Yi Futian only felt bound by a domain, and the space seemed to be frozen. He knew that Yan Dongyang had brought him into his Great Path Domain. Boom! Yan Dongyang punched out through the air. The area where Yi Futian was located emitted a dull sound. It was as if the space was going to be shattered. Within this Great Path Domain, everything was under the control of Yan Dongyang, including the great path of space in this domain. Many people saw the space where Yi Futian was crumbling and cracking. It was as if it was going to be shattered directly along with his body. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the power of the space-tearing Tao bombed the front of Yi Futian's body. But in the end, it did not break Yi Futian's body. He still stood there steadily as wisps of invisible airflow appeared around him. An ancient divine tree seemed to appear in his body, and countless branches and leaves spread out towards the surroundings. Everywhere he passed became the area of the great path he controlled. Yan Dongyang's attack blasted onto this area, but did not break. What's going on? Yan Dongyang frowned. He unexpectedly felt that he was losing control of the space in the Great Path Domain, along with the invisible airflow spreading around Yi Futian's body. It was as if the power of the great way of that area was instantly taken away by Yi Futian. He was still able to do that in his Great Path Domain. Yan Dongyang seemed to be a bit unconvinced. His fists broke through the air at the same time, and a dull rumble sounded. However, he was still unable to break the space where Yi Futian was, which was not under his control. Yan Dongyang stared at Yi Futian. He pointed to the sky, and the sacred dragon that enveloped this great path domain directly engulfed the space where Yi Futian was located, wanting to swallow that space along with Yi Futian. Yi Futian was not moved at all. His hands formed a seal. Then the surrounding branches and leaves seemed to turn into wisps of sword will. Sounds of sword chants rang out. In a flash, infinite divine swords circled Yi Futian's body, forming a resonance, creating an extremely magnificent view. Countless gazes looked towards the shocking scene on the battlefield. The giant divine dragon that covered the sky was enormous. Its open mouth could devour a piece of the sky, and its shadow covered Yi Futian's body. It became darker and darker, and the divine dragon shot down and devoured the entire space. But at the same moment, Yi Futian pointed his finger toward the sky. The next moment, his body disappeared as the incomparably huge divine dragon swallowed him. Many people's hearts shook violently, but the next moment they saw the huge body of the divine dragon shaking violently. Every part of the body blossomed with gorgeous light that seemed like blades of light. Buzz! On the back of the divine dragon, a blade of light directly broke through his body. The blinding blade of light shot straight to the clouds. An explosion sounded, and the huge body of the divine dragon shattered madly under the sword will. Many people only felt that the void shook violently, and there was a great divine radiance sweeping out, like the shattering of the great path domain. There, Yi Futian's figure reappeared. His silver hair danced with the wind, and his body was immaculate, just like an immortal. Your great path domain is too fragile. Yi Futian looked down at Yan Dongyang. His glance directly invaded Yan Dongyang's consciousness and actually made Yan Dongyang feel chills run through his body. The next moment, an invisible Tao airflow above Yi Futian's body enveloped this side of the sky. Above the firmament, there were billions of divine swords whistling around the space where Yi Futian was, turning into a horrific swordsmanship storm. An incomparably strong sword will seem to blossom on Yi Futian's body. A sword appeared in each of 9 different coordinates. The trillions of sword wills spun around the 9 swords faster and faster. Along with a gorgeous blade of light shining, hundreds of millions of sword will seem to turn to one sword. Go. Yi Futian pointed at Yan Dongyang. In an instant, from the firmament downward, a blade of light appeared. The blade of light made by billions of divine swords was like a giant sword directly penetrating this side of the sky. From top to bottom, it ignored spatial distances. Infernal. A strange glimmer flashed between Goddess Punglai's beautiful eyes as she saw the sword. That swordsmanship was a sword art inherited from the eastern deity island. It seemed like Yi Futian had mastered it. When the sword was unleashed, it could still kill an opponent thousands of miles away with a single strike, let alone that bit of distance. The crowd could only see that from the sky to the bottom, there seemed to be a sword penetrating the heaven and earth, and there was an astounding sound of a dragon roar from Yan Dongyang's body. But the next moment, the sacred giant dragon was penetrated, and Yan Dongyang's body also turned into a ray of light and was stabbed all the way down to the ground from the void. Boom! The terrifying sword will tore through the earth, and as the blade of light disappeared, everything around it shattered into nothingness. A sword pit appeared on the ground, and terrifying cracks surrounded it. The mighty figures of the great Yan ancient royal family all stepped forward toward the sword pit. A figure, stained with blood, walked out of the pit. Its clothes were torn and tattered, and his long hair was messy. He had lost all of his emperor's aura and looked disheveled. He looked up at the figure in the void. This time he did not come for Yi Futian, but for the one in Wangshan Watchtower. He lost to Yi Futian's sword. He lost to the cultivator of the eastern deity island. Chapter 1984. Domain Chief's Manor. Yan Dongyang was defeated. Yan Dongyang was a direct descendant of the imperial lineage of the great Yan ancient royal family from the northern land. He was a descendant of the great Yan royal family bloodline, and he was someone with a perfect divine wheel of the great path. He had lost to Yi Futian. If Yi Futian were from the Dongshao continent, then it was Yi Futian who protected the pride of the Dongshao continent with his own strength. However, he was cut off from the Dongshao continent. He came from the eastern deity island and did not care to be with those from the Dongshao continent. Thinking about how many cultivators of Wangdu tried to scheme against Yi Futian previously, several people felt that it was quite ridiculous. Qi Mu of the Alchemy Divine Palace even wanted to stop Yi Futian from entering Wangshan Watchtower. However, how could they stop him? Yi Futian alone outweighed the light on everyone. The Millet Emperor had already met him and told him to come down from Wangshan Watchtower and defeat Yen Dongyang. Yi Futian also succeeded. After he saw Millet Emperor, he came down from the watchtower and defeated Yen Dongyang with a single blade of light. At this moment, standing in the void, Yi Futian was like the son of a god. He was unbeatable. He has a perfect divine wheel of the great path and defeated Yen Dongyang, who also has a perfect divine wheel of the great path and was at a higher realm. Was this battle the revenge of the Eastern Deity Island against the great Yen ancient royal family? No one would forget the grudge between the Eastern Deity Island and the great Yen ancient royal family. Eastern Deity Island was overthrown because of Great Yen. After many years, the cultivators who came out of the Eastern Deity Island defeated all the Renhuangs of the northern land. No one could compete with them. But Goddess Penglai, who was watching the battle overhead, knew that Eastern Deity Island could not produce such a person. She had always wanted to, but the birth of this level of character needs an opportunity. They could not be nurtured just like that. The Eastern Deity Island's cultivation resources were powerful. Among the great Yen ancient royal family and other top factions of the divine prefecture, who did not have powerful cultivation resources. Yi Futian came from the original realm and stepped into Eastern Deity Island. It was probably an opportunity not for Yi Futian, but for Eastern Deity Island. So she sent Yi Futian to Wangshan Watchtower and let him prove his strength. At this time, Yi Futian looked down at Yen Dongyang in the sky below. He looked calm and did not feel the excitement after defeating a strong enemy. Instead, he appeared extraordinarily indifferent. It was as if everything should have been just like this. Standing in the void, he spoke indifferently. Now you have a defeat. Earlier, Yen Dongyang said that he had not lost a single battle when he entered the Wangshan Watchtower formation and fought according to the Wangshan Watchtower's rules. So there was no reason for the Millet Emperor not to see him. Now he had been defeated. Yi Futian was actually telling him, "You can go now." Yen Dongyang kept standing there and staring at Yi Futian, unable to shift his gaze for a long time. This battle made him feel a strong sense of defeat. As someone from the great Yen ancient royal family, his talent and ability were undeniable. He was also extremely arrogant and conceited. His motive for coming here was not Yi Futian at all. The great Yen also did not care about Eastern Deity Island. His main objective was to meet the top proud son of heaven of Wangshan Watchtower. If he really achieved a breakthrough, he wanted to see just how powerful a perfect high-order Renhuang was. However, he was already defeated before meeting the top proud son of heaven. He lost to a cultivator of the Eastern Deity Island, who were once eliminated by the great Yen ancient royal family. When he came here, other than wanting to know the answer, it was completely different from his expectations. He came here majestically, but could only leave in a wretched state now. Not needing Yi Futian to say anything, he himself was too embarrassed to stay. "Go," Yen Dongyang said. He immediately left with the strong cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family. In the surrounding area, the Renhuangs from the northern land looked at Yi Futian in the void. With a wisp of reluctance, they all left. But they all left with a completely different posture than when they came. "We will meet some other day." As they were leaving, a voice sounded. It was Yen Dongyang's voice. Obviously, he was not willing to admit his defeat. That sword directly limited Yen Dongyang's strength, and he had not had time to unleash his full strength before he was defeated under this sword. In the future, they would meet again. Yi Futian indifferently swept a glance at the departing figure in the distance. Meet again. If they met again, Yen Dongyang still would not be able to withstand his sword. "Let's go." The people who saw the disappearance of the Renhuangs of the northern land were extremely emotional, but they did not feel happy or proud. On this trip to Wangshan Watchtower, the people of the northern land lost. The Dongxiao continent and the cultivators of Wangdu also lost. All of them brought out the brilliance of Yi Futian in the end. the things that happened previously that caused the battle today especially threw Yi Futian into the limelight. With his status as a cultivator of the Eastern Deity Island, the Millet Emperor probably will accept him as a disciple, right? Some people thought. After all, Supreme Deity Donglai and the Millet Emperor are close friends. But thinking about Yan Dongyang's words before and the words of the elder of the Wangshin Watchtower, maybe not, they speculated, but the Millet Emperor would definitely preach to Yi Futian, or at least teach him a lot. No one denied that. He was only a level 4 Renhuang, but already so powerful. Even ordinary level 7 high-order Renhuang were no match for him. If he cultivated in Wangshin Watchtower for a while and reached a higher level, another peerless individual would walk out from it in the future. Will the Eastern Deity Island regain its glory in his hands? At this time, the elder from Wangshin Watchtower in the void took a step forward, looked at the people from all sides, and said, "This is the end for this year. Let's all disperse." It was over. Many people showed a disappointed look. Wangshin Watchtower was also a bit disappointed with the cultivators this time. Of course, perhaps Yi Futian's unprecedented appearance and the arrival of the Renhuangs of the northern land have led to the present situation. Otherwise, there would certainly be some of them who could enter Wangshin Watchtower to cultivate. However, this was the luck of the times, and there was nothing much to say. As the mighty figure of Wangshin Watchtower spoke, everyone dispersed and withdrew one after another. Chi Mu looked in the distance. As the heir to the Alchemy Divine Palace, he realized at this moment how big the gap between himself and Yi Futian was. Even if Yi Futian did not know how to make pills, they could not be mentioned in the same breath and were destined to never be at the same level. Yi Futian would be able to be in direct contact with the Millet Emperor. One of the Alchemy Divine Palace elders opened his mouth and said, "Let's go." Chi Mu and the others also left. However, there were still many cultivators who still looked at Wangshin Watchtower and looked at Yi Futian. Naturally, Xia Qingyuan did not leave, and Lin Xiao and the others were also there, quietly standing below. The elder looked down at them and then asked Yi Futian, "Are you together?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "They're all my companions." The old man opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, let's enter Wangshin Watchtower together and rest." "Many thanks." Yi Futian smiled, and at once figures rose into the air. Lin Xiao came to Yi Futian's side and looked at him like he was looking at a monster. Although he had imagined that Yi Futian would be strong, he found that he still underestimated his power every time. "I have a question to ask you," Lin Xiao said to Yi Futian. "What?" Yi Futian said. "Those pills, did you refine them yourself?" Lin Xiao gave Yi Futian an odd look. "Ahem," Yi Futian looked ahead and said, "Senior Millet Emperor is still waiting for me." With that, he accelerated forward. Lin Xiao looked at his back figure and paused, speechless. Did he really refine them himself? In the various palaces and pavilions in Wangshin Watchtower, many Renhuangs appeared and were all sizing Yi Futian up. Although they did not go out previously, each of their divine consciousness was always there, and they had seen that battle. In this generation, Wangshin Watchtower could not find anyone among those at the middle level Renhuang level who could defeat Yi Futian. It seemed that the Eastern Deity Island was going to have popular figure. Many human emperors nodded to Yi Futian across the sky, and Yi Futian nodded in response until he arrived at the hanging island again, where the Millet Emperor was cultivating. The Millet Emperor had seen that battle with his own eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Not bad. Yan Dongyang is a level 5 Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path, yet you still managed to defeat him despite your lower level. In Donghua domain, there shouldn't be many people at the middle level Renhuang plane who could hold their own against you." Yi Futian naturally understood that only a Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path could hold their own against him. People of this level were basically the proud sons of heaven of the top factions. There would not be too many of them in Donghua domain. However, the great Yan ancient royal family did not care about the eastern deity island and your existence previously. But after this battle, after Yan Dongyang returns, the great Yan ancient royal family will certainly pay attention, which is not good for you or the eastern deity island. The Millet Emperor continued. It was because they cared about the eastern deity island that they brought him here, Goddess Donglai said at the side. The Millet Emperor pondered for a moment and looked at Yi Futian with a thoughtful expression. Yi Futian's strength could not be hidden. The eastern deity island noticed him now, but as he grew, more people would notice his existence in the future. Unless he continued to practice alone in the divine prefecture, what happened in the original realm would be exposed sooner or later. In the original realm, Yi Futian would also have strong enemies from the divine prefecture. If you can enter the domain chief's manor, then in the Donghua domain, no one will be able to touch you. The Millet Emperor seemed to have thought of something. Domain chief's manor? Yi Futian looked at the Millet Emperor. In the 18 domains in the divine prefecture, every domain had a domain chief's manor. Naturally, Donghua domain had one too. The domain chief's manor was subordinate to Donghuang the Great and was directly linked to Donghuang the Great's family. It watched over the divine prefecture and was extremely powerful. If one would consider the domain chief's manor as a faction, then the domain chief's manor of the 18 domains in the divine prefecture was the faction at the very apex. Moreover, they had the great emperor backing them. Yes, the domain chief's manor. The Millet Emperor nodded at Yi Futian. Donghua domain chief's manor oversees the entire domain. Virtuosos can be found everywhere in the manor. While the manor naturally does not nurture practitioners, it will continuously absorb virtuosos into their ranks to increase their strength. Only then will they have the ability to control all the factions. With your current abilities, you definitely are eligible to join the domain chief's manor and become their member. Any faction in the divine prefecture will hesitate before attempting to do you any harm. Yi Futian nodded. According to what he knew, the older brother of the king of the golden divine nation of the original realm was a subordinate of Donghuang the Great. Of course, there would be many people who worked under the chief of the domain chief's manor. The Millet Emperor now understood Yi Futian's circumstance from listening to the Donglai goddess. He had two reasons for giving this suggestion. First, it was for Yi Futian's sake. With a powerful faction backing him, all antagonistic factions would think twice before doing him any harm. Second, it was for the Eastern Deity Island's sake. If Yi Futian managed to gain influence in the domain chief's manor, Eastern Deity Island would also be a lot more stable, and the great Yan ancient royal family would not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, given Yi Futian's display of his extraordinary combat abilities, there was a high chance that he would become a member of the upper echelons in the domain chief's manor. While Yi Futian was inclined to take up this suggestion, he was still a little hesitant. With his origin still a mystery, he was unsure of his position. Even though Donghuang Princess had saved his life once, Donghuang the Great still bore a grudge against Emperor Yi Qing. The Millet Emperor continued. However, you need not think about this now. Your combat abilities far surpass your cultivation level. Now you are only at the 4th Renhuang level. If you can raise your cultivation to the pinnacle of the middle level Renhuang level, no one can threaten you unless they are really at the pinnacle of the Renhuang level. If you can further raise your cultivation to a high-level Renhuang level with a perfect grade divine will, there won't be many people who can even touch you in the entire divine prefecture. Even though there were several exceptional characters in the divine prefecture, considering the size of the divine prefecture, the ratio was minuscule. The divine prefecture had infinite continents. In contrast, just how many exceptional characters were there? Apart from this special class of practitioners, only high-level Renhuangs with a perfect grade divine will could pose a threat to a Yi Futian, who had attained a high-level Renhuang cultivation level. Furthermore, they had to be at least a level 8 Renhuang. These people would already be considered the cream of the crop. Of course, this was only with the premise that Yi Futian would break through to a high-level Renhuang while retaining the perfection of his great path. I understand. However, cultivation isn't something that is completed in a single act. Thus, I can only learn through trials that I encounter as I tour the entire divine prefecture and raise my cultivation as I train myself, Yi Futian said. The Millet Emperor nodded. Continuously shutting yourself off from the rest of the world to cultivate is indeed pointless. Moreover, the cultivation of one's great path requires one to travel abroad to feel and comprehend the great path. Before you have attained a sufficient depth of understanding, you should not rush to raise your level. In particular, you should avoid using elixirs to attain a breakthrough. Only by doing so will your great path foundation be stable. The opportunity that you encountered on the Eastern Deity Island that strengthened your life force was, in fact, the origin of all life. It's the same thing with the path of heaven and earth. Only if your foundation is stable can you progress smoothly. Even though you inherited the ability to refine elixirs, don't over-rely on the elixir's powers to raise your cultivation level, especially those who forcefully raise their cultivation through ingesting elixirs. Their foundation of their great path is damaged. Even if it is not noticeable from the surface, it is very different for you. You are looking to forge a perfect grade divine wheel, so you cannot even take a single misstep. Only then can you maintain your perfect great path. Yi Futian listened on quietly. The Millet Emperor was giving him advice, afraid that he would take the wrong path. Before I became a high-level Renhuang, my divine wheel was perfect. However, after that, I was a little too impatient in my cultivation and was too hasty in leveling up. Even though my consciousness was calm and stable, there was still a wisp of impulsiveness in me, and I overestimated my own abilities. This caused flaws to form in my great path when I ascended to the high-level Renhuang level, and my cultivation thereafter was affected. Even though he was very calm when recounting his past, if he were given a chance to go back into the past, he would certainly pay even more attention to the foundation of his great path and would rather make a breakthrough at a later time. I will remember your words earnestly. Yi Futian bowed lightly. The memories of the Donglai Supreme Deity believed the same thing. He inferred this because the elixirs that the Supreme Deity refined weren't ones that directly helped him to attain breakthroughs. Rather, they were elixirs that helped stabilize his foundation further, strengthen his body, nurture his life force, and raise his sensitivity to the great path. This was all so that he could feel the great path even more closely. In the past, when he helped Emperor Helion broke through, the elixirs that he refined were also of the same type. He helped Emperor Helion avoid destabilizing his foundation in his haste to pursue success, and thus avoid the tragedy of a cultivation breakthrough at the expense of future progress. Of course, as for the elixirs that helped one to break through one's bottleneck, he prescribed them to those who had reached the limit of their cultivation. They already knew that they did not have the ability to level up any further. To them, when any further progress was hopeless, any step forward was a step up. Even if they had to rely on elixirs and pills to do it, it was still better than no progress at all. At that moment, the Millet Emperor turned around and said to Yi Futian, "Follow me." Yi Futian nodded and followed behind the Millet Emperor toward Wangshan Watchtower. It stood straight between heaven and earth. The Donglai goddess and the rest stood there silently and watched. It seemed that the Millet Emperor wanted Yi Futian to cultivate in the Wangshan Watchtower. Yi Futian had inherited everything her father had left behind and had even displayed such prowess. The Millet Emperor was naturally very impressed by him and wanted to help him in his cultivation to reach even greater heights. This Wangshan Watchtower was a mystical object in the world of cultivation. It had amassed the fortune of the world. In the Dongshao continent, there were many rumors regarding this Wangshan Watchtower. Many people believed that it was merely a watchtower that had become renowned because of the Millet Emperor. In reality, it was truly a spirit gate. 1. Yi Futian followed the Millet Emperor to the front of Wangshan Watchtower. The world tree in his body swayed and emitted a crisp sound, as though it were trying to break out from his body. In the past few years, Yi Futian had also encountered a few similar incidences. The objects that could cause the world tree in his body to behave in such a manner were all divine objects. His eyes followed the watchtower up into the skies above and saw that this spiritual gate seemed to be one with the path of the heavens, as though it were the great path itself. This space that he was in seemed to be different from the space below the watchtower. This space was separate from the rest of the world. "Can you feel it?" the Millet King asked Yi Futian. "It is the great path of sealing," Yi Futian replied. The Millet King nodded. "I notice that you are also well versed in the great path of suppression. The power of the divine elephant is extremely domineering and can suppress an entire space. This watchtower here has an extremely ancient history. Legends say that this divine object is a treasure from the ages before the collapse of the heavenly path. Some legends say that this watchtower used to be a stone gate guarding the entrance to the heavenly realm. By a stroke of luck, it ended up in my possession. It might be because I happen to be familiar with a very similar type of power as well. However, even after countless years, I am unable to refine it fully. Perhaps only a divine being could fully refine a divine object." "Why don't you give it a try?" the Millet Emperor asked Yi Futian. Wangshan Watchtower stood just ahead. It seemed to be so close to them, yet in reality they were still some distance away. It was like an otherworldly gate. Its aura was very pressurizing, and even with a glance one could sense its solemn, ancient aura. Yi Futian stepped forward towards it, and an impossibly heavy pressure of the great path pressed onto his body. That power felt like the heavens were pressing down on him. The watchtower seemed to be just in front of him, yet it wasn't easy to reach it. Bang! A low sound echoed out, and Yi Futian's footsteps became heavier. At that moment, he felt that everything around him had disappeared. In his senses, there was no Millet Emperor, no cultivation court. There was only that spirit gate. Divine objects encompassed the most original power of the great path, the purest form of power, Yi Futian chanted in his heart. The space here seemed to have morphed into a separate domain, isolated from the rest of the world. He stood at the top of the spirit gate that seemed to peak into the heavens. From above the spirit gate, the force of the great path pressed down on him like the weight of the heavens was compressing him. With each step he took forward, he felt the pressure on him increase. Furthermore, an illusion seemed to be presenting itself to Yi Futian. In his mind, the spirit gate seemed to be getting taller, as though it were becoming a true heavenly tower. If I cultivated the great path of suppression here, I would definitely progress at an incredible rate. A thought surfaced in Yi Futian's mind. This was the purest power of the great path. How high must my cultivation level be if I wanted to step into the Wangshan Watchtower? Yi Futian continued forward, and it seemed like he had walked for a very long time. His footsteps became slower, and it seemed like he could never reach the end. After some time, he finally stopped to sit down and began cultivating. Not far away, the Millet Emperor and the rest observed Yi Futian quietly. The Donglai goddess walked to the Millet Emperor and asked, "Uncle Millet, what happened to him?" The Yi Futian now seemed to be acting strangely. The spirit gate forms its own dimension around itself. He had already reached the center of the great path of the spirit gate, the Millet Emperor replied. He might cultivate for quite some time in there, so there is no need to be concerned for him. The Donglai goddess nodded. The Alchemy Emperor also looked ahead. Yi Futian was powerful, and he had pretty good luck, too, for the Millet Emperor to allow him to cultivate under this divine object. This divine object was the Millet Emperor's personal cultivation grounds. Only those for whom he had the highest hopes could enter. Now that he is here, what are your plans? The Millet Emperor looked at the Donglai goddess. It is time for me to return, the Donglai goddess said. The great Yen ancient royal family will probably target here and not pay as much attention to the Eastern Deity Island. If they wanted to act, they would not provoke me through the Eastern Deity Island because it is just not worth it. If they really acted, it would be directed towards him or you. The Millet Emperor looked at the Yi Futian in front and said, In that case, why don't you stay here and cultivate as well? You can bring him to the Donghua heavens next time. With your strength, there aren't that many people from the great Yen who can defeat you. The Donglai goddess let out a thoughtful expression. The Eastern Deity Island was of little value to the great Yen ancient royal family, and they couldn't care less about it. With Yi Futian emerging from the Eastern Deity Island, they could deal with Yi Futian directly if they wanted to deal with the Eastern Deity Island. They did not have to attack the Eastern Deity Island and provoke the Millet Emperor. 1. This is a play on words by the author. In the original language, Wangshen Watchtower is pronounced as Wangshenk. The last two characters are the same as Shinkei, which is translated to Spirit Gate, a pressure point in traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 1986, Zongchan. A few months later, the ripples from the Battle of Wangshen Watchtower gradually passed, and fewer people talked about it. However, the people of Wangdu all learned a new name, Sword Emperor Yi Liunyan. In the various rumors spread around Wangdu, Yi Liunyan had become a legendary character. When Yen Dongyang, prince of the great Yen ancient royal family, led his army of Renhuangs from the northern land and suppressed the virtuosos of Wangdu and various factions in the Dongshao continent, the Sword Emperor Yi Liunyan defeated the entire army with a single strike of his sword. He managed to force the virtuosos of the great Yen ancient royal family to retreat, and because of this achievement he managed to impress the Millet Emperor. Now Yi Liunyan was cultivating at the Wangshen Watchtower under the personal guidance of the Millet Emperor. With just one battle, the name Yi Liunyan had made itself known to all of Wangdu. The Wangshen Watchtower had one more practitioner with unrivaled strength. There weren't many people who were granted access to the Wangshen Watchtower, which was the Millet Emperor's personal cultivation court. However, at that moment, a practitioner who looked to be in his 30s walked over. He had an extraordinary air about him. He seemed rather cultured, and although he did not emit ripples of power, just him standing there alone made people feel like he was one with heaven and earth. It was a very comfortable feeling. This person was the top prodigy in the Wangshen Watchtower, Zongchan. Zongchan had been cultivating in the Wangshen Watchtower for many years, and he was also the top prodigy of the Wangshen Watchtower, so he certainly had the right to come here. In fact, he could enter the Spirit Gate to cultivate any time he wanted. The last time Yen Dongyang came was because of Zongchan. It was rumored that the top prodigy of the Wangshen Watchtower, Zongchan, had broken through to the high-level Renhuang cultivation level. Furthermore, his great path was still perfect. In this aspect, the Millet Emperor had personally admitted his own inferiority and had gotten his subordinate to inform Yen Dongyang. A high-level Renhuang with 7 perfect levels of the Great Path would essentially be someone who stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even in the endless divine prefecture, there weren't many people who were like that. There were very few people who could even compare to Zongchan. Any practitioner like this was a practitioner who had great potential and could one day stand above everyone else in the world of cultivation. The divine prefecture's legendary figures were all like this, and Zongchan had begun to join their ranks. Because of this, the Yenyun continent was shocked, and it was why Yen Dongyang traversed continents to come here. Zongchan walked towards the Spirit Gate and raised his head to look at it. Below, an old man walked past. He was the same older adult who led Yi Futian here the other day. Seeing Zongchan, he let out a smile and said, "Zongchan, have you ended your cultivation in isolation?" Zongchan nodded. I heard that while I was isolated, the great Yin ancient royal family came over to provoke us. They did come, but they left pathetically, the elderly man said with a smile. I heard some other news. Zong Chan nodded lightly. Then he looked into the spirit gate and said, To be able to impress teacher, this many must be extraordinary. He is especially outstanding. He might rival you one day, the elderly man said with a smile. Even though the Millet Emperor had never officially accepted disciples, he had taught many people before. Zong Chan had all along stayed here as the Millet Emperor's disciple and regarded the Millet Emperor as his teacher. I'll go and take a look. Zong Chan nodded his head lightly. He then walked towards the spirit gate. His footsteps were very light. It was like he was taking a casual stroll. Below the spirit gate, Yi Futian was quietly cultivating. He still felt that he was in the isolated space in the spirit gate. However, he sensed something different. He opened his eyes and was a little surprised. Someone had actually entered this space, and what's more, his footsteps seemed to be very light. It was as though he did not feel much pressure from the spirit gate at all. However, Yi Futian had recently also gotten accustomed to the pressure of the great path exerted in this space. He no longer felt the heaviness that he once did when he first stepped into the spirit gate. He turned around to look at the person approaching him and saw Zong Chan with an extraordinary air about him. Yi Liunian. Zong Chan looked at Yi Futian and said, You are. Yi Futian asked. To be able to come into this space, he certainly was not a simple character. Only the most core figures of the Wangshan Watchtower were allowed to cultivate in the spirit gate. The person in front of him had to be one of them. Zong Chan replied. After entering Wangshan Watchtower, he had immediately started cultivating in the spirit gate and did not really try to find out more about Wangshan Watchtower. Thus, he did not know about this person well known by all of Wangdu. Do you belong to the Millet Emperor's faction? Yi Futian smiled and asked. Well, I guess you could say that. I have always been following teacher in my cultivation, Zong Chan replied. The last time I was not around, and it was only when I came out of isolation that I found out about what happened months ago, I heard that you wielded exceptional power and forced the people from the northern land to retreat. It seems like this Wangshan Watchtower has one more famous person. He was a little surprised that Yi Futian had never heard of his name in all of Wangdu. There hasn't been a single person who did not know the two words Zong Chan. However, he was from the Eastern Deity Island, so it should not be a surprise that he had not heard of his name before. How did you feel these few days cultivating in the spirit gate? Zong Chan asked. Yi Futian looked at Zong Chan and said, This place contains the most primeval form of power of the great path of suppression, so it's a place that is especially suitable for people who are cultivating similarly. I think this place is especially suitable for practitioners who are cultivating a similar power. However, I wonder just how strong the pure power of the great path of suppression will be. Would it be as powerful as this spirit gate that is like the will of the heavens? If you would like to feel it, I can help you, Zong Chan said with a smile. Yi Futian hesitated for a moment and looked at Zong Chan. He said, Please teach me. Prepare yourself, Zong Chan said. He stood there silently, and the power of the great path in the surrounding space started flowing, and in the space above them, the wisps of power gathered to form a stone stele. A low rumble reverberated throughout the space. Yi Futian looked up at the stone stele and sensed the flow of the great path cascading down. In the next moment, the stone stele pressed down towards him. In his eyes, the stone stele seemed to be enlarging rapidly, becoming a heavenly stele. Above Yi Futian, a golden light glimmered, and a divine halo appeared above. Its arms shot upwards and crashed onto the stone stele. A loud rumble echoed out. Even though the stone stele was knocked backward, there was no sign of damage. High-level Renhuang, Yi Futian muttered softly. Zong Chan waved his palm, and instantly, in the skies above, multiple stone steles appeared simultaneously. levitating in various locations. The great path of suppression that they emitted caused Yi Futian to feel breathless. Oin, a divine light radiated out, and the stone steels that revolved around this space immediately sealed the space, causing it to become an insulated steel domain. On every stone steel, there were terrifying runes. An incomparably strong ripple of the great path cascaded on Yi Futian, causing him to feel suffocated. He felt like he could not even move a single finger. A perfect great path. Yi Futian looked at the countless stone steels, sealing the space, morphing into the great path's absolute domain. Furthermore, it was a domain of the great path that he could not hope to escape. He did not expect that in Wangshan Watchtower he could get to meet such a powerful practitioner, a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. How do you feel about it? Zongchan ceased his attacks and asked Yi Futian with a smile. It's really powerful, Yi Futian replied in awe. Under an attack like this, there's nowhere for me to hide. If the attack really struck me, even if I didn't die, I would be severely injured. Zongchan waved his hand, and the stone steels disappeared instantly. It's naturally like this, given that there is a difference in cultivation level between us. However, if you and I were on the same cultivation level, how it would end would be a question. Yi Futian agreed with him. Among all the opponents he had encountered in the past, none of them was a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. Zongchan's cultivation level was truly higher than his by 3 full levels. Moreover, this included the chasm in power between a middle-level Renhuang and a high-level Renhuang. With that kind of cultivation level, even if Yi Futian fought to his death and used every ounce of strength he had, there was likely still no chance of victory. Your attack techniques are quite similar to the spirit gate. Yi Futian turned around to look at the spirit gate. When teacher guided me in my cultivation attributes were another factor apart from talent. Due to my natural attributes, I naturally synergized to a certain extent with the spirit gate. It's only after years of cultivation in the spirit gate that I have managed to arrive at where I am now, Zongchan replied calmly. He was very humble. Yi Futian could not detect a tinge of arrogance from his voice. Perhaps when someone had cultivated to this level, his internal self would also become extremely calm. A perfect great path at all 7 levels. This person before him seemed destined to become the most powerful person in the entire divine prefecture. You can come over to chat, a voice sounded out. The two of them turned to look into the distance. Zongchan smiled and nodded. Yes, teacher. Chapter 1987 Tribulation of Gods. Yi Futian and Zongchan went over to the Millet Emperor. The elderly man from before was also there. His name was Li Changsheng, and he had entered Wangshan Watchtower even earlier than Zongchan. He had begun following the Millet Emperor many years ago. Now he was in charge of most of the matters in the Wangshan Watchtower. Li Changsheng showed Yi Futian a gentle smile. He had an extraordinary aura that made people feel very comfortable. The both of you possess a perfect, great divine wheel. It's almost too much that the two of you are cultivating in this Wangshan Watchtower. You guys still sparred. Was this out of brotherly love? Li Changsheng said with a smile. His tone was very gentle, like a spring breeze. I was just curious and wanted to see Brother Ye's path, Zongchan replied with a smile. Brother Zong can be considered as my senior already. A high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path is someone that I naturally can't compare to. Of course, I couldn't have been sparring with him. I was merely asking for some guidance, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Both of you are outstanding talents in the entire divine prefecture, and yet you are so formal and humble to each other. This old man can't bear to listen any longer, Li Changsheng said with a smile. Oh yes, I have yet to introduce myself to our little friend Yi. I am Li Changsheng, and I've been cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower all along. Senior, you are too kind. Yi Futian bowed slightly. He could sense that Li Changxing's cultivation level was at the 9th Renhuang level. Months ago, when he first entered the Wangshan watchtower, it was he who was looking on. All the other Renhuangs regarded him as the core of their group. It was just that now that they were in the presence of the Millet Emperor, he gave off a completely different feeling. Furthermore, from the conversations of a few people, Yi Futian could tell that the Millet Emperor had a rather casual personality. Otherwise, Li Changsheng and Zong Chan would not be speaking so casually either. Obviously, they were very used to it already. Calling me senior feels so distant, since you are also cultivating in this Wangshan watchtower. You are also a friend of the path. You can call me Brother Changsheng, Li Changsheng said. Even though they were not formally the Millet Emperor's disciples, they called him their teacher. The Millet Emperor also would not take Yi Futian as his disciple. However, since he was also cultivating in the Wangshan watchtower, he did not mind calling him his brother in cultivation. Brother Changsheng. Yi Futian certainly was not bothered by these small details and bowed lightly. I have once again managed to scam a powerful practitioner into becoming my junior, Li Changxing said with a smile. In the future, when you step onto the pinnacle of cultivation, remember to take care of your brother here. Brother Changsheng, stop teasing me. Yi Futian shook his head with a smile. Currently, he was still a good bit weaker than Li Changsheng. Brother Zong, perhaps in the future, you will have a rival, and you won't be lonely anymore. Li Changxing smiled at Zong Chan. As the top prodigy of cultivation of Wangshan watchtower, he was always unrivaled in his generation. No one could hope to compete with him. I am actually looking forward to it. Zong Chan smiled. I am still too far away from Brother Zong, Yi Futian humbly said. However, there was quite a difference between them. People enter the world of cultivation at different times, so how strong or weak you are now means very little. At our levels of cultivation, every increment in level may require years of cultivation. After cultivating for a long time, you will realize that if you stay stagnant, people from the younger generations will overtake you, the Millet Emperor said. Li Changsheng felt that deeply. Even though Yi Futian had never experienced it himself, he understood it. It was just that he had always been the one overtaking others, and so, although he could understand, he could not empathize very well. However, there is no need to force it at the expense of your psyche. A stable foundation of the great path trumps everything. To prodigies like you, the most important thing is the destination of your great path, continued the Millet Emperor. Zong Chan and Yi Futian both nodded their heads. I am planning to go out at the end of the year. The two of you will come with me, said the Millet Emperor. Teacher, where are we going? Zong Chan asked. For the Millet Emperor to travel there himself, the destination should be a very unusual place. Changsheng, why don't you tell him? The Millet Emperor looked at Li Changsheng. Yes, teacher. Li Changsheng nodded his head and smiled at Zong Chan and Yi Futian and said, My two juniors, you are in luck. This journey is exceptionally meaningful to you. Perhaps in the future, you might experience it as well. Zong Chan let out an expression of surprise. Li Changsheng was also so serious. Just where exactly were they going? Not long ago, the Turtle Deity Island sent news that Emperor she was going to experience 3 tribulations, Li Changxing said. This news had already spread to all the islands on the Divine Ocean. The news says that Emperor she does not mind people watching. Tribulation of gods. Zong Chan's eyes showed a tinge of shock. Emperor she was a legendary figure in the Donghua domain. He had a perfect great path, and his cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Renhuang level. He already stood at the top of the Donghua domain. Now, was he going to experience the 3 tribulations? The 3 tribulations were the tribulations of gods. Since the collapse of the heavenly path, a perfect great path was no longer tolerated by the order of the current world. If anyone wanted to step onto the heavenly path, they had to survive 3 tribulations. in the entire divine prefecture. There were very few people of such caliber. Once emperor, she managed to survive the first tribulation. He would likely become the most powerful existence in the entire Donghua domain. When Li Changsheng said that they might also experience it in the future, he meant that if they continued to preserve the perfection of their great paths when they stepped onto the pinnacle of the Renhuang level, they would have to survive 3 tribulations in order to step into the heavenly path. Yi Futian had understood cultivation to far great extent now, and naturally also knew of the 3 tribulations. In his memory, anyone who survived all 3 tribulations was a legendary figure of the divine prefecture. Anyone who survived 3 tribulations was a living god. Thus, apart from these living gods in this world, there are only those who have survived the first and second tribulation. One could imagine just what sort of existence they were. It was no wonder that even someone like Zongchan was moved by this. It seems like the Turtle Deity Island was going to shock the Donghua domain, Zongchan muttered softly. Definitely. An event as grand as this rarely happens, even in 1,000 years. I wonder how many of the top practitioners would attend this event. This might be an event that occurs once every millennium in the entire Donghua domain. Those who stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world will definitely go witness his tribulation. Li Changxing smiled and said, "Who would miss anyone overcoming 3 tribulations? Even the domain chief would attend this event." "Who is this Emperor Shi?" Yi Futian asked curiously. Since when did the Donghua domain have such a powerful figure? Emperor Shi had cultivated for years and had already stepped into the pinnacle of the Renhuang level a long time ago. He had been cultivating on the Turtle Deity Island in the Divine Ocean continent. The reason why this continent is named the Divine Ocean continent is that apart from the land surrounding the continent tile, the space surrounding the continent tiles is almost all sea. There are countless islands in the Divine Ocean, and the Turtle Deity Island is the most ancient among them. According to what I know, even before I was born, Emperor Shi was already Emperor Shi now, the pinnacle of Renhuangs, and had already been cultivating on the Turtle Deity Island, Li Changxing said. He himself had cultivated for numerous years, so one could imagine just how long Emperor Shi had been famous. Yi Futian nodded. It seemed like Emperor Shi was a top virtuoso who had been cultivating for a long time. Now he was finally going to experience 3 tribulations. Is the tribulation this time going to be dangerous? Yi Futian asked. When a practitioner steps into the saint plane, he will have to overcome the tribulation of saints. He will abandon his human body and soul and enter the saint plane as a superhuman being. As for the 3 tribulations, the practitioner will be leaving his saint body and soul in preparation for stepping into the God level. The 3 tribulations are extremely dangerous. They are far more lethal than the tribulations of saints. He could be vanquished by the order of the Great Path if he were just a little careless, Li Changxing said. Yi Futian was a little shocked. He did not expect that stepping into the God level would involve great danger. No wonder there were so few people in the entire world who were at the God level. The collapse of the heavenly path had created a barrier to all practitioners trying to enter the path. I initially intended for you to cultivate in the Wangshan Watchtower for some time. However, witnessing Emperor Shi overcoming tribulations is also a very rare opportunity. You'll get to witness this only once every millennium, so I hope you won't miss it, and come along, said the Millet Emperor. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. He would certainly not want to miss an opportunity like this. Like what the Millet Emperor said, opportunities like these came only once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, he would also get to see the virtuosos from various places in the Donghua domain. This time, there might be many powerful figures gathering at the Turtle Deity Island to witness the tribulation. This time, we might also meet people from the manor of the domain chief. If we encounter them, we can try to make an acquaintance with them and prepare you for joining them in the future, the Millet Emperor said again. He was already helping Yi Futian plan for his future. Yi Futian nodded lightly. Was he going to join the manor of the domain chief? If he did join the manor of the Donghua domain chief, he would face significantly less danger in the future. Chapter 1988. The Divine Ocean Continent. The Divine Prefecture had countless continents. As one of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture, the Donghua domain similarly consisted of many continents. The Divine Ocean Continent was one of the more unique continents. This continent was not large and was not one of the main continents. It could only be considered medium-sized. It usually did not have a strong sense of presence, so not many people from the Donghua domain knew about it. On Turtle Deity Island in the Divine Ocean Continent, there lived a pinnacle existence Emperor Shi. Now, news from Turtle Deity Island spread, claiming that Emperor Shi would face 3 tribulations. This news spread rapidly, first in the Divine Ocean Continent and then to various other continents until it reached the Donghua domain. In an instant, the Divine Ocean Continent, which usually did not garner the attention of the masses, became the focus of the entire Donghua domain. Right now, in the skies above the Divine Ocean Continent, people were constantly traversing. Cultivators from various continents had rushed over. It was not just top forces like the Wangshan Watchtower. Cultivators from many surrounding continents also came, who did not want to witness such a rare occasion. These were divine tribulations, the stuff of legends. Very few people had witnessed one before, yet alone the continents around the area. Even among the continents in the entire Divine Prefecture, it was a rare sight. Now, such an opportunity had appeared in the Divine Ocean Continent. To witness Emperor Shi facing a divine tribulation, even though it was just the first tribulation, was still enough to attract the attention of the world. Right now, a group of cultivators descended from the sky. It was as though they had appeared immediately from beyond the horizon. This caused many people around to look over in their direction. The people around wondered which continent these figures of top forces had arrived from. Such speed could not be detected by eyes or will. The people who had come were Millet Emperor and the other members of the Wangshan Watchtower. They brought along cultivators from the Watchtower as well as Yi Futian's group. "We have arrived," Millet Emperor announced as he stood there. Yi Futian looked down below. As expected, there was a vast ocean beneath them. In the Divine Ocean there were many islands. However, the islands were covered with buildings, as though they were island cities. They appeared somewhat similar to the city of Qingzhou in Donghai, where Yi Futian grew up. Of course, Donghai was far from being comparable to the Divine Ocean. Yi Futian's current cultivation plane was far superior when compared to his cultivation plane when he was a youth. Thus, the two places felt oddly similar to him. After all, his vision and could cover a huge area. Although the distance between the island cities was vast, his vision could still span the island cities. "He is so fast," Yi Futian thought to himself as he glanced at Millet Emperor. The speed of a top cultivator was too frightening. Yi Futian felt as though they had transcended time and space while they were traversing in the sky. From the Dongshao continent to the Divine Ocean continent, they had traversed over countless continents in between these 2 points. However, Yi Futian felt as though they had not taken very long to get here. This was the speed of a giant figure. "We still do not know when the hour of reckoning will be. All of you can explore the Divine Ocean continent on your own. When the day of reckoning comes, head straight for Turtle Deity Island," Millet Emperor explained to them. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Millet Emperor then took a step forward, and his figure immediately disappeared without a trace. He went off on his own to find a place to cultivate. Although the news had come from Turtle Deity Island, the day of reckoning had yet to be determined. They had arrived early as they did not want to miss it. Under such circumstances, they could not go to Turtle Deity Island and disturb the people there. As of now, outside of Turtle Deity Island, many cultivators had already gathered. "I plan to head over to a place near Turtle Deity Island to cultivate. What do you all plan to do?" Li Chongsheng asked with a smile. "I will go to Turtle Deity Island," Zongchan replied. The members of the Wangshan Watchtower each had their own plans in mind. "I will go and take a look around the area," Yi Futian responded with a smile. "All right, then we will part ways for now. See you all again on Turtle Deity Island," Li Chongqing replied with a laugh. The cultivators then dispersed and went about their own business. However, Yi Futian's group remained. Aside from Yi Futian, Goddess Donglai and Alchemy Emperor had also come. Xia Qingyuan, Zifeng, and the others were also with them. Goddess Donglai did not leave, instead choosing to follow Yi Futian. She did not plan to go her own way. The incident on Turtle Deity Island caused quite a stir. Members from various forces had all come. The cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family would certainly arrive, and the members of other forces. The person with the highest cultivation around Yi Futian was Beigong Ao. She did not feel secure about this. "Let's go," said Yi Futian as his figure advanced. They traversed through the sky and passed over island cities. The sound of huge waves could be heard constantly from the divine ocean below. The ocean breeze swept against Yi Futian's body, causing his white robes to flutter and his silver hair to dance in the wind. Yi Futian missed the sensation. Many images surfaced in his mind of the times he spent with his teacher, Hua, Fenglu, and Jiu when they traveled across Donghai. He did not know how they were now. He had been in the divine prefecture for some years now. Were they all right in the original realm? People kept traversing in the sky above the divine ocean. Many people passed by beside Yi Futian's group. However, most cultivators would mind their own business. This time, cultivators had come from all over. No one knew each other's backgrounds, so they would not easily go looking for trouble. Right then, not far above from where Yi Futian's group was, another group of cultivators was traveling at extremely high speeds. One of their members swept a glance at Yi Futian's group, and then a voice called out, saying, "It is a demonic phoenix." The person who had spoken had a sinister look in his eyes. He swept a glance over at Zifeng, revealing a look of interest. He could tell at a glance that Zifeng's true form was the divine bird, the phoenix. Seemingly sensing the other party's gaze, Zifeng's eyes lit up with frightening flames of the great path. The aura of the great path seemed to radiate from within her pupils. Flames of the great path invaded the eyes of the other party. However, a strange light flashed past in those sinister eyes. He allowed Zifeng's will to invade his own. With a sparkle in his eyes, he seemed to have sensed something. He then laughed and said, "What an incredible phoenix! Such a pity. It would have been better if she did not already have a master." As he said this, he glanced over Yi Futian and the others. This demonic beast was following this group of people. She must already have a master. If she was a masterless phoenix, he could tame her. "Keep moving. Don't dawdle," reminded someone beside him. The other party nodded his head. Their group advanced even faster, disappearing from the view of Yi Futian's group in an instant. Yi Futian frowned slightly. Although the other party had not done anything that was overstepping boundaries, his tone had clearly been frivolous. They have top figures among them. They should be a top-level overlord force, Goddess Donglai said softly. When Yi Futian heard her say this, he was rendered speechless. He never imagined that a group of people they happened to encounter in the sky above the divine ocean continent was a superpower-level force. "Can you tell which force they are from?" Zifeng asked. She was clearly unhappy. She was very dissatisfied with the look in the other party's eyes and their attitude. "Zifeng, they have not done anything." "Don't go looking for trouble," said Goddess Donglai gently. Although they were under the protection of the Millet Emperor, it would still be best for them not to offend superpowers, so as to not make enemies for him. Zifeng nodded her head. Although she was not pleased about it, she did not pursue the matter. Chapter 1989. Story. Some people were using boats to traverse the divine ocean. Many boats were floating on the divine ocean. On one of the boats, Yi Futian was lying down quietly. Xia Qingyuan sat behind him, and Black Wind Condor was looking all around beside him. On the other boats behind them were the other cultivators. Goddess Donglai, Zifeng as well as Bai Mu were together. Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were on the same boat. They all rowed boats as they followed behind Yi Futian. "It is rare for us to have such a cozy time," commented Beigong Ao as he admired the scenery in the distance. The sky merged with the horizon. The shadows of ancient buildings could faintly be seen in the sky. They seemed to be mirages. "Just take a rest," said Yi Futian in front with a smile. His hands were behind his head, and he was very relaxed. It was indeed rare for them to have such a moment. For many years, he had always been cultivating. He had never stopped and did not dare to slack. There was not much meaning for them to find a place to cultivate on this journey in the divine ocean continent. They might as well take this opportunity to relax and forget about cultivating for a while. It felt very nice wandering around on the boundless divine ocean, going wherever the wind brought them. When they lifted their heads, they could occasionally see people passing over them in the sky above. For them to be able to see people passing over them on the vast ocean from time to time, one could imagine how many people had come to the divine ocean continent and were heading to Turtle Deity Island. "I wonder what it will look like when I break through the next plane and face a tribulation," Yi Futian mumbled to himself. He believed that one day he would face a divine tribulation. If that day comes for you, the divine prefecture might be shocked and the whole world might come to celebrate it, a gentle voice said beside Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head slightly and saw a beautiful face enter his field of view. Xia Qingyuan lowered her head and looked at him. Yi Futian's words made her look forward to such a day. If he were to face a divine tribulation in the future, what a sight would that be like? Or I might make the whole world my enemy, and the members of the divine prefecture will all come to kill me, Yi Futian said. He did not know what the future would be like. As his cultivation improved, he should get closer to revealing the secrets of his life. He did not know how the divine prefecture would react once it was revealed. Would they celebrate, or would they come to kill him? "That won't happen," said Xia Qingyuan seriously as she looked him in his eyes. "Who knows?" said Yi Futian with a smile. No one could predict what his future path would be like. He could only walk it one step at a time. Xia Qingyuan looked at him. She knew that Yi Futian always kept secrets about him that he himself was not sure of. "Even if all of creation were to become your enemy, I would still be by your side," whispered Xia Qingyuan. She did not look at Yi Futian. She was staring far off into the distance. Would such a day come? Yi Futian looked at her beautiful face and revealed a gentle smile. This world had treated him well. Although he had encountered many dangers on his journey of cultivation and had made many enemies, he also had many people close to him as well as seniors who remained standing on his side, supporting him up until now. The sound of waves constantly beating against the boat kept sounding. The boat floated along with the waves. A light shroud surrounded the little boat and prevented the ocean water from entering the boat. They seemed to float along the currents without any direction, not knowing where they would end up. Yi Futian took a nap. It had been a long while since he had slept. Cultivators absorbed the spiritual qi from all creation. They did not need to eat or sleep, especially once they became saints. Hence, Yi Futian rarely slept at all. Only when he heard sounds did Yi Futian wake up from his nap on the boat. He opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat lax. He looked up and saw that Xia Qingyuan was still sitting there with her head lowered as she looked at him. Seeing Yi Futian opening his eyes, she shifted her gaze. She had an embarrassed look on her face, as though she had been discovered peeping. With a smile, Yi Futian asked, "What is that sound?" "We have reached the coast. It seems to be a training ground. There are quite a number of people up ahead, said Xia Qingyuan softly as she lowered her head and looked at him. Yi Futian sat up and looked ahead. On the coast nearby, many cultivators were gathered. There seemed to be patterns carved on the cliff by the ocean. Many people were standing on the reef by the coast and looking at the cliff face. Yi Futian's will swept out. He saw that the patterns were drawings of a human figure. The figure was practicing axe techniques. When his will invaded the drawings, the figure seemed to move. It contained an extremely powerful aura of the great path of thunder, causing the might of the great path of thunder to emanate from the cliff face. Uttered Yi Futian as he revealed a strange expression. He actually discovered that the drawing was extraordinary. The axe technique was very powerful. When his will invaded the drawing, he witnessed an extremely frightening scene. Could it be that there was a fateful encounter of the great path located here? If that was so, Yi Futian's luck was quite good. It is not just this cliff face. Take a look around, said Beigong-ao with a bizarre expression. His gaze shifted across the entire cliff face along the coast. He discovered that aside from this complete drawing, the surrounding cliffs were covered in markings. The marks extended very far. It was as though the entire coast was carved with these marks. This drawing was carved after the person completed his training. The person must have had an epiphany, commented Yi Futian with a nod after he glanced at the marks on the cliff. They continued riding their boats as they moved on. Occasionally, some people would pass by and land when they saw the scene. On a huge boulder on the reef, there was a young couple. Their cultivation was not very high. They were still at the sage plain. May I ask what this place is? Beigong-ao asked the two of them when Yi Futian's group passed by them. The two of them glanced over at Beigong-ao and the others. They immediately understood that Yi Futian's group might be powerful cultivators from abroad. The youth bowed slightly and said, this place was the training ground of Thunder Punishing Skylord. Thunder Punishing Skylord? Exclaimed Beigong-ao with a surprised look. It seemed that it was another incredible figure. The youth nodded. Back when Thunder Punishing Skylord was at the upper level Renhuang Plain, he headed to Turtle Deity Island to seek teachings. He found Emperor Shi. However, Emperor Shi did not teach him, instead asking him to find a place to carve his way. Emperor Shi told him to forget everything and to stop cultivating the great path of all things. Thunder Punishing Skylord came here and carved his way into the cliff face for 30 years before he managed to reach enlightenment. The youth continued. After Thunder Punishing Skylord broke through to the next plane, he headed over to Turtle Deity Island to ask Emperor Shi to accept him as a pupil. Emperor Shi did not see him, claiming that it was his own fateful encounter and was unrelated to Emperor Shi. However, Thunder Punishing Skylord always considered himself a pupil of Emperor Shi. This place was his previous training ground and has not been erased. Rumor has it that within the cliff, there is a treasure that he left behind. However, it is just a rumor. I do not know whether it is actually true. Impressive, exclaimed Beigong-ao with respect. Both Emperor Shi and Thunder Punishing Skylord were awe-inspiring. Both of them were extraordinary figures. Emperor Shi gave pointers without asking for anything in return. Thunder Punishing Skylord also recognized Emperor Shi as his teacher. Even though he had already reached enlightenment, he still treated Emperor Shi as his teacher. He also did not erase everything he had carved here, leaving it behind for the generations to come. It might be that he was touched by Emperor Shi's guidance and hoped that these markings would be beneficial for other cultivators. Yi Futian was also secretly impressed. This time, when Emperor Shi faced his tribulation, Thunder Punishing Skylord might also be there. Yi Futian never imagined that such a giant figure would have such a story to him. It was amazing. Chapter 1990, Cliff Face. Seniors, have all of you arrived from other continents? the youth asked as he smiled at Yi Futian's group. Replied Beigong Ao as he nodded his head. We heard about the news from Turtle Deity Island and have come here from distant lands. My name is Lin Yuan. This here is my path companion Lu Qing, said the youth. After the news regarding Turtle Deity Island got out, cultivators from various continents have come to the Divine Ocean continent. This place is somewhat famous in the Divine Ocean continent. However, it is not very well known outside since there are many ruins in the Divine Prefecture. Recently, there have been many visitors like yourselves who have stopped to take a look when they come across this place. Across the years, has no one managed to comprehend the way carved into the cliff face? Asked Yi Futian. I do not know. Each person might be able to comprehend bits and pieces, Lin Yuan replied. However, rumor has it that the drawings are scattered. Back then, Thunder-Punishing Sky Lord carved 30 years' worth of his insights here. This axe technique is rumored to have come into being when his way was complete. Different cultivators will have their own understanding of it. As for whether or not anyone has completely comprehended the entire set, we won't be able to know. I see, replied Yi Futian as he nodded his head. Seniors, your temperaments are extraordinary. You must be from top forces of other continents, right? Lin Yuan asked. Yi Futian looked at him and saw a faint look of anticipation in Lin Yuan's eyes. I guess you could say that, answered Yi Futian as he nodded with a smile. May I move alongside all of you? I am willing to act as your guide, Lin Yuan asked as he bowed slightly. When Yi Futian heard him say this, he turned to look at Lin Yuan. With a smile, Yi Futian pointed out, You want to attend the ceremony on Turtle Deity Island, don't you? The couple did not have powerful cultivation. For top figures, the Divine Ocean continent was not considered large. However, for sages, it was still massive. With their cultivation planes, they would also most likely be unqualified to step onto Turtle Deity Island. However, they did not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that they had encountered Yi Futian's group and Lin Yuan saw that Yi Futian had an extraordinary temperament and was well-mannered, he took his chance. He wanted to pay a visit to Turtle Deity Island. Although Lin Yuan was very far from reaching the next plane, this might be the only chance in his life for him to have the opportunity to witness a top figure face a divine tribulation. If he missed it this time, he might not get another chance in this lifetime. When Yi Futian saw the hopeful look in the other party's eyes, he smiled and said, Let's try our luck. If I can comprehend the way of the great path from the cliff face, I will bring you along with us. If I am unable to do so, then we will not bring you with us. When Lin Yuan heard Yi Futian say this, a look of disappointment flashed past in his eyes. Although Yi Futian's group might be a top force from other continents, Thunder-Punishing Sky Lord had been the one who carved the way into the cliff face. Many prominent figures in the Divine Ocean continent had come here before. Although they each had their own snippets of understanding, no one dared to claim that they had completely comprehended the way of the great path on the cliff face. Even though Yi Futian had an extraordinary temperament, there was still little chance of him succeeding. His disappointment was gone in a flash. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Senior, you will certainly be able to do so. Yi Futian smiled. Lin Yuan got up from where he was sitting on the reef and said, Senior, please sit. As he said this, he stepped away from the reef. Yi Futian did not hesitate and walked up to Lin Yuan's spot. Yi Futian glanced at the cliff face before him. In front of him, many people stood, comprehending the cliff face from different locations. You really want to go to Turtle Deity Island, don't you? Lu Qing asked Lin Yuan over thought transmission as she looked at him. Lin Yuan replied as he nodded his head. This is a chance that comes once every 1,000 years. Even if I cannot make it in, I want to watch from the outside. Facing a divine tribulation might shake the entire Turtle Deity Island and might also be visible from the outside. Lu Qing said, Our cultivation is not bad. However, Just as you said, this is an occasion that comes once every 1,000 years. These past few days, cultivators have been passing over us every day. All the top figures of the entire Donghua domain will be coming. With our cultivation, we have no standing. If the disturbances during the divine tribulation are too great, or there are other accidents, our abilities will most likely be of no help. It seemed as though she did not want to go. Facing the top figures of the Donghua domain who had gathered made her feel pressured. This was also a divine tribulation, which might cause a huge disturbance. It was a rare event in 1,000 years. A slight mishap would be catastrophic. When that happened, their measly cultivation would not be sufficient to cope. Hence, Lu Qing was slightly conservative. She was afraid of the potential dangers. She felt that such an occasion would not end peacefully. If they were to follow Yi Futian's group to the island, the risk would be even greater. Lin Yuan countered. Back then, thunder-punishing Sky Lord carved his way here for 30 years when he sought his way. In the end, he succeeded in earning the title Sky Lord. With my current cultivation plane, what right do I have not to pursue my way and expand my horizons? By observing the divine tribulation, even if we can only comprehend very little of it, its significance for us will be extraordinary. Lin Yuan held Lu Qing's hands as he spoke. Lu Qing nodded her head slightly. This time, she would follow him and see this world's strongest tribulation. Yi Futian looked at the cliff face. His gaze became extremely bizarre. A fascinating beauty emanated from his figure. He looked at the patterns that seemed like runes. They resembled a person training with a war axe. At that moment, in his mind, it was as though these people were moving, swinging the war axe around. Incredible! Yi Futian praised when he sensed the will of the war axe. This war axe was mighty. However, this did not seem difficult. He could clearly sense the might of the great path within these drawings and could comprehend them very easily. Next, Yi Futian turned towards the second drawing. It was slightly different from the previous one, yet also very similar. Both were awe-inspiring axe techniques. Yi Futian quietly stood there and comprehended the techniques. Beside him, Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were also looking at the cliff face and comprehending the techniques. Just as Lin Yuan had said, each person would have a different understanding of the drawings. Behind them, Lin Yuan watched them silently. Although he did not have high hopes for them to succeed, he still waited there quietly. He could also cultivate while waiting for them. In the divine ocean, before the cliff face, many people were discussing frantically, debating about the way on the cliff face. At that moment, more people descended from the sky and landed before the cliff face. This group of people, similarly, were beyond average. Each person had an extraordinary temperament. This was left behind after Thunder, punishing Sky Lord, comprehended his way back then. Rumor has it that there is a treasure left behind by him in the cliff face. Whoever can master the technique will be able to obtain this treasure, said a youth right then as he looked at a woman beside him. This woman had an outstanding appearance. She had an otherworldly air to her, as though she was a goddess. This caused many people to steal glances at her. However, they soon shifted their gazes away, not daring to stare too long. At a glance, one could tell that these two groups of people who had arrived were not from ordinary backgrounds. Everyone was aware of the current situation in the divine ocean continent. Cultivators had gathered in droves. Many of them could not be offended. Hence, everyone would try to keep a low profile. The people who arrived were most likely cultivators from top forces from outside the divine ocean continent. No one would dare act rudely towards them. "The technique is very powerful," said the woman as she glanced at the cliff face. It was as though she could tell at a glance and could not help but give praise. "I have seen Thunder punishing Skylord before. Back then, he visited our manor as a guest. Senior Thunder punishing Skylord is an outstanding figure. The techniques he left behind would naturally be extremely powerful, stated the youth as he smiled slightly. Immediately, many people cast sideways glances at him. His words implied many things. Thunder-punishing Skylord had previously visited his manor as a guest? What did this mean? That meant that the clan which this youth was from had an existence at the same level as Thunder-punishing Skylord. Only then would they be qualified for Thunder-punishing Skylord to visit them. Without a doubt, this youth was from a superpower. The woman was not surprised. She clearly knew that the youth's clan had the means to do so. They were indeed from a superpower. They were from the Donghua Heavens. Chapter 1991, Dispute. Donghua Heavens was the main continent of the Donghua domain. It was situated in the center of the Donghua domain. People did not like to refer to it as the Donghua continent, instead calling it Donghua Heavens. The manor of the domain chief of the Donghua domain was also in the Donghua Heavens. As the main continent, the overall ability of the cultivators of the Donghua Heavens was definitely the strongest in the entire domain. They had countless cultivators. The occasion on Turtle Deity Island had stirred up the Donghua domain. The cultivators of Donghua Heavens were similarly drawn to this place. When Yi Futian heard that the other party had actually seen Thunder-punishing Skylord before, he could not help but glance over. Yet Yi Futian was not too surprised about this. He had seen Princess Dongwang 3 times, and had also encountered Emperor Yi Qing before. How many people could claim having done the same? The youth's words could scare some people, but Yi Futian was unfazed. He shifted his gaze back to the cliff face and continued to cultivate in peace. After the various cultivators sized up the other party, they also began to train on their own. Now, cultivators were gathering in the Divine Ocean continent. In reality, this had little to do with them. They were only here to witness the spectacle. Yi Futian comprehended the way on the cliff face quietly. After a long while, he even closed his eyes. In his life palace, an illusory figure sat cross-legged. Purple light flooded the sky, and terrifying thunder clapped. He sat alone in his mind palace, seemingly surrounded by countless illusory figures. Each figure was showing a different pose. Their war axes cleaved out, causing the space to look like the apocalypse. Each will of the war axe was frightening beyond comparison. At that moment, Yi Futian seemed to transcend space and time. He traveled back into the past and personally witnessed Thunder-punishing Skylord cultivating his axe technique. All these scenes appeared in this space. Each axe swing contained extraordinary will and seemed very natural. They became one with the great path. Yet Yi Futian could not completely comprehend it, no matter how he tried. "Uncle Beigong, little Shuang, both of you should sense this," Yi Futian said. When the two of them heard him say this, they treated it seriously and quickly sat down. They knew how powerful Yi Futian's comprehension was. Before this, on Eastern Deity Island, Yi Futian had helped them comprehend. They also cultivated the power of the Great Path of Thunder. Yi Futian could help them out effectively. Light radiated from Yi Futian's glabella. It was as though scenes were directly transmitted into Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang's minds, allowing the two of them to comprehend together with him. The two of them closed their eyes as they received the images sent over by Yi Futian. As expected, his comprehension was more in-depth than their own. It was clear as day. It was as though they had returned to the time when Thunder-punishing Skylord was cultivating. After a long while, Yi Futian stopped cultivating. The two of them continued comprehending on their own. Yi Futian glanced over at the drawings on the surrounding cliff faces. He looked at the markings. There seemed to be many axe marks that were one with the cliff face, as though they were carved by the simplest axe swing. These marks did not contain any will, only leaving behind marks. Many marks contained the will of the Great Path. All this seemed very erratic. Yi Futian could not make out the true meaning of thunder punishing Sky Lord carving these marks. Right then, the Ren Huang from the Donghua heavens said, "Thunder punishing Sky Lord comprehended his way here for decades, carving these axe techniques into the cliff face. As expected, the axe techniques are extraordinary. Each axe swing can be its own form of attack. These attacks can be combined into one complete set of axe techniques naturally. However, wanting to comprehend this set of techniques does not seem easy." The woman beside him looked ahead. However, she did not say anything. What she felt from the cliff face was not quite the same as what the other party sensed. At that moment, Bei Gong Shuang also opened her eyes and looked at the cliff face. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Yi Futian. She asked, "Have you comprehended it?" "Each axe technique can serve as its own attack. With enough time, I can comprehend all of them. However, I have yet to comprehend them as a whole," Yi Futian said as he shook his head. He could not make any heads or tails of it. He did not know how to merge them perfectly. Commented Bei Gong Shuang as she nodded. "Could it be that there is no relation between them in the first place? Maybe each form of the axe technique was simply carved by Thunder punishing Skylord without any real thought to it? It might not even be a complete set of war axe techniques." When Yi Futian heard what Bei Gong Shuang said, a strange look flashed past through his eyes. If they did not try to make it one complete set, it was indeed explainable. However, had Thunder punishing Skylord been simply carving when he left these drawings here? They do seem to be independent of each other. However, if that is the case, someone should have comprehended it already. Why is it that no one has managed to solve the secret of the cliff face? Yi Futian asked. Unless the rumors of the cliff face are false and that there are no secrets here. This place was just the training grounds of Thunder punishing Skylord. Bei Gong Shuang also did not understand. She mumbled, "However, I feel that each axe technique is independent. Is it because my cultivation is too low?" "You might be correct," Yi Futian said with a smile. Bei Gong Shuang was a straightforward person. Such people would not read too deeply into situations and were not easily influenced by others. If she saw it that way, that was what she believed. She might be wrong and be unable to comprehend it because her cultivation was too low. Even so, that was her cultivation path. How true is the rumor that Thunder punishing Skylord left a treasure in the cliff face? Yi Futian asked Lin Yuan, who was behind him. Lin Yuan was a cultivator from the Divine Ocean continent. He should be more familiar with this. There are many rumors regarding this in the Divine Ocean. Over time, most people were willing to believe it was true, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. However, I am not too sure on whether or not it is true. It might be that what this senior female Ren Huang said is true. Thunder punishing Sky Lord might have simply carved all this when he was cultivating here and comprehending his way for decades. It is hard to say. She is wrong, a voice stated. Lin Yuan looked ahead. The person who had spoken was the Ren Huang who claimed to have seen Thunder punishing Skylord before. He stood before the cliff face with his back towards Yi Futian's group. He said, "Thunder punishing Skylord left behind these drawings of axe techniques. They are a complete set. It is difficult to comprehend. Since you cannot comprehend it, don't draw conclusions so easily. Based on my knowledge, the rumor that Thunder punishing Skylord left behind a treasure here is true." When the crowd heard him say this, they acknowledged his view. This person had an extraordinary temperament and very powerful cultivation. He had also seen Thunder punishing Skylord before. What he said should be true. "Senior, what you said is also reasonable." "It might be the case," answered Lin Yuan. With his level of cultivation, he would not dispute the other party. He was not qualified to do so. "Not just might. It is the case," the youth continued. Just a while ago, he had told the woman beside him this. These axe techniques were one complete set. However, Bei Gongxuang and the others claimed it to be otherwise. "Have you comprehended it?" Bei Gongxuang asked as he looked at the other party's silhouette. "How could the teachings of the Sky Lord be so easily comprehended?" the other party replied. "Since you have yet to comprehend it, how are you so certain that I am wrong?" Bei Gongxuang retorted. Her tone was very calm. She was not intentionally trying to argue with him. Since the other party had yet to comprehend it, there was still a possibility for her to be correct. She just found it strange that the other party had come to this conclusion. If the other party actually explained his reasoning, she would naturally accept it humbly. The other party turned his head around for the first time. He looked at Bei Gongxuang and said with a smile, "Thunder-punishing Skylord once had a treasure. However, after he broke through to the next plane, he never used it again. The last time when he came to my manor, a senior of my clan brought this up with Thunder-punishing Skylord. Thunder-punishing Skylord claimed that after comprehending his way for decades, he did not need it anymore. If so, where is that treasure now?" Bei Gongxuang nodded her head. That meant to say that there was indeed the possibility that there was a treasure hidden here. Since no one has destroyed the cliff face, that means that it cannot be destroyed. How could these drawings simply be carved by Thunder punishing Skylord? The other party continued his line of reasoning. Bei Gongxuang nodded her head and said, "What you say is not without reason, but still does not explain everything." The other party was stunned. He gave Bei Gongxuang a strange look. He thought that Bei Gongxuang was intentionally arguing with him. "With your level of cultivation, you are not yet qualified to discuss the way with me. If I say you are wrong, he said indifferently. His tone also seemed colder. He glanced over at Yi Futian's group. These people were probably from a large force. However, he was not too concerned. In the Donghua domain, there were few forces whom he could not afford to offend. Bei Gongxuang was stunned. She stopped talking and did not continue to argue with him. She seemed to understand the attitude of the other party. She also did not want to stir up trouble. Bei Gongao gave the other party an intense gaze. However, he also did not cause a scene. He had followed Yi Futian here. He naturally would not cause trouble for Yi Futian. Seniors, it is but a different understanding of the way and a difference in opinions. Why must we get so worked up over it? Lin Yuan could not help but say when he saw the atmosphere turn somewhat awkward. The other party swept a glance at him. With just a glance, he seemed to penetrate Lin Yuan's eyes, causing Lin Yuan to feel as though a terrifying power had descended upon him. Chapter 1992 Startled Awakening. Yi Futian was in front of Lin Yuan, and he, too, felt an invisible force. He turned his head to glance at Lin Yuan and saw that Lin Yuan was soaking wet. There was a look of pain on his face. Obviously, someone was exerting great pressure on him. Lin Yuan's realm was too far below Renhuang, and spiritual coercion released by a powerful Renhuang was enough to crush his spirit. Because of something he said, the other party had actually released the coercion of the great path on Lin Yuan. Yi Futian frowned and turned back to look at the other man. However, the man had already withdrawn his breath. With a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Lin Yuan, and that small smile seemed to be mocking them, or rather, expressing his deep disdain. Although Lin Yuan was angry when he saw the look in the other man's eyes, he remained silent. Indeed, his realm, in the eyes of the other man, was as insignificant as that of an insect. What right did he have to dialogue with him? That scornful look was the response to him. In reality, Lin Yuan had not said anything other than asking the other party not to take different views too seriously. Nothing more. Seeing the other man turned around, Yi Futian was a little displeased. He could see that Bei Gongxuang did not mean to provoke anyone intentionally. It was just her personality. Perhaps because the other side had expressed their own analysis first. So, when Bei Gongxuang disagreed, it was regarded as critical or bellicose. Anyone with the cultivation of Renhuang realm should be a lot more tolerant than this. Perhaps there were other reasons Yi Futian saw the goddess-like cultivator next to him. Perhaps it was because of her. He could tell that this young man wanted to get close to the woman. You are both right. These patterns and marks were carved impromptu by Thunder punishing Skylord. Each mark on the pattern was independent of each other without any connections, Yi Futian suddenly said to Beigong Shuang and Lin Yuan. Elder, Lin Yuan looked at Yi Futian. At the sage level, his cultivation was not weak, depending on with whom he was compared. He had a feeling that Yi Futian deliberately said what he said because he was displeased with the other fellow's attitude. The other man's attitude was clearly enough. He was unhappy with their opposing view. So what happened just now was a warning. If Beigong Shuang was not in a confrontational mood before, then Yi Futian's comment at this moment was definitely intentional and could start a dispute. Although Lin Yuan was angry, he didn't want there to be an argument that both parties were no ordinary folks. He could see that Yi Futian and the other man were unusual characters from their extraordinary temperaments and realms. It would not be worth it if they got involved in some conflicts because of him. In the world of cultivation, many disputes were caused by minuscule matters, and these unimportant matters were not worth the price. Lin Yuan didn't want to see that happening here. Yi Futian's words stunned the young man who had already turned around, and he slowly turned back around again. His eyes landed squarely on Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he said to Lin Yuan, I will take you to go with me to Turtle Deity Island. Lin Yuan wasn't overjoyed when he heard what Yi Futian said. He was actually a little worried about him. After all, the other person was from a principality that even Thunder punishing Skylord would have to reckon with, which only demonstrated the extent of their power. Yi Futian's attitude worried him a little. This kind of talk could easily intensify conflicts, and this trivial matter may become a fuse. Elder! Lin Yuan wanted to say something, but didn't know quite how to say it. Then it's decided. Yi Futian smiled and cut off whatever it was that Lin Yuan wanted to say. I have already said that she was wrong. At this moment, the young man spoke. Looking at Yi Futian, his eyes were sharp. Yi Futian turned his attention on the man. Things that happened before were just a small mat. Like Lin Yuan stated, different perceptions yielded different opinions, and each was entitled to their own opinions. That was all, and they need not interfere with one another. However, if the other insisted that they were in the wrong when Beigong Shuang had already made a concession, did the other party mistake their courtesy as weakness? She's right. Yi Futian stared into the other person's eyes and responded without fear. If they wanted to fight, he would gladly oblige. If Beigong Shuang was not qualified to be in discussion with him, was he qualified himself? Based on what? The other questioned. I think she is right, so she is right. What other reason do you need? Yi Futian's voice was indifferent. His own opinions didn't need to have a reason. The man suddenly smiled a little sarcastically. So, you think you understood the secret of the cliff, he sneered. And you think you have? Yi Futian retorted. No, the other responded readily. Since no one understands it to prove me wrong, then I am still right in what I think. Unless you can comprehend a set of axe techniques from it, what else can you use to question the opinions of others? Yi Futian asked, still refuting the other's view. The will of the great path pervaded from the other man, as he smiled at Yi Futian and said, Where are you from, and from which principality? Does this have anything to do with cultivating on the cliff? Yi Futian replied with a question instead. The man stared at Yi Futian and said, No, it does not. If not, then why did you ask? Yi Futian replied, just like how the other man had responded to Beigong Shuang and Lin Yuan before, with an unrelenting tone that was aggressive in nature. The coercion of the great path started to permeate from the other man, but his eyes always stayed on Yi Futian. What they said isn't unreasonable. These marks may have nothing to do with each other. Before this is confirmed, it is better not to make rash conclusions. At this moment, the woman in front of them, who was looking at the cliff, spoke softly, startling the young man. Then he moved his sight away from Yi Futian back to the woman, who spoke and said with a smile, "That makes sense." These were the same words spoken by a different person, and his attitude seemed completely different. Any definite conclusion is unreasonable in itself unless you already understood the secret of the cliff. Rather than arguing about it, it is better to confirm it in cultivation, the woman continued, as she turned her head to glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian met her eyes. As an empress, this woman possessed a noble temperament. Her calm and beautiful eyes revealed a touch of confidence and pride. But Yi Futian merely smiled. "Is something funny?" the woman asked. "No," Yi Futian responded. "It's just that I am not wrong. At least today I am not wrong." He may not be right, but he was definitely not wrong because even he could not make these connections and comprehend it, so none of the others could do it either. Since they couldn't do it, it could not be proven, so naturally he couldn't be wrong. The woman took a serious look at him, and it was unclear if she really understood the meaning of Yi Futian's words. She turned her eyes back at the cliff and continued to comprehend in earnest. After she spoke, that young Renhuang also quieted down. Just like her, he was quietly comprehending, wanting to prove something and confirm that he was right after all. Since the other man did not persist, clearly Yi Futian would not deliberately antagonize him. Likewise, he looked at the cliff once again. Although he supported Bei Gong Shuang before, the truth was that he couldn't decide either. Bei Gong Shuang's analysis had a certain logic with which he agreed, but the other man's words were not entirely unfounded. Thunder-punishing Sky Lord had gone to the other man's residence, so he knew something about this. Judging from the previous conversation from the other man, in conjunction with certain rumors about Thunder-punishing Sky Lord, it was highly probable that treasures were hidden inside the cliff. So, what kind of connection was hidden within? When his thought turned to this, Yi Futian quieted down to comprehend. After a while, he closed his eyes and was immersed in comprehension once more. Inside his life palace, patterns appeared again, and he seemed to be observing the former thunder-punishing Sky Lord engrave the way. This time he watched for a long time. Those axe techniques were like beams of light that kept echoing in his mind, but still they were the same as before, each independent of the other. Though they could be linked to each other, it seemed forced and unnatural. After a long while, the axe techniques in Yi Futian's mind continued to appear, like pictures jumping back and forth. Each technique was very powerful in itself, but still he could find no connection between them. What was the mystery of this cliff? He opened his eyes and saw Bei Gong Shuang walking in front of the cliff, observing the cliff at close range. Sometimes she even reached out to touch it. "How come you are so serious?" Yi Futian asked her. "Strange," Bei Gong Shuang murmured while turned to walk back next to Yi Futian. As if she was thinking, she raised her head to look at Yi Futian and asked, "Why are those marks without Will of the Way hidden in them? Seem to be deeper than those axe marks that contained Will of the Way?" And their artistic conception was stronger also. Yi Futian suddenly raised his head to look at the cliff, and the countless marks on the cliff were imprinted into his mind in a flash. They now appeared inside his mind. In his mind, a flash of lightning sailed across, as if he had caught something in the depth of his memory, and there was a touch of excitement in his eyes. Yes, the axe marks that didn't contain Will of the Way were deeper than those that contained Will of the Way. What did this mean? He thought of the rumors about Thunder punishing Sky Lord, which emperor she had him engrave the way for decades. Eventually he was enlightened and transcended. How did he do it? When Yi Futian looked up at the pattern again, his mentality was quite different. He was very certain that this engraved pattern and each mark on it existed separately and they had no relationship with each other. His random guess turned out to be correct. Chapter 1993. Decoded. Return to innocence, Yi Futian said to himself as he looked at the cliff. This was the transcendence of the way, and he was the representation of the way. Thunder-punishing Sky Lord had engraved the way for decades before he took that step and transformed. Yi Futian had come into contact with many impressive top figures in the past, which was why he could more or less perceive the realm of thunder-punishing Sky Lord. The engravings that he carved on the cliff were not a complete set of axe techniques, but was a record of the transformation of his realm, the process of his transcendence. Shuang, you were right, Yi Futian said. Back then, when the thunder-punishing Sky Lord enlightened the way and beyond, everything that was engraved here denoted his process of enlightenment. Although not meant to be a complete set of axe techniques, each technique was independent of the other. Therefore, after his enlightenment, thunder-punishing Sky Lord no longer needed the treasure. Even top-level divine item no longer meant anything to him. Beigong Shuang regarded him with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Did you comprehend it?" This dude, did he get it again? Her impression of Yi Futian was that he had a great ability to comprehend. It seemed as if there was nothing that he couldn't understand. Not yet, but I already know the key to it. It was you who inspired me, Yi Futian said with a smile. His words attracted the attention of many, and while they all looked surprised, they were skeptical. Did he get it? But why was it that they didn't quite believe it? In front, the young man from the previous encounter frowned, but before he could speak, the woman next to him turned around to look at Yi Futian. She asked, "What did you comprehend?" Actually, this woman had similar thoughts as Yi Futian and Beigong Shuang. The more she steeped herself in it, the stronger her conviction became. Everything on the cliff was independent with no relation to one another. The young man next to her might have had it all wrong. However, she didn't say anything, just allowing the possibility that someone else could find the answer. The reason she turned around and asked him was because Yi Futian had declared that he knew the key to it all. I comprehended the mentality of thunder punishing Sky Lord when he was cultivating here, said Yi Futian. Is that so? The young man glanced at him coldly and said, I would like to see that with my own eyes. Yi Futian smiled and said nothing. He continued to look at the cliff wall, starting from the first mark on the pattern and comprehending from the beginning. This mark seemed to have been imprinted extremely clearly in his mind. In that case, watch closely, Yi Futian said, and a very bright, divine light from his eyes directly shined upon the mark on the cliff. In that instant, there seemed to be an elusive figure that landed inside the mark and turned into an avatar of Yi Futian. The avatar moved as the mark also moved. It was as if it was now alive. Buzz! A brilliant glow burst out, and from the cliff, a small figure seemed to appear, as if the thunder-punishing Skylord himself had returned, waving an axe. Everyone could feel its power and speed, which forced many in front of the cliff to step back as if they were frightened. But after they had retreated, they found that there was no real damage. The illusion was not real, but it was real enough to trick them into believing that it was. Those around all turned their heads to look at Yi Futian with quite a shock. No one had been able to do the same as he had just done, urging the mark to release itself to the outside world so that all may perceive it. Could it be that he had truly comprehended it? The woman also had a look of surprise on her face as she gave Yi Futian a serious assessing look. The young man next to her had a terrible look on his face. Yi Futian did show him clearly what he could accomplish. If Yi Futian had really done it, then it would be a slap in the face for him. Previously, he was extremely high-handed when he announced that Beigong Shuang was flat out wrong and that she was not worthy of arguing with him. After that, Yi Futian intervened. If Yi Futian confirmed that he was wrong today, then his shame would be unimaginable. It was just that, apart from believing in his own judgment, he didn't think that Yi Futian could solve the secret of the cliff. Like Yi Futian, he believed that if he couldn't solve the riddle, then no one else could either, and that no one else would be able to decode this mystery. Because of this self-confidence, he had left himself no room for doubts. But it seemed that he was wrong after all. The other man was far more powerful than he initially thought. Yi Futian didn't care about their looks, nor did he pay any attention to these people. He concentrated on the front, and soon the light of the second mark lit up. This sight made Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang feel as if they were back on Eastern Deity Island. It was the same as before, only he and he alone could unlock the relic left by those figures of the past. Was there any relic that could baffle him? Beigong Shuang and Beigong Ao couldn't help but ask themselves, this guy is a relic terminator. It's like there's nothing he can't decode. As the rays of light lit up, the brilliance released by the pattern on the cliff wall became stronger. Many people saw many phantom shadows dancing, waving their battle axes, and a terrifying conception bloomed from them. The cultivators around it had all felt the conception and didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Looks like he was right, the woman murmured. The marks on the cliff lit up. Everyone could clearly feel the conception. They felt those marks as when Thunder, punishing Skylord, had engraved them there in the days of yore, swinging his battle axe at his pleasure. There was no connection between each mark, and they did not converge into a set of axe techniques. This meant that Yi Futian was right. The young man next to her became even more embarrassed when he heard her words. An elder behind him said, or these chaotic axe techniques are a system themselves. They could be considered a complete set of axe techniques. Although this was not completely unreasonable, it did seem a bit far-fetched, all to save face for the young man. The woman understood it quite well, so she only nodded gently and said, perhaps it is so. As they were talking, brilliant bright lights shot out from the cliff wall, and a rumbling sound accompanied with it. As the light spread from the pattern toward the cliff wall next to this one, more and more marks lit up. Gradually, the cliffs in front of the coast were trembling violently, as the light of those marks started to make cracks on the cliffs, and each crack seemed to have been split by a battle axe. With the strength of the Thunder punishing Skylord back then, these cliffs could not have borne the way he engraved here. Perhaps they were already full of fissures and cracks, sealed with the great path by the Thunder punishing Skylord. Maybe these marks were the key to unlock the mystery. This was probably why no one had been able to break it by force all these years. It's about to break, many whispered as the bright light burst out, stinging their eyes. Those cracks tore open the cliff wall, and in an instant everything in front of them disappeared and turned into dust. Those who beheld the sight were quite emotional inside. After so many years, someone had actually decoded it. This, too, confirmed what Yi Futian had said. He was right. On the contrary, it was the young man who was wrong. He had claimed that Thunder punishing Skylord had once been a guest at his house. But previously, he was so insistent that Beigong Shuang was wrong. Thinking about it now, his display of aggression before seemed rather ironic. Many people glanced at the young man, and he clearly felt these gazes. As a top-notch genius Renhuang, he felt embarrassed at this moment. His face was hot, and he did not speak, nor did he look at the others. Grimly, he kept his eyes forward. A horrific thunder field appeared in the space that was destroyed. In that field, there was a thunder divine, or floating in the air. It was like an eye that was swallowing up the terrifying thunder power between heaven and earth. One after another, the thundering lightning surrounded it and integrated with it. All the cultivators stood there, still, as if they dared not act rashly. This must be the treasure left by Thunder punishing Skylord. The Thunder punishing Skylord left the cliff here long ago. Not only did he not destroy it, but also he sealed a treasure here, clearly for the one who could decode the secret of the cliff. The elder did it, and the treasure should belong to him. At this time, a voice was heard, directing everyone's attention to the speaker. It was Lin Yuan. His remarks clearly implied that the treasure should go to Yi Futian. No one else said anything. There were not many who could compete with Yi Futian and his people. No one knew whether the group that argued with Yi Futian would try to compete for this treasure. But the woman next to the young man glanced at him and said, "Let's go!" Obviously, they had no intention to fight for it. From their perspective, this treasure was not that precious. Since it was Yi Futian who decoded it, there was no need to fight. The other party must have come from a supreme principality. Very well. The young man nodded. It was obvious that he had lost this time. He turned his head to look at Yi Futian. He smiled and said, "See you on Turtle Deity Island." Once he finished speaking, his group of people broke through the void and left. Yi Futian glanced at the man who was leaving, then looked at that treasure, and said to Bei Gong Shuang, who was next to him, "Last time, the cloud wood was taken by your father. This time, this treasure belongs to you." "Me." Bei Gong Shuang looked at Yi Futian. "I have no shortage of treasures of this kind," said Yi Futian with a smile. Bei Gong Shuang looked at him, and then at her father, who nodded slightly at her. He said, "You may accept it." Bei Gong Shuang walked forward and did not refuse. Those who were next to them were confounded. A treasure of this level was given away just like that.